world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground? Every day is a new dream. You got everything to lose. Every late night makes me lose my mind a little more. It's been long 4 weeks in the city, trying to teach myself to fly. Hoping one day you'll be rolling with me. Now you're gone. What would you do if your world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground?
over the last couple of weeks. I am Christopher Panky Pankas. I'm joined today by our beautiful lead community manager.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Sammy Kang, and I'm the lead community manager for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. So today, we're here to support Gamers Outreach, which is an awesome organization that offers tools and softwares for hospitalized children and help them and their families cope with long-term treatment. So how are we going to support them today?
So today we have set up a bunch of donation portals through all of our taking part streamers. We have 128 of your famous streamers across Europe and North America helping us raise money and raise awareness for Gamers Outreach. We have set a goal of $100,000 in which Bluehole, our parent company, will match all the way up to, pushing our donation goal even higher. But the higher we can get that, the better. We've only just gone live for 2 minutes and we have already raised nearly $16,000. Thank you so much, everyone that has already begun collecting.
That is so awesome. All the ingredients are there for a lot of fun, and we have some of the biggest supporters of Battlegrounds, and it has been only 5 weeks since we launched early access, and it is so exciting to see a lot of our community members supporting the game. It has been insane. The support has been amazing.
It has been incredible. Let's have a look at some of those streamers. Of course, we're kicking us off with our European games, and we have 64 of our biggest European names here to play. Some of these are going to look very familiar to you. Some of them may be brand spanking new and you've never seen them before. But hopefully by the end of the day, you may know a little bit more about each.
Yes, you see longtime supporters like Hayes, Sacriel, Break, and then you see some new faces on the French or German side, and then it's going to be really interesting to see who becomes the EU champion, because there are a lot of Battle Royale veterans, and then there are new players who just started picking up Battlegrounds.
Exactly. Right now, technically, the highest ranking duo in this combination for Europe is Outsider and 3T Butts. Those two are up there at 2,500 and 2,400 rating on a combination. But I know a lot of the fan support is behind Break and Sacriel here, but there's also the likes of Tajamjar and Scoom and Hayes and Utoric, as you mentioned, that are Armor veterans and Battle Royale veterans that have been playing this game mode for a long, long time. And, well, this is the first chance we're going to get to see them compete here on Battlegrounds. So with that all said, let's have a quick look at how some of these guys play and what you can expect from them. We're going to kick things off with Break and Sacriel. As we said, you may know who they are, but if you don't, this is what you may be able to expect from them.
Building. I'm doing the out. So got him. Oh! That's for it, boys. Got it.
That just shows us that we are in for a really epic battle.
Yes, there's some big moments coming out of those two. They're a team which like to start things off very safe. We'll watch them parachute a long way away from the plane. We'll grab a vehicle and drive off to the far reaches of the map and get as far from every player as they can to loot up and get as well geared as possible before fighting their way back through after a couple of circles have shrunk. So we'll see if they can get those vehicles they want and get out to safety, or if they end up in an early fight, which might work against them. As we mentioned, we have some other big Armor veterans in here. Tajamjar and Scoom, two of the big stand-up players. Scoom, some of you that have been paying attention to the solo leaderboards will have noticed that he has been in the top 10 there for quite a long time, ever since early access begun. So let's show you some of their best moves.
One day. Oh! Oh! It's okay, that worked.
Now to Jamjar and Scoom, some very impressive long-range shots in amongst all of this.
I saw a lot of tweets that a lot of people in the community are expecting them to win this.
Yeah, they have a lot of supporters in a way. They are some of the dark horses in the mix. As you mentioned, there's a lot of new faces to a lot of people in here who, yeah, hopefully can make their mark. On the other side of things, we've gone and some of them are competitive, some of the higher ranked players. On the other side of things, we've got a lot of variety streamers in here. We have a lot of people playing for fun because ultimately that is the focus of this event. We're looking to enjoy ourselves and bring some attention to the great work that Gamers Outreach do. So, as a result, let's have a look at the Fremily cast. They are on a brand new Twitch URL today, twitch.tv/Fremily, and well, they are a husband and wife duo that are going to bring a little bit of laughter to the game.
Let's not forget they have been supporting Battle Royale game mode since the days.
Yep, since the very old original days of the DayZ mods and the old school armor things. So yeah, let's have a quick look at Fremily.
Alright, I'm out.
Alright.
Are you down or are you?
I'm down, I'm not down.
Alright.
He's around the corner, he's around the corner. There. Oh, MG! Oh! I'm down. Yes!
Baby! Yeah, let him push you. Yes! Oh, there he is! Yes!
Alright, so a little bit of the Fremily cast. First of all, guys, I want to apologize for the audio issues you're experiencing on those videos. Right now, there's not a whole lot we'll do about it. We're going to dial back the video content so that you don't have to deal with that too much anymore. But with those videos running through and with those teams we have, let's talk about the tournament format and how we're going to find our winners in.
Yes. So we're gonna do 3 matches, and then how will we pick the champions?
Yeah, so we have 3 matches for all these teams, and the team's placement at the end of each of those games will determine how many points they awarded for that game. First place will be 50 points, second 45, and we'll scale it down through to 26th place. At the end of all 3 games, the teams that have the highest point score will be crowned our champions and will be given the winner's title here for Europe. But it's not just first place that wins in this. We have some prizes to spread out across a vast majority of the team.
Yes. So speaking of winners, the winning team will get 6 deluxe edition codes that comes with the skins. So their community is going to go crazy when they win it, and they'll also get this special jacket with their names on it, and they'll get a trophy. And the team that gets in the second place will also get 4 codes and a nice hoodie. And then if you go down to 4th to 5th place, they will get a nice Astro A40TR headset and Mix and Pro TR set along with the hoodie. And for the teams that come in to 6th through 10th, they'll get a nice t-shirt which will be sold on our merch store later.
Yeah, exactly. So while we're giving these hoodies and t-shirts away through 2nd through 10th, we are also going to be selling them to the whole community in the future. When we do have more information on when that's going live and when it's available, we will let you know. But all the proceeds from those merch sales will head to Gamers Outreach and some other charities in the future too. So we want to keep this partnership going up for quite some time.
And a lot of people were worried that people are going to play really passively. So we have, this nice prize for players who are going to play very aggressively. For the players that get most kills, we'll be giving them 1 NVIDIA GTX 1080 Ti.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pressure to get as many kills as possible through that and to get it out. And again, guys, none of this would be possible without any of you, without the community. You may have seen recently we just passed 2 million copies sold since early access went live 5 weeks ago. That is an unprecedented number and is all thanks to you, our community, and you, our viewers at home. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for making that possible.
And I'd also like to thank our sponsors, NVIDIA, Astro, Intel, MonsterCat, for helping us organize this event. And I also like to thank the Twitch community team and, of course, our alpha and beta testers and the entire Battlegrounds community for helping us make this happen.
Yeah, so as the players will start to funnel their way through and in towards the lobby shortly. We'll have this game up and going in a few minutes' time. But as we said, 64 of these players to go. We've looked at how a couple of them play out, but we want to dive a little bit deeper into the way the game is being played at the moment and the way the meta thing sits. So there's been a lot of community questions, a lot of community answers about the final few circles and the way they're going to behave and the way the speed or behavior around those last few things are. We are looking at ways to change them. We are looking at ways to adapt it, and some changes to those final 3 or 4 circles are in the works soon, which will hopefully adjust the way that final game plays on out in the near future. But for now, we've got a steady pace in where it comes through. We're looking at a lot of these players that will get down into those final 10 to 20 positions, and then it becomes a game of chicken against the circle, to be fair. Some people may not be the biggest fan of it, but it can produce some very exciting final moments and very on the edge of your seat points, which we're looking forward to seeing here in these situations, because it does bring those very quick reaction shots, those flick awareness players into the mix, and there's what some of these guys can shine at.
And if you're here to watch the stream, you probably know that we are very open to feedback. That's how we have been polishing the game, and that's how we were able to come this far. So if you have any feedback, don't forget to visit our forums, leave us a feedback, and if we get a lot of feedback that we need to change the circles, maybe we will. Yeah,
exactly. So we also, as we mentioned, have all these prizes that we're giving to our streamers and to our players that are taking part, but we also have some contests for you guys at home. Through the course of today, as we mentioned, all of our streamers will be streaming themselves, and we'll give you loads of content to watch, but we aren't going to be able to sit here ourselves and look through all of it. So as a result, we need your help finding some highlights.
But the winners will be the ones who send us funny moments.
Yeah, we're looking
because
for...
Battlegrounds is also fun to fail.
Yes, exactly. We're looking for some of the funniest clips coming out of today's stream. Tweet them to @PU Battlegrounds and tag @GamersOutreach in the tweet. And in a couple of days' time, we will go through them all and pick some winners and let those guys know via our Twitter account in the near future. They will be winning
the Astro gift pack, and some guys will win the standard edition.
Yeah, so if you don't have the game yet, but you want a chance to play it, well, there's your opportunity. Take some clips from your favorite streamers, take some clips that make you laugh, submit them to us, and maybe you can get lucky and pull something off with that.
Yes. And I just remembered that we started getting a lot of questions about our future plans for esports after we announced this invitational. Well, we are going to address some of the biggest questions at the end of the show, so stay tuned if you would like to find out what we have planned so far.
Yeah, we have a lot to talk about on that front too, and if you have any specific questions, tweet them again at the PU Battlegrounds account. Can't promise they'll all be asked, but we'll try and get some of the important ones in there as well as just feeding you the information we already have at the moment. So, let's get that 64-player graphic back up on screen, and let's talk you through some of these players that, as you mentioned, you may not have previously known. Well, we'll start around this left-hand side of the screen and make our way down through the list. Sammy, are there any standout players in there that you want to highlight a little bit more?
Well, Lost Aiming has been playing Battlegrounds a lot during Alpha. He's known for a very, fun play style. And then he brought in this teammate, Machine TV, who is a great duo with him. So I expect to see a very entertaining stream on his channel. And then we have Saisin and Kat, which are very experienced Battle Royale players. They have been playing Battle Royale for many years, so it's going to be exciting to see them. They have been, getting a lot of support from the community. But then we have, new players that we didn't get to see a lot on Twitch last year, such as Perny Hoff and Sandcool TV. We have, Cake, who's also a big Arma 3 BR streamer, and he has been getting a lot of support from his Russian community, so it'd be interesting to watch his team play Battlegrounds tonight.
Yeah, we've got a lot of these players which have had a history in the old BR games, in all the iterations that PlayerUnknown has worked on and come on through and brought out. But Battlegrounds is a different game amongst all of this. It's a different beast in them all. And while a lot of these players like to play in that passive start of taking some distance from the plane and getting a vehicle and moving away from it, looting it up and coming back to fight, there's only so many places you can go in a map now, and people are starting to figure out these common spots, people are starting to figure out these common plays, and with our predictable vehicle locations, with the consistent vehicle spawns, there's not always enough to go around. So finding that opportunity and making the most of your drop is a very powerful tool in this instance, but it comes down to being a very quick decision, because it's all done on the fly as the plane will drop you out of an unpredictable location, sometimes through.
So it's going to be exciting to see what is going to happen in the first 20 minutes. Are people going to go to the military base, or are they going to try to parachute into the area that is as really far from the military base? So that's something to look out for. And just because you're a skilled sniper doesn't mean that you're going to win this. You have to be very cautious in battlegrounds, and looting is really important. So there's a little bit of skills and everything involved.
Yeah, and while we're talking all this time about the different skills here today, and we've got the ratings of these players and their placements on the leaderboards at the moment, there's some other interesting statistics which I know a lot of people want to look at. And with the inclusion of the 1080 Ti from Nvidia for the player with the most kills at the end of the game, some of these are so important. Looking through our list right now, in all these players here taking part, Pyro Mentalist, Andy Pyro in the game currently holds the highest kill count of anyone on this image, with nearly 3,000 kills across all his games in duos, solos, and squad play. With second place being Outsider, who, while Outsider is top of the duo leaderboards, from again of the 64, his kill count is 2,228. It's a big gap between Andy and Outsider.
Well, that doesn't mean that he will get the most kills tonight. We'll have to see and find out.
Yeah, exactly. So on pure solo games, that's where Andy's shining. Andy has nearly 2,000 of his kills in solo alone. But when it comes towards the duos list, then we start to see a different story. Pacife TV, one of our French streamers, you see down in the bottom right-hand corner there, is actually way out in front, nearly 200 kills more than, once again, who is Outsider in second place with 900. Outsider is that player that has been consistent through all game modes and all types right now, always up there near the top.
So, I guess we are ready to kick this off, aren't we?
We're ready to open the lobby. We're getting our players on through now, so they'll be given that password and coming on out. So if you are watching any of those streams, they should be getting out of whatever they're doing and getting in towards that lobby in a moment. We do have a special mode set up for this game today, in that when these streamers die, when one of the two dies, they'll be spectating their teammate, same as any other game, same as if you were just queuing up for your own game right now. But once both members of a team are dead, they will gain full access to the observer tool themselves. So you'll be able to watch your favorite streamers through the entirety of the match, even if they die early, from their perspective, flying around with free camera and having a look at the goings on of everyone else in the game, and what it may be coming on and what may be going on from that angle there too. So there's plenty of content and no reason to stop watching any of those the entire time.
Right.
Meanwhile, here we will have that full observer camera the entire way through from the start to finish, and I will be joined by Marek Tunadev, our gunplay programmer, for the course of those games. So from him, we'll get a lot of insight on the mechanics of the game, the weapons specifically, as that is his wheelhouse, and what and how the player's behavior reflects some of the way the game is made.
While we're going to, use the observer tool to commentate on the entire, session, it'll be very interesting to find which streamer is the best commentator. Because I know that some of the streamers wanted to join this invitational to show off their commentating skills.
Yes, there's some that not so subtly we're very excited about dying early, so that they could then go on through and commentate instead. But hey, the opportunities, as we mentioned, our plans for esports we'll go over a little bit later on. Plenty of opportunities for people that want to shoutcast and want to broadcast this game coming in the future, and why not get a little bit of extra practice in early on? But you can still do that while supporting Gamers Outreach and getting a lot of money for charity. Over the course of just, again, as we went live, we started this stream live already at $16,000, which is incredible. We are now just set to break the $19,000 mark, which again is incredible. Thank you guys so much for that. Remember, every dollar up to 100,000 is being matched by a Bluehole today. So we are aiming for a minimum of $200,000 today, chat. if we conclude that matching with everything you guys are going to go for. That is our goal, that is our aim, and hopefully by the end of the day, Gamers Outreach will be in a very good spot.
Yes. I'm so excited for this. So are we ready for the real Battle Royale?
The real Battle Royale? I mean, I hope so. We do want to reiterate and do remind people, it is still an early access game. It is still 5 weeks through.
Yes.
There may be bugs, there may be glitches, there may be a crash here and there. We have some plans in place to deal with a few of them, and players can reconnect through the spectate function. But if someone dies to a bug or if someone disconnects out and is unfortunately still alive, in this situation, there's not a whole lot we can do about that. This tournament is for, as we said, for charity. It's for Gamers Outreach and exposure more than it is finding out who is truly the best. We will be running tournaments for competitive outlooks. We'll be running tournaments based around finding the best players in the future, but we want to focus on making sure the game is stable first and making sure the game is at a point where they can really showcase their talent and showcase their skill before we put too much pressure on it, so that we're not, as we said, falling down to bugs and glitches that an early access game is bound to have.
Yes. And there also has been a lot of requests coming from the community about whether we're going to make the custom game feature available to the members of the community or small communities that are outside of the dev team. We are definitely interested in supporting those events, but we have a plan that we're working on, and we'll announce that later this month.
Yes, exactly. We do want to open it up to the content that we've already got coming out of our YouTubers, as well as our Twitch streamers, as well as just anyone that has been enjoying our game, has been overwhelming, and we want to keep that going. We want to make it easier for you guys to make more content and to keep that flow coming out. And we understand that custom games are a big part of that. We just want to make sure when we do roll them out to everyone, we do it in the best and the fairest way possible to them all. We're using our partner program here at the moment as a nice early test for it, and it does seem to be going down very, very well. It is a popular feature that is working nicely for all the people involved, and yeah, we do not want to hold that off for too long. We just need to find the best way to do it.
Yes. So I guess now is the time to invite Marek here, and then we can get the matches rolling.
Yes, definitely so. We'll invite Marek on in and start talking a little bit more in depth about the game and get the games going as the players are all into the lobby. So Sammy, thank you very much for sitting here with me and going through these early points.
I'll be back with the winners later.
Yes, back with the winners. Sammy will come back and join us through, and as we said, ask us and feed us some questions about the esports program as it goes on through, and what we have planned for later on. And then we'll round out the prize award the winners and talk a little bit more about charity, and then wrap things up and go off towards North America later on this afternoon. So, as Marek sits himself down and gets himself ready, I want to know from the chat, through the spam of emotes, I want to know, chat, spam the emotes for your favorite streamer to win this European Charity Invitational. Who gets the most emote spam in chat? We'll see who can who the fan favorite is for this. Tunu, thank you very much for joining me. Please introduce yourself a little bit more to the chat. We've given them that you're the gunplay programmer here in the game, but give us a bit about your history, your past.
Hello everyone, my name is Marek. I've been working here for about half a year now. Yes, I'm a programmer. I'm the guy who actually designed and implemented most of the current gunplay system. I also work on implementing some of the audio features and working with animation and this kind of stuff. So
there's some rumors floating around that you may have had a professional past of your own.
Professional past, yeah. I used to be, well, you can say a pro gamer. Pro gaming didn't exist very much in my country to the level that it is now. But yeah, I went to some tournaments, won some prizes. So yeah, when I was young.
Yeah, when I was young, he says. So yeah, so we've got that. We've got Tuna here to join us. He is the man behind a lot of the gunplay and a lot of the weapons we have in here at the system as things stand. I want to, and I know I'm putting you on the spot here and going with a lot of things here. We changed a lot of the weapon balance in the last patch. We changed a lot of the way the assault rifles and the attachments and things worse, but we didn't go into too much detail about what it was that we did to those. Can you give a little bit more to the community about what it was we tweaked on each thing?
Yeah, first of all, we don't give out details just because the system changes all the time. So eventually we'll release the list of all the weapon stats and correct damage and the amount of recoil, but because it's still a heavy work in progress, we don't release such details just yet. What we changed, we upped the animation recoil and the amount of weapon kick. This is how much your cursor moves after firing a shot, and some people like this change and some people hated this change. We decided to implement this because the gunfights on closer ranges up to 100 meters used to be very fast. You could put 5 bullets into a target, standing or crouching targets, and kill him almost instantly before he can react. So we thought this decision would increase the skill cap and lengthen the gunfights. And
it definitely seems to have worked out through the streams and things I've been watching recently. Let's get that 64-player graphic back up again and see what Marek's input is on some of these streamers, because we here in the office will walk around, regularly find groups of developers huddled around a monitor watching streams and seeing how our guys are playing this through, one, professional curiosity and taking feedback in and learning how people play a game, and two, just straight up for being fans of these streamers and their entertainment value. Who in this lineup stands out to you as someone to watch for?
Actually, it's hard to tell because I don't know most of the streamers. I'd say that Sacriel and Break are probably my favorites because I saw them the most. I saw how they play. They're very good. Hazy also is a pretty good player, but overall it's really hard to say.
Yeah, sticking with the old school BR players as it comes through. We are mere minutes away from getting into this game. We're starting on the dot of 2 AM, actually, as it is here in Korea. Checked my watch at the moment. Yeah, we are, of course, in Korea in the development studio here for Battlegrounds, which is technically on Friday, May 5th at the moment, while you guys are all at home going on through. So as the players trying to fussle on in, we're looking for that. On terms of the loot spawns, because this is the early game that we're going to look at, on terms of the way these players have started. We talk about Break, Sack, Haze. They all like to grab these cars and spread out and go across the map, pick up loot all over the place. There is a lot of community speculation about where you can find the best weapons and what weapons spawn in what locations. And while, yes, it's very obvious that towns and military bases and containers and whatnot have higher concentrations of loot, is there categories in which you'll have certain military buildings or you'll have certain residential buildings which have different loot tables, or is everything on one?
Actually, while still being fully random, you have just bigger chances for going to places with more loot spawns in general, because of being random is just more samples to find better gun, but also different buildings have different concentrations per category. So we limit how much guns can spawn, for example, in a building or in a node, and based on that, we calculate the rest. So
yeah. So it's not that building looks like it's full of guns, therefore it's going to have those guns. It can have just the same chance of a weapon spawn as the bathrooms in someone's house, sort of thing. While there's a higher concentration in a military area, in the military compounds, they can still be all over the place. And looking over towards nope, my mind went back. Looking towards the way vehicles spawn right now, we're looking at obviously the very guaranteed spawns, which everyone knows about in the garages, which are there for the Dacias and now the motorbikes. But we also regularly have vehicles spawning along roads, which always seem to come out in groups of 4 or 5 in a very short space of the road. Is that something that's intended, or are we looking to spread them out a little bit more?
This is not intended. Actually, we thought about different implementations for the system that should spread them out across the island, or leaving it totally random. So it's still not final. Which system is more fair, to having it more random, to having it spread across the island evenly. So right now, yeah, it's totally random, and if you find 4 in one place, it's just luck.
Yeah. So when it comes to this lobby, when it comes to the game we're about to see, 1, all the players should be in there in just a second. 2, the game mode is exactly the same as you would find if you were queuing into into the Battlegrounds queues right now. Everything is set to default, the blue speed, the red zones, it's all the same except the costume spawns. We've turned off all the costume spawns, so that ups the options for all the weapons and the armor, the consumables, and gives them more locations that they could spawn. So there's a little bit more of everything that you'll see in these levels. So I'm really excited. I don't know if I can portray well enough, just to get in and get this game going and get our players playing this first round. I'm getting the all clear from the from our little producer that all the players are in the lobby and should be good to go in just a second. So that will be on your screens any second now. Going straight out of the playing tuner, do you have a favorite place to go? Do you have a town you always aim for?
Actually, it depends on the direction if it's on the path, but usually my three favorite spots is either Pochinki or the police station, or some people call it the prison, or the hospital, the far north.
The hospital, yeah. And I know a lot of streamers in this group, and especially in the North American group, that are big fans of Pochinki and diving straight into that building. We also, by the way, chat, have strongly suggested the streamers all leave their proximity voice chat on, because we are invited teamers. We know everyone in here. They all have good audio equipment, and hopefully we'll see some amusing interactions between some of these guys as they run across one another and meet each other out in the world. So again, where we said if you tweet at us with some of your funniest moments, with some of the clips from throughout the course of the day that have entertained you the most, there's a real chance that you can win copies of the game and some Astro gift packs. Hopefully, some of these guys have left their proxy voice on enough to help us with that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see, as they load into the spawn island, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over, and on top of that, you can see in the top right-hand corner right now, $22,000 has already, nearly $23,000 has already been raised. So thank you so much for that as we kick it off. So, everyone in, and look who's gone straight for the weapons. Break, Sacriel, Forsen, straight in for the guns to go and shoot each other. Those names don't really surprise me. So, any second now they'll jump on the plane. And ladies and gentlemen, our first PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds Charity Invitational is officially underway. Feels good to say it. Feels good to get it started. We'll bring the map up and find out exactly where the plane's coming in. Oh, this is a good one. This is going to spread a vast way across the map, going from that top northwest corner all the way down through the middle of the map. Oh, aiming for Pochinki. It's very possible here. We could really see people drop down onto that.
Actually, I don't know, because this time it's real. You know, it's not your usual round where you just can start over this tournament. So I think people prepared some special tactics for this.
True, let's watch as they start to spread out now. Forsen and Nenny heading up onto the coast in the northwest. Lost Aiming and Machine TV up towards Stabler. Kind of landing right now in the middle of a lot of nothing as far as loot buildings go, and they're being chased up that way. Jari and Hamath heading down towards Roshok, in fact, with Kat and Sai down into that apartment building next to the school. Meanwhile, towards the very end of the plane, it's starting to get really busy. Hazen squad in there, firmly right on the edge of Pochinki, Katie, Rue, and friends. But yeah, Pochinki itself, completely abandoned by everyone. And what did we talk about going straight for vehicles and trying to drive to safety? Sacriel, and I'm going to presume break inside that car with him, driving straight off and down to Lebovka to get things underway. Now, Ponyhof, Sanko TV, they found themselves a nice little group of isolated houses up here, but not always enough to kit out 2 players in such a small group of buildings. Over towards the hospital, we have a few people starting to engage. You can see from the spectator overview when their names are flashing red, they've recently either taken damage or fired a weapon, which is what Mahepawanga has done. He and Moondai chasing Outsider, who was, as I mentioned, a favorite to win this. Outsider with a lot of very high statistics and great placements across all the leaderboards is being chased away from the first buildings he went to by Moondai, and Moondai has an AK. He's going to try and pop these shots off at a long range with this AK. It's going to be tough ones to land, but it's forcing him to serpentine, forcing him to hide behind those rocks, and with every second that Moondai is wasting for that loot option, Outsider gonna have a tougher and tougher time. Oh, Moondai's decided that's a shot he's not going to land anywhere. He's going back to looting. Outsider lives to fight another day and will go and join 3T Butts in the farming compound next to him. The first circle is up on the map now, and most of our players are inside it, but some of those ones that have started off in the northwest are having a little bit of a tougher time. AP Video and TTV Xerox are in these 3 containers buildings spawning out by the hospital. Jamdar, is Jamdar running at them with just a grenade? Yeah, he has no real weapons. He has just a grenade in a backpack and is heading towards those buildings. Changes his mind as he realizes there's people in there. Scoom, his teammate, is up on the hillside behind him with a 9mm pistol. And AP Video's inside with a scar. Not where he wants to go. So he heads across towards the hospital instead, which is surprisingly actually completely empty of players. Top right-hand map. Down along the bottom edge of the coast, most people are, while close by, no longer in any kind of fight. It has just fallen back in towards a looting game, shooting for a building each. But a lot of these players are in very small concentration, very low concentration buildings, and there as a result is not a lot of things to choose from. So when it does come to finally moving towards the circle and finally having fights, there's not going to be a lot of weaponry, not going to be a lot of medication afterwards to keep them afloat. But everyone still alive right now as they push on through. Break and Sakura, I don't know why Break's flashing red. He's either jumped off the building and taken damage, or anything else is going through. But Break over there in Milta Power Station with no players around is flashing up some damage. Yeah, he's taken a little point. He jumped off a building. He's taken like 2-3 points of damage, so jumping off somewhere is what caused that from Break. As far as the weapons go, he still hasn't got any though. Sakura has an AKM, but Break... Oh, he has a shotgun, but it's on his back, so it doesn't show up on our overlay screen. But still, not a lot of guns floating around for some of these players right now. Are you? And Inductive heading to the top left-hand corner of the map, heading to Jaki. This is one of the least visited places, I think. We have statistics. Can we analyze where all our players go?
Actually, I don't know the heat maps. So just assume that, yeah, those far edges of the map, loot-wise and let's say heat-wise, they're not very popular.
No, yeah, Jaki especially doesn't have a vehicle spawn of its own, so people tend to avoid it because getting back from there is a challenge. But if DrDisRespect and Inductive can find themselves anything, they are nice and close to the circle, thankfully, up here, so they can spend quite a while looting the entire town, which is completely deserted. Revolvers coming out and a couple of backpacks and level 1s, and of course the infinite rumor of having no shoes on makes you quieter.
Actually, we have different samples for shoes on or shoes off, but we try to DB match all of those. So maybe there's a difference in characteristic of the sound, but the loudness, perceived loudness, is exactly the same.
Yeah, so the actual decibel levels is exactly the same. So they are looting there completely fine and away from everyone. Meanwhile, we are looking at Katie Ruin team heading straight up towards Xeon in a car each. You see driving straight at this combination, actually on the back of a bike, so they don't know the others are there. So they're going to go straight on past Katie and Sada, driving straight through the open. And now we know that motorbikes right now are finicky creatures, and staying alive is an art, so to speak.
Oh yeah. Actually, most of the players don't know that they can fire from SMGs and pistols from the rear passengers, not just from the
just from the sidecar. So where Katie's sitting there on the back of that bike, she can still fire and assist should they get into any kind of combat. As it is, they drove completely safely past the guys looting in that small town, and nothing has come towards harming them anytime yet. But they are heading over towards Septic Falcon and team. So that may not last for too much longer as they head in towards another couple of buildings, which are there, we do promise. As you mentioned, it is an early access game. We do have known bugs, and well, yeah, this is a very well-known one at the moment, which is being worked on. Meanwhile, Serenity and Fred, you can see them here, are heading towards this barn and over the hillside. Fred's running himself, OT7, they're running himself a Vector, and Serenity running an Ump, two of the most powerful, most popular SMGs. As far as they compare against each other, what are we looking like on the damage front?
The damage front, damage per bullet is almost exactly the same, but they differ heavily on muzzle velocity, because Vector is a 45, muzzle velocity is much slower.
Patty and Theo are drive They're chasing Moondai and Mahipawanga now. Paddy is taking a lot of damage from the AKM of Moondai in that car in front as they are chasing him along the southern coast. Now they don't have a lot of time to do this because the circle's on its way in and they've got to head north, but Paddy is getting nailed by Moondai here and they have to pull off and heal up. So getting away from that fight, which it seems like they started, going back to what they think is safety and heading to somewhere else, but K-Drop is hiding in here with Ninard and they are going to drive straight past them in a second, and these guys have weapons as well. Paddy does not have a lot of health. Tio gets taken straight out of the driver's seat. Ninard, Paddy has jumped across into the seat himself and will try and drive off to safety. Tio's game being our first player dead in the entire invitation. And Paddy, after all that damage he took from Moondai, is actually the one to escape and successfully drive on off. No! K-Drop just got him! What a shot! Right at the edge of it, as Lost Aiming at the same time has taken down Fox, knocked him out with a Scar-L. We'll see as and what's going on over there and find if we can see those two. See if Lost Aiming can finish Fox off or if that fight can continue and succeed elsewhere. They're up in Saverny, so you can see he's obviously down, but he's in cover. He may be getting revived. Mindine, Lost Aiming, Machine TV are cautiously pushing towards them. Any noob is looking to take the fight instead of heal up Rainbow Fox. He's going to try and even out the numbers. Actually, no, he did revive. He got straight knocked out again. Rainbow Fox got immediately knocked back down and quickly finished off by Lost Aiming. Shuts any noob out for our second dead pairing. Lost Aiming took a little bit of damage from that, but ultimately nothing they can't heal up as they head to another safe spot because they're already in the circle themselves as well. So, MK are 3-3 in Bonklol. Themselves as they're fighting. Yeah, Oshi and Serenity up on the hillside. Oshi does have a scar in relation to his Vector as well, so can try and take some of these fights at a little bit of a longer range. Going to turn to run and head up the hillside behind. Watch, but they have to get past Fred and Emily. They have to get past OG7 and Serenity to get into the circle. Bonk takes damage as he's headed up the top, but it's from Serenity's ump, so at that kind of range, 9mm rounds don't.
Yeah, it has bigger damage drop of overrange compared to ARs.
No. Back and forth. MKR is just looking for an opportunity to safely move on up there, but Oshi Fred has taken a lot of damage from that player behind from Bonklol. He has healed it up and it has decided it's time to move on. This early in the game, you don't want to go out. You don't want to lose to a fight so early on when there's so much left to go with, and choosing to fall back right now when you have so much space to play with, so much opportunity to get to another safe, defensible, I think the right choice ultimately. As we see the blue start to come in, we start to see our first few loot goblins show themselves. Youngbei and Suntouch still in the blue out here on the military base. Sacriel and Break are also still over at Milta Power, taking damage from the electricity field as well. And this early version of the circle doesn't do a whole lot of damage and can be easily ignored by these players, providing they have some kind of vehicle to get themselves to safety. As far as Suntouch and Youngbei go, don't actually see one anywhere nearby. I thought they would have one left by the buildings, whatnot, but they're heading towards the road instead, and there's no car waiting for them there. So they may be in for quite a long run.
I think they have one.
There is a Jeep,
here, yeah.
But do they know it? That's the question. Yeah, so it's a Jeep further down the road. It does look like Youngbei has spotted it. They are heading directly down towards that location. Meanwhile, Mithrain has been knocked out by Netu CSGO. They are stuck in that little police tower on the corner in the T-junction. And Pyro has a Kar 98 to fire on him from this range. Guys are pinned. Mithrain is down. Zeon is on top of him. He has got the revive off, so they are both back standing. Meanwhile, KT Rue has been taken out by Hotted elsewhere, and Minder has knocked out Pierre. But we're looking at these two who are stuck just behind this wooden hut. They drove themselves up here, looking for an opportunity to hide perhaps or loot these buildings in that buggy, but as soon as they got out they were fired on by Netu and Pyromentalist from inside. Good use of the smokes here, help cover an angle, but now they're both inside a red zone. Both these pairings are going to have to move from the bombs shortly. No coverage, they should be able to get into the car. Yeah, Mithrain has already managed to move himself away from here, get himself inside the building and able to heal up a bit further, but Andy's still got that Kar 98, only a 2 scope on it though, to try and land these shots at a distance, so it's going to be a challenge. Yeah, wounds that are being bandaged actually belong to, I believe, Mithrain and Zeon in there, so small spectators shoot. Again, early access, but shows the action bar of the players with the straight at. We are still at 57 players alive, which is a lot more than I personally expected at this point in the game. Players spread out a lot further than I thought they would. There was a less engagement early on, but it's not going to last so much longer as everyone of these players is now carrying the house from the blue. From the red zone. We do have our next circle on show. It's coming a little bit in from the coast. Sacral and Break, you see, have just made it inside that second circle. So they've gone from being one of the furthest pair outside it to getting now in. DrDisRespect and Minder, both very low health in this combination of buildings, as they've just finished off picking off another pairing on the right-hand side. Yeah, haven't healed themselves too far up right now. DrDisRespect has got painkillers and energy drinks running. He's got 3 bars to up. It doesn't appear that they have any proper medkits or bandages to do it in. Get on inside. Maybe they were just waiting to get inside the blue bit. Suntouch and team coming up, Young Bay coming up from that military base all the way. Are a little bit low again thanks to the blue, but they have plenty of edge being the only team with that military base. They've got a lot of pressure on them. Should have plenty to go around the circle as well. No one anywhere nearby that's going to pick them off as soon as they come out. Everyone else has already made their move towards the next stage, because we are only a minute 30 out from that, but it does mean the action is picking up. Septic Falcon and Kenson in the top left, up by Jarki, are fighting a combination. You see the running man's left alone now against 2 Septic Falcon and Grimmmz pieces. Has this shotgun in hand, and they are inside this house. This can do a lot of damage at very short, and to be fair, quite long range. Pieces doesn't have a whole lot of health to play with, but Running Man's has to take this time to heal up a little bit. Skirts around the building looking for one of them. Septic Falcon has an SKS and is at a distance trying to cover his team here. So getting one or both of these is going to be a challenge for Running Man. And he has ultimately... No, can't decide if he wants to turn and run or not. On the corner of that building though, Septic Falcon is ducked around to his left. And appear to have vision on him just yet, isn't sure, and I believe on the roof to his right, there we go, you see jumping off the roof. Last play, rattle out from that AK. Running Man knocks down Grimmmz pieces with ease, but is not aware for the rush of Septic Falcon, who can finish Running Man off with that SKS in close quarters and will be able to revive his teammate Grimmmz pieces. Serenity and Oshi7, while falling back from their original fight, have now got back into combat with Minder and Co. And while Minder knocks down Oshi, Serenity trades back, knocking out DrDisRespect. So it is back to a 1v1 here. Minder tucked inside this building with a shotgun, has his teammate outside and downed. We've also got Suntouch and Youngbay driving past close by, but Minder did use his shotgun to finish Serenity off and shut out that pairing before reviving DrDisRespect. So we are working our way through the squads. Got some time to heal up in here. Noddy coming on through. Youngbay and Suntouch, again, like Sacral and Break, have gone from being a long way out of the circle, a long way out of the first blue, to now diving deep in and going through the second section. They're coming straight past Xeon and Mithrane here, but these guys are still pinned by Natu and Pyro from inside that garage station, so they're not going to stop anywhere near that. We'll just keep driving through the pair of them and move on to the next stop. Youngbay gets dropped out by Mithrane. Nice shot. He just decided to not let them drive out straight through. Shoots them straight out of the car from that police tower. Suntouch takes no damage whatsoever, but just loses his teammate on the middle of that bridge and is now in a solo play mode. We also have one other player running around in a solo situation at the moment, as only 52 are left alive. But in doing that, Mithrane and Xeon actually expose themselves to Natu and Andy Pyro again, and once more, one of them is down low. He's going for some impressive long-range shots if you can pull them off, but with only the 2x scope, it's a little bit ambitious. Has to focus a little way back more now on Mithrane and Xeon inside that police tower. They are all inside the circle, so they can stay here for quite a while and keep themselves safe without having to worry about the blue. The circle is coming in once more, and there are some players on the edge of it. Sacral's been down, but Break has just revived him. He's got no helmet left anymore, but is revived. Raymond and Jessapia out on the edge do have eyes on him and will have been the reason and the man to down Sakura, but they are being flanked now around the right by Break. They are both behind the same tree, and Break has good rock coverage here, while Sakura's down on the right-hand side. Looking up and over towards the tree. Bonklol's taking out Ferris and Mikael's taking a Hybrid Panda elsewhere, but Sakura's knocked out Jessipaya now. So behind that tree, Raymond is now in a 1v2 where Break and Sak have good coverage on his flanks. Sakura's going to push aggressively forward. He has that AK with the... oh, never mind. Doesn't need it. Breaks finished off Raymond as he went back to try and heal it up. So a hairy moment as Sakura was down. Needs to find a helmet on these two, but ultimately... good positioning from the combination of Break and Sakura to flank on those pairing who, while started out well getting that down, got themselves a bit pinched behind one tree. Meanwhile, Tommy from the two Angry Gamers and Stoddy are still looting up through some of these container buildings right on the edge of the blue, and to their right, or to the left, sorry, Bonklol and MKR aren't on full health either. Why is Bonklol taking that much damage? Was that from Stoddy and Tommy? Did they land a shot over that distance? I don't think there's a clear line of sight there. If they did, that's incredibly impressive. But Bonk is healing up inside this house. He's got full boost running and is using a couple more bandages while inside to get himself healed up. But the blue is about to hit this white circle and they're about to have to make a move again. We are still at 48 teams left alive, as everyone is playing very passively at the moment. They try and get themselves into those top numbers as much as possible. Oh, this circle is moving very poorly for a lot of our teams. Stoddy and Tommy going to make a run quickly across the field and try and get out of here before MKR and Bonk have finished their healing. That may be the right call. They've also got just enough distance and trees between them. They may get away without being spotted. The vast majority of our teams right now are outside the new safe zone, so this is about to get very active as they make their move in. Suntouch and Youngbei being pinned down by Outsider and 3T Butts, who have position inside the building. Suntouch, of course, lost his teammate earlier on across that bridge and is now alone because of it, but has good defilade to keep himself hidden from these pair and is actually just being a bushwookie, hiding himself away, playing as safely as he can now that he doesn't have that second set of eyes. It's interesting looking through the statistics on all of our players and all of the guys in this. The longest kill is 1.3 kilometers. It's huge. But the average long kill distance is nearly 300 meters higher in duos and squads than it is in solo. Players are feeling a lot safer and a lot more confident in going for these long-range shots, these long-distance shots, when they have those squad mates, those other eyes looking out for them and covering their backs.
This is also related to the bug that actually the only accurate, really accurate long-range shots statistics are for solos, because the statistic is counted when the player actually dies, so you can shoot someone, drive off, and it counts as a long-range kill. So yes, we need to fix this actually.
So there's some of that in there too. Edberg then pushing up behind Utoric and Hayes here. Utoric is very, very low. Hayes has an ump and Edberg's pushing up close. Hayes could do a lot of damage to him here, but Utoric is getting off to safety. Hayes sees him and does turn to down Edberg without taking much damage. They were both going for the drop that's just around here, but they have not alone in this, as there's more players now down the hill behind Utoric. Hayes moves across and does shut down Edberg while he's on the floor, but Hotted is still firing on towards his squad mate. Utoric is still very, very low. While Hotted doesn't have a lot of health himself, he has that position and he has that ACOG to start firing towards them. Hayes darts away as Utoric gets an angle on Hotted and shuts him out. They have had to give up on the crate, but picking up 2 kills for her like that will not be a bad trade. Meanwhile, Minder and Deadly Slob have snuck up behind them and are still watching over this crate. So if Hayes and Utoric think they're safe to continue going for that drop, they may be in for a bad day. This pairing have used all that information, that they heard all those shots, they gathered all of that topic, and have set themselves up in a good position to watch over this. Hayes still with that ump as well, does not fare too well on an engagement over that distance. So goes for it to position himself very well to hide behind that crate. Meanwhile, 15 seconds before the circle comes in, and while both of these squads are outside of it, at least Slob and Minder are closer, and as a result will have slightly more time to play with when getting to that circle. Chandra has done the Ghost inside and on the top edge, up by Severny. We still have a couple of squads fighting it out. Minder actually decided to go for the crate. They waited long enough. They now decide it's time to go and take a shot, and he's found himself an AWM. Can they get to the circle in time, and can they keep this alive? Or will they be caught getting to the edge with Utoric and Hayes coming up behind them? And meanwhile, AP Video is taking out Jar with a quick Scar L headshot. She's down though, could be revived in a bit. As Deadly Soul and Minder finish looting that AWM, decide it's time to get moving. AP Video credited the kill with Jari as Xerox finishes Haymoth off as the move towards the circle starts to come through. A little bit of damage on the pair of these, but they've got some time if they don't run too close to Forsen and friends when trying to clear it up. Falling a little bit further down the hill, going to loot the bodies of it. Realizing they've got a little bit of time, but 3T Butts has opened up a kill onto Natu. So are those squads? Natu finally getting out of that police tower, finally getting unpinned. He's only found by other teams. Finished off. Bonklaw's ran over Sada with a vehicle. Sada plays, ran over by Bonklaw. Somewhere out on their way towards the building. Daisy RU's coming up behind Xerox right now. They were in a vehicle of their own. They've just straight up ran over AP Video. Nuktiv in the driver's seat getting credited with that. And AP Video is a long way outside the circle here for his squad mate to try and revive him. That may be it. That may have just written his life off, taking him out of the picture. Meanwhile, Noisy Boy and Ngoti are hiding inside the crater caused by that plane crash with Nanny Panny and Forsen off to one angle. Now Onuktiv and Daisy RU coming from the other side. So these guys are about to get sandwiched in, but if Onuktiv and Daisy don't know they're in the circle in that crater, they may be able to pop up on here. They have a Thompson too, so at this close range, they can tear through them. Gertie firing down towards Daisy RU. Onuktiv managed to get himself behind the tree. Daisy's hiding behind the car, so we do have good cover on the pair of them, and they're all inside the circle, with the grenades starting to come out. And if landing in the right spot, these can really shake them up. Onuktiv taps AP Video down from a distance. Onuktiv turned behind and found that flank coming through. AP Video shut off outside the blue. And another car pulls up to join it. Minder comes around behind. Daisy RU pulls his shotgun out to try and take the two of them down, while MKR has taken a little bit of damage from that blast. It's nothing too serious, and they are able to drive off, continue to safety. We have another circle on the map. Let's see where it shows us. It's right in the middle of everything here. We've got fights going off around the edge, all the sides. On the east flank, there's a heavy number of players. A lot of them down and a lot of fight going through. 3T Butts taking that Bonklaw and finishing MKR off there as soon as they got out of their car. Tommy Rage has knocked out Sakuril over on the west side of the bridge, and Mankundra actually has one of the few safe spots inside the white zone here. Gibson Pieces is pushing up towards him after having downed his teammate. They're just waiting to see him, not rushing for the revive, and it's a smart play. Oh, I'm sorry, not rushing to finish off Septic Falcon, who is Gibson Pieces' teammate. Mankundra has Non the Ghost on the far flank. They actually have a very spread position between these guys, and he's going to try and flashbang up and over the top. Gibson Pieces, that's going to blow up right in front of him, and he's going to have a tough time seeing Mankundra if he pushes for this way forward. But again, he's playing it safe and passive. Now he's going to go for it. This flashbang may have worn off by now. Does get over the edge, fires Gibson Pieces, goes for what shots he can with the hip fire. Does manage to pull it off on an already low health player. Only 5 bullets left in the weapon though. Break finishes off Stoddy, taking down Mirage's teammate. Didn't catch whether Sakura was finished by Tommy or if he is going to be revived again here by Break, but that is his second down, so it's a tougher time to revive him in the speed to deal with. Noisy Boy and Ngoti are fighting with Hayes and Utoric on the top of this hillside here. Down at the bottom behind that shack though, they're very pinned. Break, there we go, finishes off Tommy Rage. So that's Stoddy and Tommy both out of the game, both taken out by Break. Hayes continues to bandage himself up in anticipation of this next engagement. They also managed to drive here past the majority of the fighting in the blue and on the next side of the next white circle, but with 32 teams still alive, this circle is getting very, very cramped. Active Daisy are still fighting Forsen. Nanny Panny is very spread from Forsen at the moment, but she's safer because of it. K-Dop is coming up behind, and Hayes is very close to these two. Has that ump, and will switch out the suppressed weapon to try and fire them. Their car is very low health and is already smoking heavily. Need to get away from fire fast, but there's not a lot of places you can go right now where that's possible. And as if on cue, 3T Butts destroys their Dacia, blowing it out the water. Meanwhile, Jamdar taking it by Ngoti. Forsen's finished off Inductive with that headshot. Scoom finishes off Ngoti in return. And there's a lot of knocked out players suddenly around this map. The circle is pushing in, and you can see them all there on the horizon. Those red bars of knocked out players that are soon going to start getting hit by the blue electricity. But we got a good defensive position here from 3T-Butts and Outsider in the middle of the circle. Guys, we said, are a very, very strong combo, have great ratings, are very high on the leaderboards, and we're seeing why. They're good defensive position in the middle of the circle early on. Scoom finish off the goatee after killing Noisy Boy. Moondie now finds Sai Syndicate and Cat coming up the hillside. Sai gets down by Mahopawanga. Butchering his name, and I apologize for that, but Cat is still stuck down outside of the blue. Daisy IU finishes off Forsen, but Forsen gets the kill credit on Onuktiv. These are all players that are outside the blue and dying to the electricity being credited. Cat, now that the circle has hit the next stage, is taking a lot of damage from here and is trying to wait for that blue, smoke to bloom out and give him an opportunity to get to safety, but it's not going to happen. Mahopawanga grabs the second kill there, taking out the combination of both Sai Syndicate and Cat. Looking like he wants to go for the loot, but it's a dangerous play at this point in the game because that blue does a lot of damage. Down to our top 20 now. Lanks finish off Mithrain and Zeon with a frag grenade actually to get that second kill. Utoric has been picked off now by None the Ghost, meaning Hayes here is solo. Nani Pani, our first and only player so far to die to the play zone. Finished off by the electricity, just couldn't quite get in time. There are some more players outside the edge of it. Hunter Hayes' left, there's one holding off, but he's pinned by Mankundra and None the Ghost. They are being slowly flanked by a couple more, but they are cautiously pushing up and around. Outsider and 3T, but still in those buildings at the top of the hill. Hayes does spot None the Ghost and starts to tag him up, but can't do any serious damage. But those shots he's just pulled off will give his position away to Scoom, who's on the hill behind him. There, Scoom starts to fire down. Hayes hears it, wasn't aware of what it was, and actually in his favour, Scoom was firing at this same combo of Mankundra and None the Ghost. Doesn't appear to have seen Hayes behind this rock just yet, so Hayes has unintentionally got himself a little bit of support here. 30 seconds to go, and all of these players now are close to the edge. Scoom here at the top of the hillside just behind. It may have just there caught a glimpse of Hayes behind that rock. You can see the movement at the corner of the screen. Just over the hill, but as the fight continues, Hayes will knock down None the Ghost, and this is Scoom's chance to get to the safety here. While these guys are all distracted with each other, Hayes feeding off a second kill. Scoom could have been moving towards the circle. Interesting play that he hasn't. I'm intrigued why, because now he's decided to make his move after Hayes has killed the pair of them. He's going to take this fight, but Hayes turns on him, and Hayes, after fighting a 2v1, turns on Scoom while under fire and pulls off the kill, but he is very, very low and the blue's coming in. He's trying to loot at the moment. It's a slow circle at this point, so he can try and outrun it. He's going to pull for the heal. The damage is ticking on through. Don't think he realized. I thought he was already healing up with a medkit or something, but it doesn't appear that he was, and he will push towards the circle. Sacral finally killed off by Machine TV. Hayes has outrun this circle to get himself to the safety. There was no one there waiting for him, so he might get away with it. Meanwhile, Lost Aiming is pressuring on these houses with his teammate there being down, off towards the one side. But all of these players are once again inside the blue, so they can't stay here for long. Does finish off Break from outside the circle, and well, it was just a consolation kill, as now he will ultimately fall. Break gets killed with the machine, but Lost Aiming dies to the play zone. Anti-Pyro just drives inside the circle as a last second clutch as his health ticks down very, very low. Has got an opportunity to heal now. 3T-Butts and Outsider are still inside this building, right in the center of the circle as we hit the top 10. So, if we hit tab, we'll see who is still alive. Outsider and 3T-Butts there as a team. Andy Pyro is solo. Hayes still solo. Suntouch solo. Mahopawanga and Moondie there as a combo. Daisy RU solo, and Pacife TV and Twitch TV Kailank both there as a team. So, a lot of options and a lot of possibilities for who comes out of this. Hayes is spread off to one side. 3T-Butts and Outsider inside this building together. Gonna get surrounded from everyone at the moment. Andy Pyro's got himself back up health. Daisy RU off to one corner, and Hayes is right. There's Untouch on the edge of the bottom edge of the white circle. Has this team of Moondie Wanga coming up towards him. They, however, have spotted Andy Pyro down the hill behind them, and that's where their focus is put at the moment. Andy Pyro getting shot at by the pair of them, is trying to return fire, realizes that's not a fight he can take, and is off to try and get to safety. Not going to work, as he had absolutely no cover whatsoever, and he does get picked off at 9th alive spot. Hayes once again on the edge of this circle, still looking to heal himself up as the circle continues in now, so he's pushing forward. There's smoke grenades to try and cover him from outsider and 3T Butts. They don't have any other kind of distraction for him yet, so he's going from rock to try and get up towards this compound. Everyone else is on the far side of the hill, and Hayes is now being fired on from the windows. The pair of them trying to land these rounds, and he is getting to a sort of safety. But before he gets there, 3T Butts will finish him off and knock down Hayes. Kailank picked off a kill while that was all going on of one of our other solo players. Took a bit of damage himself while doing it, but Pacific is here to cover. Moondai flanking around to the right-hand side. They are going to see him in just a second. He hasn't spotted this pairing, so he's in full sprint. Now he sees them and starts to pop some rounds in their direction, but they've got good cover at the top of the hill by this tree and through the enfilade. The next circle is forcing 3T Butts and outside of their building, and there's Pacific downed by Moondai and Mahepwanga. Moondai finally gets the kill on Pacific after Kailank is finished off by his teammate, and Suntouch is our only solo player left now. Outsider and 3T Butts inside that compound can't stay there for much longer and are already moving. With a minute to go, we're down to a very small circle. Suntouch, I believe this is the same bush, is still hiding in, or very close to, the same bush, and it's going to work out for him as he finds Mahepwanga hiding behind that tree. Takes him down, isn't going to be able to down him, but now he's got to be aware of where Moondai is coming from. Still in that same bush. Moondai is looking for his position. Can't quite see which one he's in yet. Meanwhile, 3T Butts and Outsider are actually going to flank around here to Moondai's left, and if they time this right, he's going to be distracted trying to find Suntouch. As he pushes forward now to a bush of his own, realizes, I think, where Suntouch is hiding. Suntouch steps up as he tries to go for the revive, and he does manage to pick off Moondai for a second kill of that pairing from the same bush. But now, Outsider and 3T Butts have heard all those shots and are pushing towards that direction. They have that rock for cover, but Suntouch is right on the other side of it. He gets around to find 3T Butts and downs him. He hasn't got a lot of health left though, and does he know where Outsider's hiding? It does not appear that he does, because he's not covering his left-hand side too well. Now he catches a glimpse of him and gets hidden behind the rock. So as 3T Butts is downed and pinned between the two, Outsider looking for the best possible position to get around this rock. But Suntouch has a good angle here. He's trying to go for the heal, but this S12K peeks around the rock and quickly shuts it out for an Outsider 3T Butts first place position. Oh, I was rooting for Suntouch coming through there, I'm not going to lie. After hiding in that bush the way he did, his only 2 kills of the game coming on that 3rd place team that he wiped out. It's impressive.
I was hoping for him to get a kill and later heal up, but just rushed him. Nothing that he could do against S12K.
Yeah, that kind of range, that was going to blow him away no matter how much time he had to heal. So, there is the results of game number 1. We are looking at our top 10 and scrolling down through. Remember, points are awarded all the way through to the top 26 teams, starting at 1 at 26 and opening up to 50 at place 1. And after 2 more games, the team with the most points will be granted our victory. Simple as that. So, right there, 3T Butts and Outsider kicking themselves off with a nice round 50 points. And everyone else getting themselves something to play with. But they said, or we said, they were a team to look out for. They were a team to keep an eye on, and they've just shown us exactly why. So, that's game 1 in the bag. All things considered, pretty smooth.
Yeah, went okay.
Pretty smooth. So, we are going to back out of this one, get the next lobby made up, get all of our players lined up and back in and ready to go for game number 2. While we do that, we're going to go on to a short break to get everything looked over and try and sort out some of the technical issues you've been experiencing. We've been getting through this game and try and even this out for you guys. I can only apologize. Don't forget, all of these streamers are still streaming. You can go and watch all these games from their perspectives. You can go and grab clips from it, tweet them at us for a chance to win prizes, and don't forget to check out their donation links and help and support Gamers Outreach. That is why we are here. That is what we're looking for in this whole event, and we are on the cusp of $30,000 already with just 1 game underway. So thank you guys so much for your love and support so far, and with what we've got so already, and we'll see you in a moment or two with game number 2.
準備できた？
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So I want to start things off with, first of all, apologizing. We ran all the tests that we could, and everything seemed fine, but there are a lot of technical issues coming up now with settings, and we're working on fixing them as best we can. As with that, though, we're going to move forward and look towards our next game as the players are funneling into the lobby and getting good to go there. We're also going to host these games on the North American server. Again, we test everything on Europe during the week, fine, but today there seems to be a significant lag the players are reporting on game one, so we're hosting these North America by their request, so things should be better on that front too. Looking at the way the game played out, we had ultimately a very fair lane. It went straight through the middle of the map, gave a lot of options for players. Quite a slap bang over the middle of Pochinki, completely ignored.
Oh yeah.
And it resulted in a lot of our players staying very much spread and away from each other before the third or fourth circles.
The first few circles were a bit stale, but at the end of the game, I think the last circle was very interesting because sometimes it ends in the middle of the field or like very open plain. The end of the round is pretty predetermined by who has the last spot, but this one was tactical. Players actually had to listen where the shots are coming from, and actually, as you could see, they rushed him instead of waiting. I did to rush him because they knew he's alone.
Yeah, they knew he was alone. They had that L-side position. Plus, yes, he just downed his teammate, but low health because of the engagement, and his teammate was still downed on the other side of the rock. He has that extra pair of eyes still there in play. So yeah, being able to rush him and make something of that was helpful. On the note of our current state of donations, just before we went for our break, we were at about 28,700. We are now at 30,700, so we've broken that $30,000 mark. So thank you guys so much. Don't forget, us development, our studio here at Bluehole is matching every dollar up until 100,000. So if we can hit that 100,000 mark from you guys, we're going to donate a grand total of 200,000 to Gamers Outreach, and that is ultimately what we're here for today, supporting that amazing charity and to help the children. So much for the support you've already. Looking towards the next game, where do you see things changing from a lot of these players? We saw, as you say, some passive play and hiding in these buildings from the fronts, but we were looking at a lot of players actually choosing to run from a lot of these fights early on. When the past and in their normal streams and stuff, we've seen far more aggression.
Oh yeah, because like I said before, this is more real, so players try to be more careful compared to normal ranked matches. But also, I think we'll see a small change because the players who actually got the kills, they'll try to fight for the most skill reward.
Yeah.
So we'll see maybe somebody going for Pochinki this time. We'll see more people in the military base. I think players will learn from this round because they already know how it happened. So we'll see more variation.
I'm interested to see, if we get that 64 player graphic back up again, we can talk about some specific ones on here. I'm interested to see if anyone learned from the way their opponents or anyone played in their last game, because while you don't know who's around you and you don't know who your nearest teams are when you drop anything, if anyone realized or understood, outside and 3D belts go for that center of the circle very early on. They looted up and got good loot and went straight for somewhere close to the middle and dug in. Should anyone have realized that, should anyone know about that, you can go into that and either try and beat them there, you can go that and try and fight them out early, or when you know you've got 2 or 3 circles, so plenty of time to plan out and take your attack down to deal with those two. Or if they're just going to be allowed to do exactly the same thing again and hide deep in a defensible location until most everyone else has killed each other off around them. We didn't see too many people die to the play zone in that last round, so time management on most
seen a few,
okay.
Especially the ones who were like in the firefight.
Yeah, we saw a few that have been downed or were just engaged in another combat and low from it. But as far as players just raw miscalculating their when to get to the circle, just I believe just one fell down without any kind of interference on the circle. So there's some hoping to be said with that one, but people need to look at their positioning between circles so that you're inside the safety of the white zone, but how you set up for getting to next one, where do you to get through into the next step, or what is your path to the next set of safety, and it's waiting way rather than I'm in safe. That's it.
Yeah, you should always plan your next move.
Yeah.
And because it's duo, so you can cover more angles and you can have an actually path. Okay, if the circle is west, we go this way. If it's more to the east, they should always plan your next move. Yeah.
On the topic of the bombing zones, saw some red zones drop down. They didn't claim any victims in the game, but they were there. There's a rumor floating around. There's a theory floating around from Rickon that while they're random, they will never spawn in a location that has no players in it. There's always going to be someone in that red circle. Is that true?
Actually, I'm not 100% sure. I think they're random. They can spawn in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. All right. But no, we'll keep an eye on it as they go through, as this game unfolds. So, as we get the last few players into the lobby again and ready to go with game number 2, looking at the loot locations where everyone went last time, I'm interested to watch and see if anyone goes to the same exact spots again, or if it's all around the plane spawn and the pathing. Sacred and Break last time went down towards Milton Tower. We saw KT and Sada drop down towards Morsk on that edge of the map, and we saw a lot of other squads drop early and head towards that northwestern corner. Whether they follow those same paths or again just going to go down where the plane puts them, it's interesting. But one thing that every team did was out from the plane and spread. There was no one that went out from the plane and dive bombed straight underneath where it flew, which in the early days of the alpha and in the early days better, it made a lot of sense because a lot of players would come out of the plane and go straight down and be left underneath it. But now everyone has gone towards the flying at a distance and way to the point where actually going straight down again is sometimes the safest option.
Yeah, because people, this is a reasonable assumption. Okay, there's going to be a lot of people in the big cities, just like in usual games, but because it's a tournament, everybody tries to be extra careful because cities are a bit more random than small areas where nobody usually goes for. So I think that's why.
Yes. We'll see what they choose to do again. As another reminder and things here, guys, if you are just joining the stream, this is a charity invitation, as it's on the screen, and when it comes to Gamers Outreach, they are a charity which supports gaming solutions, supports children that are in hospitals for a long period of time that need that escape. For a lot of us and a lot of everyone, gaming is a form of escapism. It's a way to get away from life, a way to relax and forget about your problems or your worries. And sometimes these children need that more than anyone else. And Games Outreach are a charity that really helps support that and have so far provided a lot of support to a lot of players through the support of other Twitch streams and other events with the game past, and it's been fantastic. And because you guys have helped us and helped the Battlegrounds game grow so much over early access and over months, we wanted to use that power and use what you've given us to help try and give back to them. Great. So let's see what our little production crew and Airbrain's crew say about this lobby and find out how many players we need to get back in, because we can't be too far away from this just now, as we are looking for the last few to join on up. We did have a few issues with the EU servers in that last game, so we have moved them over to the North America region to help some players to stable it out. There isn't a guarantee that it will be a full fix because it's still early access and we're still working on small changes here and there, and the game will improve over time. But it was a request of the majority of the players playing, so give it a shot in there and hope it improves for them. Don't forget, guys, all of these guys are streaming on their own channels too. You can go and watch from their perspectives, watch from their third-person view, and see how the game looks to them direct from their stream. And when they die, if they die, once the entire team is dead, they will be able to spectate and use the full observer, just like you're seeing here on the stream from that point forward. So still keep an eye on everything that's going on. Favorite streamers from there. They also all have their own donate links open. We are tracking who and where a lot of those are from and seeing which channels have contributed the most, which can contributed the most. But I've got the all clear and the okay from production. We have all of our players in the game and should be go any second now. So once that comes through, we will have that lobby on us. So game number 2. We already have Outsider and 3T Butts with a full 50 points at the top of this game. Now, the way the point system is set up, can still gain a lot of points from the second win, and to as that combination, as Outside and 3-2 Butts go, they can drop quite significantly in standings if they don't get a good finish here too. So we didn't want it to be you win one game and you're home free and scot free. They can still have a struggle trying to win the prize if they fall outside the top 10 here. So there's a lot of pressure on them now to keep up that solid performance. As the plane comes in though, down from the bottom right hand corner of the map, down from the southeast of the map and straight up towards the north. So we do have another good spread of players across the entirety of the map. So far, some players heading to where they did before, Youngbei and Suntouch heading down towards the military base just like they did at the start of the last game. However, this time they're not alone going down there. Sacral and Break nowhere near Milter Power this time. Now, remember last time they dropped around by Rozhok and the crater area, grabbed a car and drove to Milter Power. This time they're dropping over by George Pol if they decide to drive off or fight in the area. And again, everyone is spreading left and right from the plane spawn. No one going straight down underneath it, despite it going over some prime loot spots.
Actually, people can also see if there's somebody dropping near them and change their course mid-flight. So this is also a safe way to play.
Yeah, but now it's laying largely unchanged majority of the flight. Boy and Ngoti then drop down on the southern coast next to a few barns and few buildings, but choose to ignore those and head closer towards some players. So we'll see what they choose and where they choose to go with it. Jari's already got a pistol out in those houses to the left of it. They're going to be driving for a while now. With those 5 buildings on the coast. Squad straight across the far field, and the first circle is once again up north of the map. Down on the base at the bottom south edge, Youngbei is already very low. Suntouch and Youngbei both have weapons now, but Moondai and Kwanga are holding firm inside the barracks. And on the on an hit in hand, looking to go aggressively to chase Youngbei down. This is a good play. They're in a 2v1 situation because Youngbei is so split away from his teammate. So these two can get on top of him, take him out while he's still solo. Themselves in a very powerful spot, flanking through and not actually giving themselves a lot of cover in the way they run on the edge though. Youngbei, whether he saw them over there or not, we're not sure, but he is for the safe route back one towards his teammate, two away from where these two are heading. They're less in the vein of hunting him and more in the vein of just finding other buildings. Let's run back towards them. And they find him. He had no idea to expect them in those buildings. While they knew they were around, he'd taken the damage. Didn't think they'd have got across to that location in the moment and run straight across and out in the open for an easy kill for Moondai. Downs him and finishes him off one magazine. So his teammate still over the other side of the military base. Plenty of distance between him and this pairing, and continue to loot and maybe find a way out to safety eventually. But got to play very, very cautious now for the rest of the game. Has no teammate to be got. Up in Severny, MKR and Bonklol are both very low as they've been fighting with Nerd and K-Dop. This pairing both have an UMP and an AKM and plenty of health to play with, while Bonklol's still running around with just a pistol. As far as the pistols go, how does the 1911 damage and stuff compare against the others? Because 7 rounds compared to 15 in a 9mm pistol sounds very skewed.
Deals almost double the damage. Has lower muzzle velocity, so with a silencer it shouldn't produce a sonic crack, and actually has a bit more recoil kick.
Right, so yeah, the damage is there, but it's a little bit harder to use. But also, we have lost one of our previous champions. 3T Butts is down. Pasiphae taking him out, while Outsider is still alive, keeping the hopes of that team alive. He only holds a double-barrel shotgun and is a long way from where his squad mate fell. So, Kailank and Pasiphae sticking closer together. This is a smart way to play these early game moments here in duos, because as you see, when one player spreads off a little bit too far, one, you don't have as many eyes looking, or 2 eyes as opposed to the 4 of everyone looking your way. It makes it harder for you to see them. Second of all, when you do get downed, you're very quickly killed off and there's no chance of a revival like we saw with both 3T Butts and with Moondie down on the island. And now they've left their teammates and abandoned them in 22. Pronyoff and Sandcall TV pushing down towards Gatka here, which has Hayes and Utoric hiding inside. Now, judging Pronyoff and Sandcall's movements, they may have spotted Hayes and Utoric inside this town. They're hiding behind the rocks and keeping themselves covered from it. Whether Hayes and Utoric can see approach, though, another matter. Are both inside the same building. Utoric's got a scar in hand. Hayes is still sitting there with his trusty helmet. They have gone very static for a while. I suspect they may realize this is coming in. There's also a thing to note. Oh no, they're swapping loot around. Oh, the thing to note is that this push is actually slightly away from the circle. So this is an aggressive play from Sandcall Tony, going for the kills as opposed to staying alive. But that one bullet they fired off meant that Hayes and Utoric now are aware of their presence. So fight is on as Ponyhoff is just around this corner from Hayes, and just before he comes into Hayes' sideline, Hayes moves away, ducks further around. Now he's going to spot him, keep on around the corner and can't quite finish him before he makes his way into that yellow house, but he has done a lot of damage. While Sandcall is trying to flank the other side, but Utoric has that way covered. A pair of them got themselves out of this building. Sometimes being inside buildings like this, fighting actually more of a challenge. Assistance but they've got themselves out and they've now got freedom to move. This kind of range umps that Hayes and Utoric hold are going to shine. Ponyhoff realizing that and making a break to safety. There's no helmet here on Sandcall, and as he darts across that far car, Hayes doesn't quite catch a glimpse. Car by Utoric has been picked up and he's bringing it towards his squad mate, and Sandcall and Ponyhoff tried to jump in one of their own and make a break for it, and that's two free kills for Hayes. Ponyhoff out the driver's seat first, and then Sandcall was open and exposed. So I like the ambition from the pair of them, going for that aggressive move to try and pick up some kills early instead of just going straight for the circle, but picked the wrong pair to fight and paid the price. Fuck there. Sin and Cat hiding inside southern edge. Take and yeah, those two there seem to be very much on the loop path here. Mobile running around from the lower sides of these. Cat and Sin have definitely spotted the pair of them.
Position.
Yeah, a lot of coverage there. If he does get spotted, he's kind of exposed, but you can see a lot of everything. And Cake, yeah, definitely don't seem next to it here. They are looting the building, jumping from one to the other, up and through the floor, very spread. Cat and Sin watching, waiting for an opportunity to take one or two of them out. Cat has early and Cake still holding. Oh, they're out in the open, they're swapping loot. Cat's going to look for an opportunity. Doesn't quite have space to bring his gun up in here. Has to move back down and out. Sin did fire some shots over, but hasn't landed any serious damage from the top of that rooftop. Air and Cake have got themselves into cover of their own now behind those broken walls. Cat has to fall a long way back as he does not have a lot of health to play with anymore. For an opportunity to come around them. So, red dots on both Cat and Sin, trying to fight down and across the road. It's not the longest distance, so kind of zoom optics are not necessarily required, as meanwhile we do now spot in the bottom corner Suntouch has been finished off. So that is Suntouch and Youngbay's team completely out of the running for this game. But Cake Story and Pierre are looking to fall back now slightly towards the edge of Rozhok. Cat and Sai still keep pinned in. Now, while Cat and Sai started this fight and they were the ones looking for the opportunity to begin, they actually got themselves pinned on the less advantageous position now, as they're on the wrong side of the circle. They've got to get through those two and out the other side of Rozhok to get to safety. So Sin's landing a lot of damage to Cake this time around, and Cat's got a good angle to flank around towards Pierre, but too substantial here, just enough to put them back into cover and suppress them, but it gives Cat a chance to position around the edge for a better sightline. Yeah, managed to get himself inside that building, and Cake has popped some in to heal himself up while it all happens. Sin's still up on this same roof. taking any real pressure from this pair and is dealing even more damage out towards Cake, who has to dart back towards the building as a result. Sin lost his helmet, or if he even started that side, it's time to fall away himself. Cake got inside the building after taking that damage though, and it's given him a chance to heal up. Now he and Pierre have decided it's time to run as he heads back to the north. Find another hill. So Sakuril and break on this eastern edge. Sakuril out and alone, and he was firing at that car that drove all the way past and up the top edge, and he did a bit of damage to one of the two people sitting inside of it, and Goatee by the looks of it. Up as the blues coming in. Normally you'd see teams start to run towards the circle from here. No, Break and Sack like to sit inside the blue for a circle a little longer than most. More players that are heading to safety deadly stop pushing themselves inside the white and getting themselves prepped and ready for the next one as well. Round, and they are obviously happy with their loot for a while. Are just running through the forest. Down over the mountain, Mirage and Stoddy up the top, having a look over it. Hayes is driving along the bottom with Yukarek, and they head towards crossing. Meanwhile, Moondai on the back of this buggy as Mehepwanga support driving through the open. There are two players waiting for him, and it's Scoom and Jamjar. They have to dart into this housing compound to try and avoid the damage, and do with most of it, but they've taken a little plink here and there, slowing down their approach. Although Jamjar and Scoom will be out of the circle for a little bit, but will be able to push themselves in with no harm their way as right for a long escape up towards. That circle hits. We look to move on in. As Stabler begins to explode. Rainbow Fox is being pinned down. She's stuck between two, and actually that's because her teammate Any Noob had already been down. Lost aiming credit with that kill, and Sheen TV there is a pairing to pick off 2 kills and quick loot. Stabler is one of those locations like Jaki that is ignored by a lot of players, but actually holds some very solid loot. There's a lot of spawns in there. There's a lot of locations in amongst those ruins, and while it takes a little bit of running around to find it all, there's some good opportunities in there, and it provides a good outlook and view across the rest of the map, ready for when that first circle comes. A little bit of running to be done.
Problem is it's very isolated, so you don't have a next look spot pretty close. So usually you have like a looting path. You go from place to place towards the circle, but this one is pretty isolated from the Polana, or big city, the closest real loot spot.
Yeah, as it is, Cake and Pierre managed to make it out of Rolltalk and away from Cat and Sai-Sin up towards the hillside on the northern edge, and they were greeted by the running mans in K3, and K3 shuts them both out very quickly with his M16. After all that huffing around, they do fall. Now Break and Sacriel are still looting their way outside the circle. Not a lot of health to play with on this, but they'll get in the car, probably heal up, and then begin to move. No, they're going to move first. All right. Break knows his health. I've seen him multiple times. Wait until the absolute last second to heal and get away with it. But hey, see if he can do it this time. Yeah, getting every little inch out of it. Meanwhile, as the rest of the circle groups up, Andy Pyro is taking down Xion. He and Natu are hiding in this gas station, but getting a little bit more loot in where they can. Sin and Cat are making it through the apartment building. Now they got Fortune on their right. Staming Machine here on the top of Stabler after looting that 2 kills they already got, are just over the edge of Hotted and Edberg. So, look to be in possession of this information. It looks like Lost and Machine are going to push towards this too. Hotted and Edberg, however, don't seem to be aware, as they are just running firmly away. Not even looking back behind them either. So they may have to be careful about getting flanked from behind here. They're also running straight down towards one more player at the bottom of the hillside. But this is the beauty of the Stabler Mountain, is that there's a lot of defilades, enfilades, and undulations on this to hide behind and to maneuver around.
Terrain is actually interesting. One of the better areas to have firefights. Unfortunately, there's no places to loot or no hotspots, so that's why we don't see firefights happening in there.
As we do see top of each other inside this compound. Raymond hiding in and looting through one building. He's got his squad mate nearby. There are more circles in the buildings right on top of the staircase, and he had no idea. Yo, hiding at the top of the stairs with a vector. He's got Paddy up there with him. Air of them in the top of that 3-story building to shut Raymond out. Jessipai realizing now that they are not as alone as they thought, and despite having an AWM on Paddy, Theo and Paddy are hiding in this building. It's a proven strategy. It's what allowed and helped Outsider and 3T-Butts get towards the last game. Why not? However, they will not be able to stay in that circle, in that building, for much more than 1 or 2 circles, because it is still very much on the edge. Meanwhile, at this stage in the game, with only 2 circles gone through, we've got a lot more players in the white now than we did last time. Headshots, Oshi7 with a Kar 98. There is an exploded Dacier. Oh no, it's just, yeah, Dacier inside that crater with Hazen Utoric at one end. Hybrid Panda and only Ferrets looking the other way in the other crater. Aware that Hayes is coming up behind him with Utoric, so they may be surprised here. Well, we do have some teams being picked off elsewhere, but just scrappy little fights. Utoric are moving as if they've seen people.
They're audacious, but they are aware of somebody.
Yeah. So Hayes and Utoric were driving. They were driving a UAZ, driving a G. But they know that there's players around because of that ACO, which is why they were being cautious. But they spent some time looking. They spent some time checking, and don't know where they are, so they decided to run to safety instead. Moondai is up on that hillside. You can see it there in the middle of the map. Serenity down in the shooting range is where Oshi7 must have been. So those shots Moondai pulled off from that hillside down into the shooting range to kill Fred, pretty impressive shots. Don't forget, guys, if you are clipping and getting shots of things from these players' perspective, from these streams, from things they have managed to do, tweet them to us at PU Battlegrounds and tag at Gamers Outreach for a chance to win copies of the game and some Astro gifts. So, option for that too. Noisy Boy up on the mountain is now making his move. The circle starts to close on in. You saw Break and Sacrilla both just about got inside. They drove it and made it to safety. And are now moving towards the next circle on foot. Is our next set. It does show Paddy and Tio have to move out of that building, that compound they were hiding in. Well, Noisy Boy is actually going to come right down on top of Break and Sakura here as he comes out of the mountain. Out of the circle for now. Path they may converge. Sakurachi still, I believe, running around that area. Well, elsewhere on the map and around the circle, we are now starting to see teams close on in, because while the circle itself is covering a lot of landmass, most players were dropping out and heading towards the southeast and southwest sides of the map. Starting to converge now. Stoddy and Tommy in a Jeep of their own now, driving across this bridge that saw a lot of action in the last game, but they're past Minder and Deadly Slob. He's not going to let them go though. They did watch it, they got an eye on it, but not taking any shots just yet. Minder just crested the edge of that hill to watch them drive off and make sure they're safe, but it means they're going to drive towards Hybrid Panda and friends. Up towards that crash plane on the top of the hill. Outsider falls to Gibbs and pieces, although our previous champions are both down and dead. Outsider and 3T-Butts. MKR finishes off KT Roof. Tommy Rage and Stoddy, there we go, driving around this plane again. I Need Ferrets and Hybrid Panda can hear this. Not scanning the horizon for this car, but it does duck just enough, far enough away. KT Roof finished off by MKR in this small cluster of buildings on the northern edge of town. Sada Plays is still in the building across from MKR, so it is a 1v1 now with these two. Very close proximity. And Tommy is driving straight to him. Lost aiming and Machine fighting Kailank and Pasiphae now, and Kailank gets a second one. Shut down in TV. He does get downed in the process, but Pasiphae should be able to pick him up when they realize they actually did manage to kill both of their aggressors. They're being cautious about it, making sure they get behind cover though, and they do have a little bit of an opportunity to work with this. Tommy Rage and Stoddy drove past these other players and have continued to drive as Noisy Boy finds himself a car. In the move down towards what looks to be a free crate actually here for him. Decide to land right on top, and no one else is going for this. It's something else which I think we've seen here, which comes from the, as you say, the tournament side of this, the more serious side. A lot of people have already just written off going for crates because they're too dangerous. Because everyone's done that. There's actually an opportunity to get a lot done. Picks up a Tommy gun and makes a move. Level 3 vest as well. There is another coming in. Does drive past it. Down to his right. It was Deadly Slob. In there. So they saw him at the crate and saw the other Jeep there and decided to leave. Gibbs and pieces though. Septic Falcon hiding in the building with Onuktiv and Daisy IU in the back garden shed. Each other's there.
I think they heard each other probably.
They should have heard each other. That's for sure. Footsteps over that distance should be audible. Both cars have pulled up, so they definitely heard the cars go through. So they know there's close by. Meanwhile, they are both right in the middle of the circle. Hyundai and Mahapawanga up on this hillside, trying to use this Car 98 again to take down Ferrets, who has no idea where these shots are coming from. But Hybrid Panda can see Jari and Haymoth driving along the top edge of the hillside. Took some shots at them and tagged them while they drove, but didn't lasting down. Tommy Rage, meanwhile, been picked off by AP Video, so he and Stoddy have finally stopped driving around. And do get shot for it, but Moondai is doing work right now with this Car 98 8 times. Takes down Ferrets, peeks into the fire, but makes it work all the same. Find out where Hybrid Panda is now. Hybrid Panda cannot get over and heal Ferrets up. They know that Moondai is sitting down here with an 8 times Car 98. Now they can start pushing aggressively forward. Got that AK in his other hand. He's got a Car 98. So they've downed Ferrets, and they are pushing in roughly the right direction. Hybrid Panda sneaks around one corner and, well, squad mates for Moondai. Mahapawanga has eyes on the right tree. Shots rattling off, and now Moondai's got it zeroed in as well, and they can start to flank left and right around it. Watching closely, takes his scope off just as he peeks around the tree. Comes on out again. Moondai doesn't quite land this one. The pan! Bullet bounces off the pan to save Moondai's life. That last little bit of health he has there. Fallen down. But the blue is going to be coming in a minute's time. Moondai is stuck behind one tree, so the emphasis here is on him to make a move, especially as his teammate is currently down still. Sakura and a break are coming around behind him. Sakura coming over the edge of the hill. Should have seen that Molotov get thrown out. He is going to go for the shots here. It's a free kill on Hybrid Panda. Takes him out with one quick headshot, but they don't know where Moondai and Mahapawanga are now. So Moondai and have the advantage here in that they can tell and should have seen where Sakura was coming from. Yeah, so he has eyes on Sakura now because of that shot. Now Sak and Break have to find these two. So 8 times scope on this Car 98 from Moondai. Help him pin them behind the trees, and okay, they just got one kill, but now Sak's stuck behind exactly the same tree. He picked up the scar, so he's looting that, while Break's up on the hillside trying to provide some cover. Only 10 seconds to go. Moondai and Mahapawanga have decided it's time to try and fall back a little. Moondai's taking a lot of damage, but he turns and instantly downs Sakura with a quick headshot. And now they've decided, you know what, if that's going to be the case, we can stay and take this fight instead. Break now has to either pick off 2 kills and revive Sak, or abandon him and try and get to safety alone. Mahapawanga deciding to let these two go as is and will run to the safety and let them waste time alone. So Break stuck out now with the decision to make and has no information to make with. Thinks they're still there and will jump around a little bit to begin the revive, but they've got a long run ahead of them after that succeeded. Meanwhile, over the other side of the circle, Forsen standing next to a down player trying to fire, I think just blindly, or maybe up towards Saisin and Cat on the edge of that hillside, but he is making a break for the circle as fast as he can. Then, as he hedges towards the blue, has a car straight towards him. Jari and Haymoth looking to try and drive across the both, but they do spread it out. One of them, Jari, is knocked out of the passenger sheet by Saisin's Vector headshot, and then finished off quickly by the M16 when she's on the floor. Jeep will head around. Scuba Jamja hiding in a shack once more outside the circle though, and have to dart just a little bit closer through and into safety of the play zone. Forsen will finally knock out outside the play zone. Andy Pyro finish off K3 and the Running Mans as a duo. Saisin getting downed by, I believe, that Scoon peeking out of the shed to do that, but he can get to Cat and get revived in just a second. Well, Skoom and Jamjar pushing closer to the next circle with 25 alive. Feeling confident. Sack and Break are both standing. Break now lacking health, but has stopped to heal and will begin to run once again towards the next safe zone. Moondai and Mahepwanga have taken a lot of damage on their way there, though, from, I believe, Serenity, perhaps, on the far side. Gibson Pieces is still in that house in combination with his friend. So Paddy downed on this edge here by Minder. Does still have the AWM, but needs to be revived. Minder is outside the blue, and Tio's has him pinned behind that tree. Does there die outside the play zone, but Tio, I'm not sure, realizing that's him until a couple of seconds later, and will now go through to revive his teammate. So Sin and Cat pinned down on the edge of the map now once again by Skoom and Jamjar. Grenades and smokes coming up and over the top to keep them pinned in that area, but lots of smoke grenades coming out from Sin and Cat themselves to give them space to move and get out of and get to safety. Jamjar has eyes on, just about catch sight of the moving tags. Cat once, but couldn't track him any further through the smoke. Down to 25 seconds before the circle comes on in, though. These guys have to get away from that blue. It's going to start to do some serious damage at this point in the game. Go down to the top 24. Boosters running from both players. Saisin break as the smoke coverage. He thinks it's sufficient as they head towards the left-hand side. Skoom is ready for this though, and is starting to head across that way to meet him. He has no helmet of his own though, so if they do turn for this, wow, Side does a lot of damage on that one. Side does turn on him. Does force him to get back behind that rock. Jamjar's there to cover a little bit more. Continue to run towards the circle themselves now. To drive straight past them. Up to go, and there it is. Sin and Cat are outside the circle. Sin's got to stop and heal up as best he can in the floor and in the air open, but it will not be enough. Cat goes prone and starts to heal of his own, but as soon as that blue hits the white, it's going to start hitting even harder. So he has to get faster and faster. Meanwhile, Skoom and Jamjar have made it to the circle and are going to be there waiting for him as a lot of players start falling all over the place. Onuktiv and Daisy Ayu are fighting Septic Falcon and Gibson Pieces finally from outside those houses. 1 for 1. Paddy with his AWM on this hillside has Tio's game close by thanks to needing a revive. Circle has stopped for now. Cat does die outside this play zone, but so does Onuktiv, Break and Sacriel also both down outside the play zone. Paddy, after reviving Tio, gets up to try and sprint away straight away, and Andy Pyro will be there to drop him straight down again and then finish off Tio quickly afterwards for a quick team wipe. Now turns to look the other way, and Jamjar and Skoom are close. And his teammate is down here, so he has to try and figure out a way to get him back up. Smoke grenade out towards the tree, looking to cover either angle here. Waits the less time he's going to have to pull this off. More and more grenades going forward, but meanwhile Skoom is flanking around to the other side, and he can't quite see this. He knows he is flanked on either edge now. Doesn't have the time to go for the heal. Nerd Bicep, meanwhile, has finally shut down Moondai and Mahepwanga. Pyro is getting grenaded from either side now. It comes on across. It's a smoke grenade of their own. We are down to 11 alive, and the next circle is tiny, so a lot of these players are going to have to be wiped out. Bouncing around from these nades. Natu is very low, and Andy Pyro is forced into healing him now. This is the opportunity for Jamjar and Skoom to go for a push. They are making it as Jamjar sprints straight up to the rock from the far side with a shotgun in hand. He's surrounded. It's an easy double kill to wipe them both out. That pump action shotgun, that double barrel shotgun at close range. Nenard and K-Drop now inside Severity are being taken out by Hayes and they charge from behind. They thought they were safe and they come out of that building straight into a hail of rounds. Tarek still holding that trusty weapon as they now make their way across the other side of the street and away from the blue. K-Drop has healed himself up, but now turns to try and fight them as they try and cross the street. He's very low as they turn back themselves. Nenard will die simply. K-Drop tries some Hail Mary bullets on towards Hayes, but will not land them and does fall to the play zone. So, looking at what we have left, we have a team of Edberg and Hotted. We have a team of Utoric and Hayes. We have Jamjar and Skoom, and then the solo Noisy Boy inside the hut in the center of the current play zone. Their next circle, however, is right over in Jamjar and Skoom's location. Hayes has to heal up a bit. Hotted is very low, but he's been that way for quite a while. I'm not sure he has any health or medkits. Edberg taken out by Skoom from the top of the hill. And that means 5 on the table for an already low health Hotted. Tarek and Hayes now now been spotted by this too. So Jamjar and Skoom are fighting 2 fights at once here and winning. Hayes is taken down very low as well. Alright, up and over that hillside again, but is cautious about it. Both going for more heals as we're down to 40 seconds. Meanwhile, Noisy Boy is still hiding in that hut, safe from them all. Spotted Nedberg back up, both on their feet now and towards the right side of Skoom here. Actually, goes to each other without it. Still top of that hut. Utoric doesn't appear to have any kind of healing. He is staying down at such a low health again. While Skoom and Jamjar are sitting top of this hill. Hot and Nedberg haven't really made any kind of move about it, and in 10 seconds, the circle's coming in. We're once more tucked inside. As Utoric now on Edberg's sights. This is the move they decided to make. It's away from the white zone and flanking on this pair. Edberg gets very low health, has to drop down. The blues now coming in. All of these pairs have to make a break for it. Edberg drops. Hayes is so very low. He's going to try and take Hotted out with him. And while he does enough damage, the final few kills go through to the circle. And Noisy Boy, as soon as he came out of that hut, went straight into Jamjar's sights and was shut down. And Skoom and Jamjar will be the victors of game number 2.
Very interesting rounds. Actually, also finishing location. Much more dynamic, much faster progressing. 4 players dying in the early stages.
It's an exciting round to go with, and 8 kills on Hayes. And I think that's the most we've seen out of any one player in these 2 games so far. 6 was the total that we saw from 3T Butts last game as the victors, but they fell down very early on this time, I believe. In fact, yeah, 26th place. They gained 1 singular point outside in 3T Butts from this game. So currently they're still in the running for first place for as we go into this. But now Jamjar and Skoom sitting there on. Sorry, no, that was still in. Jamjar and Skoom finished inside the top 26 last game, so they're up there and towards the front spot now, having gained 50 points from here. But we have people backstage totting this all up and adding this all up for us. We'll, of course, give you game number 3, so we've done all the maths on it. So, that is it for game number 2. We are, once again, going to run to a short break where we get the next lobby sorted out, get the next game going, and talk to the players a little bit more about how they feel that one went. Don't forget to go and check out each and every one of these streamers on their own channels. There are their Twitter links where they have them. All their streams are linked on there. All their donation links are linked around too. And we are here to support Gamers Outreach. Thank you guys so much for what you've already done and donated and supported. We are blowing expectations out of proportion right now with the money raised very high. Thank you guys so much for that. We'll be back in just a moment with game number 3 to decide who is our EU champion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here and ready to go with game number 3. After this, we will have our European champions. Just to remind you, the winners are getting a fancy varsity jacket with their names embroidered on it and the charity invitational logo, which is going to look very nice and fancy. They're also going to win 3 deluxe edition codes each, so 6 across the entire team, to give back to you guys, their community, for supporting throughout the course of the tournament. And those are the deluxe edition codes which we sold through pre-order for early access, which comes with all the player unknown skins and are very sought after these days. So there's a lot on the line for whichever team it is you have winning. Second place is getting a couple of deluxe edition codes themselves and some hoodies for themselves and some other small fun things for them. Third place getting a code each as well, and some hoodies for themselves, and all the way through from 6th to 10th, all the way down to 10th place, more merch and more fun stuff, Astro gift packs, and some more merch and shirts and hoodies and whatnot to wear. So there's still a lot to go for, more than just the first place here on the teams taking part. And now that we have a very varied spread of finish positions, this last game has a lot riding on it from a lot of these squads. But once again, our charity numbers, our money raised so far from Gamers Outreach is blowing us all away. Like, we set that goal of 100,000 thinking that we'd get there towards the end of both Europe and North America, and we are way over half, or looking to be way over halfway before Europe's even finished right now, which is incredible. So thank you guys. We have the next game ready to go. We have all of our players in, and we can start that right now on that spot. So there are the beginnings of everyone on that island. Once more, loaded on in, all 64 through, ready to drop. Now, we've had 2 very friendly planes in the last couple of games. They've given great map coverage, they've given lots of options for spawns. I'm waiting to see, in honesty, a particularly nasty one that perhaps like flies straight through the gulf between the military base island and the mainland, and forces a lot of players to start the game in fistfights.
Actually, I would like to see that first circle somewhere in the south.
Yeah, we've had two very northern games too, which while the Finnish circles in those northern games have provided some intense engagements and some very interesting terrain, yeah, something down in the south, something on the coast perhaps, or on the island would be nice, because, I mean, I know it's North America, but Lyric's already tweeted out earlier on today that he really wants to employ his bridge hold strategy in the Invitational later today, so I know there's some European players that are also big fans of it, so we'll see if one of them gets a chance.
Risky in the tournament.
Yeah, it is. There is another southern, well, actually not southern really, it's straight through the middle of the map actually, this plane, which once again results in a lot of players. Look, we've gone straight over the bunkers and the crater location, but because everyone's so hell-bent on going away from the plane, they're completely untouched and exposed. So lots of options still to go with in the middle of the map. But there are two teams coming down here now towards Lipovka. DrDisRespect and Minder on towards the southern edge of the town, Natu and Andy Pyro towards the northern edge. There's a lot of weapons up for grabs in these buildings. This is a good strong loot spawn location. There's a buggy down on the northern edge for whoever wins and needs to make their way to the circle. But the question is, who's it going to be? Minder's grabbed himself a pump action shotgun while DrDisRespect's on to grenades, but Andy Pyro and Natu have no weapons whatsoever yet. Meanwhile, the rest of our players, while some are still parachuting down, Hayes and Utoric actually heading towards the island with Sada and Katie. Break and Sack once again in a car, driving off towards the northern edge, but being chased by Nagotti and teammate up towards the top tips. So, Hotted already taking a bit of damage, already running up that way too. Cat and Sai driving up the edge. Circle looking a little bit more southern this time. Scoob and Jamjar though, they're in loot heaven right now. They've got the hospital, they've got all of Gorgepal, they've got the crates. It's all still inside the first circle. No other players anywhere nearby. And they can spend all day getting themselves very well geared up there. Tommy bringing Studdy down on a little boat cruise towards the southern island. Going towards these containers on Novo here. Another loot location which has lots of possibilities and lots of loot, but it takes a long time to get through it all, jumping through and checking each individual container. And while, yes, the circle is a little bit more southern this time, they're not in it right here. So they're still going to have to time their looting well, as they only have about 4 minutes before they have to make their move. Meanwhile, we do have some players already losing health down on this southern coast. It is K3. He is there with Running Man, the pair of them lacking weapons and running. I do believe they landed with 3T-Butts and Outsider and realized they were losing that fight as 3T-Butts and Outsider picked up pistols, and now they're running down towards Primorsk to try and grab themselves some weapons on the way. But they are going to come across a bunch of other players if they get that far who have already been down there and have been looting for quite a while. Meanwhile, on the top edge of the map, Severny, Break and Sacril are just arriving with Saisin and Cat already there. Cat has himself a Scarrel. He sees Break and Sack out with a Dacier. He's taking a lot of damage onto them, and the shotgun from Saisin is helping scare them off too. A pair of them down to half health immediately have to turn tail and run straight back towards Nagotti and his teammate at that 4 houses. While Running Man Z and K3 have managed to get themselves some loot. So Break and Sack are stuck between 2 pairs right now, who have both begun looting already and don't have a lot of options themselves. Onuktiv taken very, very low here as the fight for Primorsk begins. Ninard is very, very low, but Onuktiv has an AK. Ninard turns to try and run to K-Dop's car, but will get downed. Daisy RU has a shotgun, but at that range he can still do a lot of damage. Ninard calls it and says, get out of here, and K-Dop will grab that car and drive off without him. He's not going fast enough. Oh, he wasn't going fast enough to get through the barrier. He couldn't break the fence, and as a result, it landed an easy headshot for Onuktiv.
Was this the last shot in the bag of AK?
It may have been. I wasn't paying attention to the ammo. Yeah, it could have been the last shot. That's a painful way to go. The military base this time is looking a lot busier. Hayes and Utoric still haven't really had a chance to properly loot. Sada Plays and Katie Rue are down here with their team. Cake. A little bit spread from Pierre, his teammate, but is currently looting inside the military barracks safely with a shotgun. Is Katie holding a crossbow? Was that a crossbow for a second? Yeah. Oh, I think she dropped it for the M4 because it's not on her back, but she was holding a crossbow momentarily. So, now that players are starting to spread, Running Man Z and K3 inside this town have Hamath close by. Now Hamath's teammate Jari was way over towards the east of here in a completely different compound of buildings. Now she had a Kar 98, but that's still not going to make shots land over this kind of range. So Hamath now got to be careful he doesn't get himself pinched between these two, especially as Running Man is now holding a shotgun, which in these close in quarters can devastate players which don't have armor setups just yet. In the distance, 3 T-Butts and Outside are actually driving over towards the military island themselves now with a car. Break and Sacred have started looting on the northern edge, but it's not a lot of options and not a lot of buildings to choose from. Meanwhile, Skoom, I think he's just on top of Jam Jar. Both of them, they're still looting fun. Rozhok has got Serenity and Oshi7 in it for Emily there. I Need Ferrets and teammate hiding in Venice. While Tio's game has already got himself an M249. Tio and Paddy have been on point with the early crates so far. They had an AWM very early in the last game. They've now got another M249 and they're heading straight towards Yasnaya to try and fight out in here. Hotted and Edberg were close by and on one edge, but we'll just let them drive on past. Septic Falcon inside the town will have heard it, but they've turned to flank back now and are driving towards Edberg, who has no armor but does have a silenced AK. Here's the car come past, looks for the shots, he's going to take it, first to flick for it, he's doing a lot of damage to Tio. Can't knock him out though, and they will continue their drive for a little bit longer. But a great long-range shot from Hotted while Edberg reloads has taken Tio down. Tio is driving, which means Paddy is immediately stopped and has to get out behind the hay bale to try and get cover. He is very safe here, but can Tio get to him and get revived in time? Because Tio is the one with the M249. He's got the firepower here. So as these shots will start to rattle, Septic Falcon, Gibson Pieces, and Raymond and Jessipia will have heard all of this and start to be cautiously aware of their flanks to the east. So they need to think about their movements in this direction. Hotted, I think, he picked up a Kar 98. Edberg picked up a Kar 98 inside that hut and that police tower they just looted, so that just made Tio and Paddy's position out here in the field even more precarious. But with still no armor or headgear, still gotta stay hidden here, Edberg. You can see them moving around. They're trying to get back into the car. He does look for a shot of a distance. He does miss the first one. Goes for a second and third, but can't quite make them count. And Tio and Paddy do somehow managed to get out of that situation alive. In tatters, but alive. Meanwhile, down on the military base, Sada Plays has fallen, so KT Roo is now without a teammate. Outsider and 3T Butts managed to drive over here and get off and out safely to get their pistols upgraded into assault rifles, while Pasiphae and Kailank have decided it's time to leave the base location and head towards the circle itself. Katie, still healing up a little way, is now skirting through the containers here. Outsider looks to be holding a position, watching her movements. Sees her skirt across to this side and will now position himself around to find her and cut her off some more. She's actually choosing to go away from this engagement. A smarter play, I think, in the long run, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Just keeping these silos as cover and making some distance between her and her opponent. Tio, now that he's back on his feet, has found Zeon and manages to pick up the kill while Zeo finishes off Mithrain. So somehow Mithrain dies to Zeo and then Tio kills Paddy, and that's a 3-team engagement in which Tio and Paddy come out on top with a quick revive from Paddy, and somehow 2 jeeps end up next to each other. So down in Lepovka, we had our 4 teams drop in. Andy Pyro's still down there with Natu, and Minder is driving off in a jeep that seems to have once again not ended up engaging each other. The blue is making its way forward now then. Fred and Emily running through the open and through a red zone, dodging the last couple of explosions out of this past Venice, heading down towards the circle. And it's a smart move to do it when they're in Rozhok, heading to a southern circle. This is a big open area to get across, and these hills are very easily targetable from a distance. So going early and getting up and over here and into the hillside around Pachinki before the rest of the game starts to close in, it's a smart decision. Meanwhile, though, Hybrid Panda and Ferrets are still looting Venice. They have been there for the entirety of the game, and we do have teams in Pachinki this time. Lost Aiming, Machine TV are there. Meanwhile, though, Moondai and Mahipawanga are starting to make their way towards Severny, where Psy Syndicate and Cat have been hiding for the entirety of the game after scaring off Break and Sacriel, so they've got a lot of loot to play with. But Moonday and friends skirt around the top of the map and keep distance between themselves and the town to stay safe. Once again, Break and Sacriel in the blue, burning through their health bar, but they really need it this game more than ever because they did have a terrible start and have had very, very limited loot options to search through on this edge of the map. So they are now making their way through that, and in Adacia will start to head themselves back towards the circle. Level 1 helmets on them each, shotguns, like barely level 1 backpacks. There is a scar on Sakura rather, but I can't imagine there's a whole lot else. Scream and Jamja, on the other hand, at the complete opposite end of the spectrum, still looting their way through Gold Mole, have all the time in the world to continue doing it, and are going to be very well geared. Tio's game now still has that M249 and is in a road race with another team that I didn't quite catch. I think it's the Forsen combo here on the edge of the map. Yeah, there we go, darting through the hay bales, darting through these fields. Tio holding his scar in hands this time as Forsen and friends will begin to close in, and here we go. Nanny Panny's going to go for these shots out the window. In the Jeep, Tio and Paddy are actually staying very straight and smooth, which is going to help make it easy for Nanny. Forsen left and right there will actually make it harder for himself. Tio's got the weapons out the window now, is firing back, but straight into a tree. And well, Forsen's going to use that as a chance to stop and jump out, and does add some damage because they've stopped themselves. So they are now both out and stuck behind very limited cover. Tio and Paddy actually going to try and continue driving and running off until they realize that is not going to work and quickly have to stop and heal up. Paddy very, very low, and Tio gets taken down quickly behind him with a good shot from Nanny Panny. Now Forsen's going to get around one side and flank as Nanny Panny heads the other way, and Paddy's quickly sandwiched between the pair of them, and it's an easy shot for Nanny to finish Paddy off, and Forsen gets credit for the Tio kill. So that road race, ultimately, despite hitting a tree, working out very nicely for Forsen and Nanny. So, first circle hits it in. Where are we going next? Well, inwards, that's for sure. Edberg and Hotted finally leaving Yasnaya Polinia now, heading towards the next stage of the circle, because they are technically outside of it on one of those oh-so-fun motorcycles. So far, we've seen 2 motorcycles be used, and everyone's on the driver's seat and then behind them on the bike. No one in the sidecar yet. Doesn't make any kind of difference in maneuverability or anything, does it?
No, it doesn't affect handling.
So there's that.
I think it's just
it's
less chance of being hit, right?
I mean,
players.
There's some less chance of being hit. There's also just using your teammate as cover.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I suppose there's some of that. Meanwhile, Venice is getting a little bit busy. Minder and Deadly Slov have driven over here from Lipovka, and well, there's not going to be a lot of loot for them to find because Ferrets and Hybrid Panda have been here the entire game, emptying the place out. And I do believe, looking at the way Hybrid Panda and Ferrets are sitting, they've seen Deadly Slov and Minder in this other building, so they are watching for an opportunity to make this count. As it is, though, they are, I think, inside this next circle too, so they can take their time getting this done. Meanwhile, Fred and Emily, Oshi7 and Serenity made it across the big open field and now in another red zone, but on the other side of that open area. Holding firm. Forsen Lol Nanny healed up and driving through again, closer towards the western edge of the new circle, as Break and Sacriel are actually unknowingly driving closely behind them, very close to Jespire and Raymond, who are here on foot. They have opened themselves up to a shot here. Raymond is going to take a couple of them. They weren't sure about it, but they are now starting to take fire. None of them landing this time, and Break and Sack get up and over the hill to safety. But given their lack of loot right now, they may want to stop and take this fight in a moment. Minder and Deadly still not given up on the fact there might be loot in this area and are continuing to search more and more buildings, but Hybrid and Ferrets just waiting for the perfect opportunity to spring a trap on them. You can see those yellow icons as X-rayed players, still very much split on the opposite ends of the town. Another drop has fallen down. You can see it there in the distance over the south. No Forsen or no Tio's game over there to get it this time. KT Roo has made it off the island despite, of course, not having a teammate anymore. She drives across the bridge, and despite 2 teams being on this far side, Stoddy Tomic, K3 and Running Man's, neither of them do anything to really stop her driving through because they're a little bit bothered with each other right now. Or should be. K3 doesn't seem to have a good bearing on where Tommy and Stoddy are. He is prone out on the wrong side of that cover, and Stoddy is sitting there with a Kar98. Stoddy, those of you that don't know his channel, those of you that don't know his playstyle, is known for some superior sniping skills in other first-person shooters and in other games, and has already shown some skill with the Kar98 here. So exposing yourself to him with that weapon in his hand is not a smart play. Meanwhile, Jesipaya elsewhere did knock out Break. Now Break is still alive because he was saved by Andy, Pyro and Natu coming in and taking out the combination of Jesipaya and teammate, but it does mean he's got to get revived by Sakura. Now Hayes and Utoric have come off the island. They're pushing towards that house that has Tommy Rage in it, and they don't know about it. Utoric running out of the ground level with an Uzi in hand, finds that here's the shots coming out as Tommy Rage has knocked out his teammate. Tommy gets inside the shed, but Utoric is taken very low, trying to run from Tommy's teammate Stoddy, covering him from the far side of the hill. And there it is, Stoddy shuts Utoric down, and that's Hayes and Utoric gone and out of the picture in a very short space of time, while Tommy heals himself up inside that shed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, KT Roo was picked off, and that means that entire team is dead and gone. But the shots going off here will mean Running Man and K3 now have knowledge of Stoddy and Tommy Rage's general direction. They are still in the circle here on this edge, so they can continue to play this building and hillside in conjunction for a little bit longer, but they are looking to try and find those other pairing. A lot more Kar98 seem to have appeared in this game than in the previous one, and as a result we've seen some good long range kills, but that one was done with a Scar L. Kai Lang picking off Rainbow Fox across the road and on the top of the hillside. Rainbow Fox's teammate Any knew before that already, so that's a team gone. Down to 47. We are seeing the aggression open up here from teams now. The later into these games we've gone. The first one took a long time for people to die. Now that people are getting more confident and feeling themselves out, people are getting these kills much earlier. Hybrid Panda and Ferrets then, the patience game paying off for them as they are still inside that same house as Deadly Slob and Minder get closer and closer. They've looted every building around them. They're looting now the building next door. Are they going to choose to come into that final one? There's a shotgun in Ferret's hands waiting. Minder chooses not to. He doesn't go too close, and now Panda's starting to fire. He tags Minder, and suddenly the position is known. But without getting a kill, Panda and Ferrets are now pinned. And Deadly Slob and Minder actually have the slightly better positioning here. They have more spread out. They have better coverage of the entire building. And the Hybrid Panda and Ferrets hadn't picked the right time to spring their trap. So Minder is healing up. Sakura has been knocked out by Andy Pyro, but Break knocked out Andy Pyro, so that fight is going off in a 1v1 on the edge of the circle. Break very low, Natu even lower. The pair of them right on the edge of the blue. They have 2 minutes 20 to play this through. Natu is getting a heal off, and at that same opportunity, Break is probably doing the same. Meanwhile, both of their teammates are downed but close. However, Natu's is close outside of the circle. He's going to take a Break out to try and go for the heal. Break doesn't have any healing. He's not getting his health back. Natu going for it. He's making a break towards the tree. Gets tagged up heavily, but does make it there. He is going to start healing and reviving Andy. Break going to use this as an opportunity to get Sakura up as well, but Natu and Andy have to get straight out of the blue again as soon as they finish this revive. While the damage isn't particularly high, Andy gets straight down immediately again, and having a second down means they have even less time to play with. Break and Sak though, no medkits to play with, aren't able to heal themselves up much further and are both stuck behind the same rock at the moment. The heals coming through, Andy back up to a high health, has a Kar98 in tow, but only one round in the chamber at the moment. Natu is sticking to bandages and energy drinks. Minute 20 to go. Honestly, I know Break and Sak want the loot. They're hanging around because they need to kill these two and loot them, but I feel like they should be moving closer to the next circle right now, because even if they kill these two with less than a minute to go, they may be dooming themselves to a fate of electrical death anyway. See, flashbangs going off on top of themselves. Natu and Andy getting themselves blinded up. Do try and use the smoke for cover, but quickly get out. And now the shots are coming in. Sak is starting to run further up the hill, but Break is looking for an opportunity. And now he's decided it's time to run, as Andy is finally in a position to actually start firing on him. Andy's decided to stop and bandage up, but his teammate has made it inside the circle and is now the one covering the push instead. Break Still stuck behind that rock now as Natu starts to fire on him. Sak, though, has come up and over the top of the hillside. Hopefully he has an angle on Andy or Natu to try and help break out of that sticky situation. Break actually had to duck into the circle for a second there to get himself some cover. Now, Natu has been down by Sak peeking over the edge of the hill. Andy has decided he's not going to be able to go for him right now because Sak has that angle, and with 15 seconds to go, all of these players may fall down to the blue. They have split up a long way. It does look like Andy has decided and Natu has decided that it's time to just leave Natu for dead and move to the next circle. They all realize they have a long way to go and they've got to go up and over hills to make it happen. Meanwhile, DrDisRespect and Onuktiv are in a fight with Kailank and Pasiphae. Now, they've just finished a revive and are beginning to heal behind the tree, but Kailank and Pasiphae are already moving on to elsewhere, leaving both of these two players to themselves. They are incredibly low and maybe not even holding enough health themselves because they are not, there we go, they just finished heals at identical times and will now make their way towards the next circle. A lot of players hiding inside this one already because it's finishing up close to the center of Pachinki. Noisy Bone and Guti in that police tower, but they've left their jeep right next to it, so it's a very obvious sign to Jamjar and Skoom here that there's probably some players inside that building. You can see Jamjar is already watching in that direction, keeping an eye on the windows. He's got an 8-time scope to look for it, hiding on in there. Skoom's watching the other way towards the town. There's two other duos inside that town as well, waiting for an opportunity to spring out. Skoom's actually walking straight up to a building very close to Suntouch and Youngbei here now. One across down the road. Number 1 Pachinki Lane, Youngbei and Suntouch in number 2 Pachinki Lane. But I don't know if they're looking out the right windows here to see Skoom and Jamjar moving around on this angle. They've got good cover from the open fields, but they aren't particularly well covered from behind. Youngbei does have a small angle out, but he is tucked deep inside. So, 4 teams tucked in around here. Stoddy falls down to Kailank elsewhere. Outsider knocked out Edberg and then finishes off Hotted as well to get the double kill and take out that entire team. Down to 36 alive now. And remember, this is our 3rd and final game here for EU. As we will then move towards North America in a short while's time. Jamjar and Skoom closing in on this building, cleaning their way through, peeking up the stairs. Jamjar looks up and immediately finds a shotgun waiting for him, but is blocked on his way back down the stairs by Skoom. Sometimes does get the knockout, but isn't ready to push down the stairs and chase it. So he's waiting for an opportunity. Here they go through. Skoom has to come outside the building as a grenade gets thrown down the stairs, and that's going to take Jamjar very low. Down the stairs comes Suntouch with his shotgun in hand. Skoom does get outside the building though. He has to give up his teammate. He has to fall back and leave Jamjar to die. There's a little bit of health still left on Jamjar before he bleeds out, but the time that Skoom needs to get back in and get that working is just not there. There it is. Suntouch finally kills Jamjar. And while he is very low himself, he's still got Youngbei there to back him up. And he had a medkit, so he's straight back up to full health now. Minder and Deadly Slob will have heard those shots and know now that they're no longer alone in this town. As Tommy Rage is running through an open field, trying to hide from, I believe, Kailank, who, well, doesn't let him last much longer. Does land a good shot to finish him off in that open field. He also has Pasiphae there with the Kar 98 in case that wasn't going to be enough. But Ponyhoff's waiting at the top of the hillside for them. He'll have heard those shots. He's hiding in the little woodcutters' shacks and maybe ready to receive them. He's also going to have noticed, I'm sure they have too, this crate dropping right on top of them. The question is anyone going to go for it? A lot of people have been scared of them to this moment. Onuktiv and DrDisRespect over the other far side of the hill. Kailank and Pasiphae don't seem to be confident the field behind them is clear. They're waiting and making sure there's no one else coming in that direction before they move too far up the hillside. Yeah, just using that kind of, using the scopes they have to watch behind them, make sure that entire field, make sure the blue is completely empty and they don't get stabbed in the back. It's a smart play when you're in the white this early, when you've got enough time to worry about it. But Kailank has spotted something. I believe it was Ponyhoff on the top of the hill. No, he's firing towards the west somewhere. If he was firing all the way over towards Jari and Haymoth, that's a long shot. Either way, it was an optimistic one. Yeah, it's definitely not Ponyhoff. They're ignoring the top of the hillside. He's firing over towards Haymoth, Jari, and None the Ghost over here inside the blue. So Jari gets knocked out from a distance. Haymoth is right on the edge of the blue and is just trying to run as fast as he can, but he's got Makundra and none the Ghost waiting for him at the top of this hillside. He does get behind one tree. Switch around for Bakundra, and it's a good kill with that 2x scope. Now on his right-hand side. Stop to finish off the kill. That could be a 1080i. None the Ghost, though, is right over the top of the defilade. He peeks on up with not a lot of health to play with, and that's the expected result in that engagement. None the Ghost loses his teammate, but does get a double kill and stays inside the circle. Down to 23 now, as a lot of people are picking each other off. Break and Sakura somehow are still alive, despite the worst start I've seen ever on the top north side of Pochinki. 3T Butts doesn't have a teammate anymore, as Andy Pyro has finished off outsider, and he is outside the blue himself. He's going to come in and be very close to None the Ghost. Not sure if he's aware of paying attention to that direction, but None the Ghost was looking up this hillside and did see 3T Butts go prone behind that tree. So while 3T Butts is healing and looking deeper in towards Pochinki, he's about to get flanked by None the Ghost, who has good cover using this hillside. Scanning left and right. Just going to walk up pushing. Now he's spotted him. He actually, I believe, got shot in the back from the other hillside, and then 3T Butts stands up and with that suppressed weapon finishes him off after a quick heal. It's a nice idea from None the Ghost, but couldn't quite get an angle on what he needed. And Ngoti and Noisyway have come out of the police tower, now crossing the road, heading towards Pochinki and taking a lot of damage, I believe, from Skoom inside, as he has managed to down him by the tractor. Meanwhile, 3T Butts would have seen those two, I'd imagine, from that hillside. Skoom's still aware that Young Bay and Suntouch are in number 2 Pochinki lane, but has to make his way across the street all the same, ready to catch them when they are forced out of the building by the next circle. What he doesn't know is that further down the street, there's some other less so friendly neighbours in Deadly Slob and Minder waiting as well. Meanwhile, Lost Aiming has an AWM on the north side of that field, holding by the barn. Ponyhoff's still on the top of the hillside with him, and those other squads coming across from the south.
If the next circle is more to the south, that's a perfect position to be in.
Yeah, holding it in. Top of the hillside has Moondai, Ponyhoff, Young Bay, and Skoom coming out of the house. Young Bay will go down. Sometimes comes around with a shotgun in hand, and Skoom falls. He's expecting to come around on one on either side of the house, but they both came the same angle, and Skoom pays the price. It's unlucky, but when you lose your teammate that early on, the trade potential vanishes. Young Bay then finished off by Ngoti, but now southern hillside, these squads are starting to engage. Kyle and Capacify waited too long on the bottom of the hill and are now running from the blue as they come up. Moondai loses his teammate and has to run towards the fields. Ponyhoff has started to move towards the white circle and is waiting there to receive these 2 and 3, in fact, as they come up the hillside. Moondai coming up one side, Ponyhoff prone behind this tree. Moondai is right next to him. Doesn't get the shot off in time, and now his position is known to not only Moondai, but also to the 2 to his left, Pasiphae and Kailank. Sees him behind the tree. He's looking for an opportunity. Moondai still focused on the other 2. I'm not sure Ponyhoff realizes these 2 are here, but it doesn't matter, as Moondai will finish him off all on his own with a silenced AKM headshot. 3 kills on him at the moment. Now, at the top of the hill, Pasiphae and Kailank have had a little bit of time to heal up. They're healthy, but they're still lacking armor from the shots they took earlier on. Next circle is this side of the town. Everyone in Pochinki is going to have to make a move out. Lost Aiming still inside that barn with an AWM, but here comes Pasiphae and Kailank moving down the edge around the blue towards Moondai. They've got an angle on him. You see his head, but can't finish him until... There we go. Kailank peeks over and finishes Moondai off just as he sprints around from the tree. They are in a very strong position now with the way the circle's coming and holding that blue. 3 players skirting around to the right side. 3T Butts has Ngoti and Noisy Boy coming up to his west. Everyone right on the edge right now. Lost Aiming and picked off Suntouched from inside the town. Pasiphae ready to sandwich 3T Butts now as they came up to meet him, but they aren't aware of Noisy Boy until just now when Pasiphae sees him, but he has a grenade in his hand. He throws it out towards the trees, throws it to the closest spot too as the second one as he switches back to 416. It blows up right on top of Noisy Boy and knocks him clean out, but his teammate Ngoti is here as well. Another grenade goes forward from Pasiphae. Goti's flanking around the other edge, but there is good cover from Kailank behind, covering Pasiphae's grenade attempts. Pushing up as Ngoti turns to run to try and heal. Pasiphae turns to take a break from it and will have to spin back at the last second to finish him off after losing his own teammate. The blue is coming through. Kailank is knocked out and Pasiphae knows he can't go for him. It's now Lost Aiming inside this barn with an AWM. Septic Falcon running across the field towards him in the blind spot of Lost Aiming with a M16. Pasiphae up on the hillside with a Kar 98. Septic Falcon playing the Bushwookie game, hiding outside. Pasiphae right on the edge of the blue on the top of that hillside. Lost aiming in the barn, which while it seems to be a strong position, only has very limited sight lines out of these windows. And he's looking out the wrong side to see Septic. Septic's got good cover from the hillside, but does have to push forward because of the next circle. This barn and this whole building isn't actually in the white zone for the next spot. They've got to go out towards these trees. Question is, who comes out first between Lost Aiming and Septic? And do they know of the other one being there? I think Lost Aiming heard Septic up this side of the barn because he's moved from where he was and is trying to have an angle down through that window. Septic, on the other hand, not... Yeah, there you go. You can see Lost Aiming definitely knows Septic's down there, is looking for him. Septic, on the other hand, may not be as aware of Lost Aiming being upstairs. Pasiphae, meanwhile, is in the strongest position of all three up on that hillside, as he's got a good sightline across both of these two when they make themselves known. In 20 seconds' time, that will have to happen. Lost Aiming not only has to get out of that barn, he has to get down the stairs and through the doors too, so he has a little bit longer to get this done, so he needs to make sure he times the leave right. Pasiphae, cautious about edging forward. Thinks there still may be someone around to his right-hand side. He's just being cautious because of it. And then heads down towards the compound and towards these trees. That tree is right on the edge of the safe zone. The other two still inside. Septic Falcon right on the other side of that broken wall. Lost Aiming deciding now to hold by the door for the absolute last possible second. Here comes the blue. Out he comes. Septic Falcon is aware of it. The Kar 98 from the hillside shoots and misses. Lost Aiming is up against the building. Septic's going to push straight for him and loses the fight. Lost Aiming somehow wins that engagement and stays alive inside the circle. The next white circle is in his favor again now. Pasiphae has to come down further off the hillside to avoid the next blue. Lost Aiming can continue to play by this wall. However, Pasiphae knows exactly where he is. Lost Aiming is going to be using that third-person camera to scan around and can see him now. You can see he's trying to throw grenades up and over the edge to land it in the right spot. And there it is, the AWM for the final kill. Peeks up and over, steps a little way back into the blue. 7 kills. Nothing on his teammate Machine TV to pull that last one off. And it's a fantastic win for Lost Aiming and Machine there in the end. Lost Aiming, against all odds, stuck in ultimately a poor position inside that last barn. Times his leave right, wins that 1v1 against Septic Falcon, and then uses that AWM to shut down Pasiphae in the last moment. Ah. It's an exciting third and final game. How are you doing? Thank you very much, Tuner, for joining me for those last 2 games. Sammy is back to join us in the interview chat.
Yes.
How was that watching from an outside perspective, Sammy?
It has been very overwhelming. We're still calculating the scores. It's going to be pretty difficult to find the winners really soon because everybody has been all over the rankings. So it's going to take us some time to get the final scores. But interestingly enough, Scoom and Tajemdra did get a win.
Yep, they got a win in the second game. Now they fell down to a 12th place finish in this game. There's still some substantial points up for grabs on that one, but is it enough to put themselves above some other players that have slightly more consistent numbers? We'll see. As for the most kills as well, that's something that I thought maybe, and I looking at North America, thinking Linden FPS is going to be miles above everyone else.
Yes.
But in these games, we've shown, while we have had 1 or 2 players with big standout kill counts, it's not been as landsliding as we thought. There's not one player that's been super aggressive, run around and killed everyone involved. There have been a couple of players which have managed to get a lot of kills in one particular game, but in the other 2, they've had none or 1, and so yeah, totaling those up as well is gonna take a little bit of time. But ultimately, as far as the total in I don't want to say environment, I forgot the word, but as far as the total encompassing 3 games went, I'm happy with the way they played out and the variety we got from each one.
Yeah, I guess it was very exciting to watch for a lot of the people from the community. It was very exciting, although we had some a little bit of glitches here and there. I hope you'll understand that, because we are planning to improve our observer tool going forward. It's just a very early access feature that we're testing with our partners.
To be completely transparent with you guys, the spectate feature that we're using here today didn't exist 3 weeks ago. This is a very early build tool. I know you're all aware, like, we like to work very fast. It's a core ethos of the dev team here, and we've put on a lot in a very short space of time, but it does mean that things need a little bit of polish after release. We wanted to get something out. We wanted to do something early because you guys have supported us, as we mentioned, with the phenomenal growth of this community, with the phenomenal growth of the game, and we wanted to do something quick to give back to that, and that's why we're supporting charities like Gamers Outreach. But it does mean some things are going to need a little bit of work, a little bit of refining, and that's why we have things like early access to work on that and gain your feedback as it goes through. So on top of straight up event feedback, on top of your clips and submissions towards this game, please do, if you have any suggestions for the spectate mode, if you have any suggestions for that tool as a whole, drop them on our forums. We're always open and looking and listening to these kind of things from you guys and helping improve our game and improving the feel that you guys get watching at home.
Yes.
So with that said, and with that done, and with the guys doing the maths in the behind the scenes, finding out who it is our winners, do we want to talk about the future a little bit?
Yes. We have been asked a lot about, are we ready to go into esports? And is this the beginning of Battlegrounds trying to, pursue esports and trying to build an ecosystem? Well, we'd like to make it clear that we're an early access game. It has been only 5 weeks, and I think as an esports program manager, you could speak for yourself and what your current role is and what you plan to do in the future.
Sure, yeah. My focus here in the game will be to eventually generate and culture the esports scene that we're going to have with the game. But the focus to begin with, as you guys are experiencing now and watching, is making sure the game is ready for competition. We can't have players playing for millions of dollars and losing to a bug or a crash or things that are outside of their control. We need the best players to win and the best players to be rewarded through their skill, not through something that we should have fixed as developers. So our focus to begin with is to fix the game and get that all working. We're not going to be running proper big serious tournaments starting tomorrow. The reason this one is going is to support Gamers Outreach. It's the charity focus, which, speaking of, we are very close to $50,000 already now from Europe, so that's incredible. But going forward, we want to run the big events. We want to get to the point where we can fill stadiums full of game. We think, and you guys have shown us through the numbers on Twitch and through the viewer numbers and the community growth we've had, that you love watching our game, and we want to give you more content, more ways to watch it, more exciting settings to watch it, and we want to help keep highlighting our partners, keep highlighting our great players, both the streamer ones already and the ones that are just playing in secret on the leaderboards and are just placing in the top 100, consistently winning their games. We want to give those guys a time to shine and to display their talents, and to do that we need to, one, talk to use the community, to them as the top tier players, and work on a game, balance it out, play on the meta, adjust the circles perhaps, work with some other game mechanics, and improve that spectator tool client to make it as easy for you to watch and as exciting for you to experience. So that is my focus for the next 6 months, is improving all of those aspects of the game and working with the dev team to relay your feedback to them and put our own ideas into practice and relay our ideas to you ultimately, because the devs know what they're doing, they're making great games too, but we want to take their ideas perhaps and ask your opinion on them before we implement them rather than forcing them on you. So there'll be a bit of back and forth on all fronts here over the coming months to decide and finalize what our game looks like from a competitive standpoint before we get ahead of ourselves and run the big fancy events.
We just want to make it very clear that this event is to, have like share a fun moment with our community and support Gamers Outreach. This is something that we always wanted to do, just to see our favorite streamers compete and have fun together. This wasn't really about, us trying to rush into esports. Although we started to see that a lot of our communities wanted to start their own tournaments and then just have fun, and find the best player within their clan or community. We are very interested in supporting that. So we will later announce a plan to support community events by giving temporary access to custom game feature, but we still need to hammer out some details and make sure that the community that can pull in enough players to run an event gets the access first, because we can't just give them out like candy. It takes us, time and effort to manage that. But still, I want to let you know that while our partners, Battlegrounds partners, have been using the feature to create custom games and do sub games, we definitely want to support those communities that have been creating content and helping new players out, help them learn about Battlegrounds. We definitely want to support that. So we just need some time, and we will announce it on our dev blog as soon as we are ready.
So let's get that 64-player graphic back up and look at some of those partners and some of those other streamers that have custom game access and that were taking part. Once again, thank each and every one of them for just straight up being here today and taking part in this charity event and helping raise money for Gamers Outreach. Once again, each of their Twitters is there on the screen, apart from MKR, who doesn't have a Twitter, but his Twitter link is there. You can go over to each of their channels. They are all raising money. They all have their own donation links that feed into our grand total. They are all there to help Gamers Outreach and support this charity and support this game and support you guys ultimately as a community. You've put them into where their position is, and as we said, everyone from 1st to 10th will be getting some form of prize here for their placement, the majority of which they are in a way angled that they could be used to give back. We want to enable our community, our streamers, and in many ways when we do the whole esports side of things too, we want to enable everything we do to benefit not just ourselves and the players involved, but also the community as a whole. You guys are what made our game. The early access success we've had is because of you all putting faith in us and you all supporting us from the get-go, and in many cases from these guys back in the pre-early alpha days, and we will not forget that, do not want to forget that.
Yes.
So, as we hold firm and wait for the word on our winner, let's look towards North America. Those of you that are able to stay awake through Europe and watch it, or those of you that are in North America and have been watching from the start, the 64 players you have coming up look like this. Now, there are some huge names in the mix here, but like we just saw from Break and Sacriel, that doesn't necessarily mean success.
Well, the competition is going to be very tough in NA session. We see a lot of familiar faces from our first and second alpha, and there are a lot of duos that have been training really hard to win this competition. Although they are aware that this is for Gamers Outreach, it's fun to win, you get bragging rights, and this is our very first community event. So I see Anthony and Grimmmz, who have been playing together for more than 6 months since our first alpha, and then we see, a few couples here, Halifax and Secretia. They're a very interesting dynamic duo. And then we see two angry gamers again here in NA playing with Darkness 429, Gold Glove, and Fairlight X. These are the big names.
Yeah, those are some of the huge ones. As you said, two angry gamers are on there. We had obviously Tommy, you saw playing there with Stoddy in EU. We now have Bongi Adam over here playing in North America with Darkness. So we've got the full portion of them. Hopefully Summit's got out of bed right now. He did tweet earlier on that he was getting out of bed ready to play, and then was informed that Europe was starting early, not him, so he decided to go back to bed.
Yeah, I hope he's awake by now.
Josh has been there watching the entire stream, so Josh, if you are still here watching the stream, time to wake Summit up, because we are ready to go for you guys in a short while. Those of you that weren't aware or don't know the timing, the North American Games will be starting at what is 5 AM for us, but it is about 35 minutes time, sorry, not 35 minutes time, just over an hour and a half from now. Yeah, those will be there. Also running down some of the other big long-term BR games in here, Viz Games and XMAC. Two huge names in old school BR games, and when we looked at Outsider and 3T Butts in Europe being the duo at the top of the leaderboards, the duo to take note of, Viz and Smack are that duo from North America. Yes, Anthony Kongphan and Grimmmz, very strong players, have been around for a long time, very high profile, but when it comes to straight win ratio and games played and kills, Viz and Smack have numbers unparalleled from all the others. So seeing them go up against the names that we have from North America is going to be very impressive.
Those two teams have been grinding hard, but what I'm interested to see is Lyric and Shorty Guy. They have been practicing a lot together. They're really fun to watch, but Lyric is also, you know, very good at Battle Royale games. He has been playing Battle Royale for many years. He has been one of the big supporters of PlayerUnknown, and Shorty is also a good player. Although he hasn't been performing very well recently, I feel like today might be his day.
Yeah, and if there's any time to pull it out, now's the time to show it. And if anything, what we saw from EU is we saw actually very different styles of play from a lot of the streamers involved in this. As we saw the pressure of the tournament and the will to get these high finishes slowed down a lot of how people played, and meant that just because you've played against them in the past, just because you've watched their stream in the past, doesn't mean you're necessarily going to be met with what you expect. As we saw, Break and Sacco tried to play their way always used to, and normally that worked. That's got them a lot of wins. That they are very successful players. But here, every time they tried to make their way back into the circle after being outside for such a long period, they were met by someone. There was people there waiting for them, and they couldn't get that footing that they wanted and ready to go. So while a lot of these players may have their formulas in mind, is it going to work when they're playing against each other in this setting? Are they going to adjust their play so much? I know there are a lot of people, Punji Stick and Roids, stepping out to me that are wholeheartedly embracing the fun side of today's games. While we have told all the players, we suggested, highly suggested, they can leave proximity voice on, as we mentioned earlier on. They can talk to each other, they can have fun with their interactions as they meet each other. I know Punji Stick wanted me to put it in the rulebook as a you must have proximity voice on. We didn't do that, but he is very much a fan of trying to get an interaction going with other players they interact with and come across, so that could be an amusing one. And as we mentioned, that could help some of you win some Astro headsets or some game codes if you get some clips of funny interactions, whoever it may be, and tweet them at PU Battlegrounds and tag at GamersReach to Gamers Outreach to get that on our radar, and we'll look over those in the coming days. As it is though, our results are in. So we're going to kick things off with our kill scores. I'm going to go from the top 3 down to tell you who got the most kills throughout the course of those games. So let me just make sure I'm double checking reading these out right, because I do not want to.
This is exciting. Okay.
Where'd it go? It's in here. All right.
I have it.
Third place for top kills in EU, Twitch.tv Kailank with 10 kills. Second place with also 10 kills, Lost Aiming. First place with 12 kills.
I'm a little bit happy that he got the most kills because he has been one of the, you know, longtime supporters who supported us when no one knew about our game. Yep. And he streamed our game for a really long time and gave us so much good feedback, and he has really helped us polish our game in the first stage of alpha. So I'm personally a bit happy that he got the most kills. So the NVIDIA GTX 1080 Ti will go to
Hayes. And I know he's going to be very happy about that one because his other graphics cards recently just blew up on him. So
oh, really?
Yes, he's recently just had to replace one of his graphics cards. So that's going very nicely.
That's great to hear. I'm so happy for him.
Yeah. But moving on now to our other victors. Now, while we do have prizes for 10th place through to first,
yes,
we will go and start at 5th place upwards and publish the rest later, just in the interest of time so we can keep on track for North America. So, in 5th place with 71 points, Lost Aiming and Machine TV. In 4th place with 78 points, Mahe Pawanga, I'm still very sorry for butchering your name, Mahe Pawanga and Moondai.
So, those two teams will get the Astro gift pack and the hoodie.
Yes, yeah, hoodies, 2 hoodies for each player and an Astro gift pack as well. And in 3rd place with 81 points, in Goatee and Noisy Boy. In 2nd place with 82 points, these teams getting deluxe edition game codes and hoodies as well. In 2nd place with 82 points, Jam Jar and Scoom. And our winners with 88 points, despite not actually winning a single game outright, but having high placements in all 3 rounds. 88 points, Pasify TV and Kailank. So congratulations to them and everyone
Congratulations.
involved. So, with that done and wrapped up, we are going to go and reset and get everything ready for North America. Thank you so much for those of you that have been here for Europe so far. Let's have a last quick check at our donation total and see where it is we're going to round out this European show at with that number. I want to believe we've gone over that 50,000 mark. We were so very close, and you guys have been steadily streaming it in. We have broken over that 50,000. Thank you so much, European viewers and everyone that's been watching from early on in America, for making that happen. As another 100 rolled straight in. Thank you all so much for your support. We'll be back in just over half an hour and a half's time with the North American games. If you can stick around for those, thank you so much. If you are going to bed now in Europe, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great evening, and good luck with the rest of your weekend.
Don't go anywhere.
Tumbling down, tumbling down. What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground? Every day is a new dream. You got everything to lose. And every late night makes me lose my mind a little more. It's been long 4 weeks in the city, trying to teach myself to fly. Hoping one day you'll be rolling with me. Now you're gone. What could you do if your world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground?
準備できた？ できた
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PlayerUnknown's Battleground Charity Invitational. We're all done and wrapped up with Europe, and it went pretty well, all things considered, after a bumpy start. But we had a great run, we had some very exciting games, and now it's time to look forward to North America. For those of you that weren't here with us, I am Christopher Pankhurst, the Esports Program Manager here for Battlegrounds, and I'm joined by our beautiful Lead Community Manager.
Hi everyone, welcome back. My name is Sammy Kang and I'm the lead community manager for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds.
Yeah, so those of you that, as I said, are maybe new here, we are running this event today to support Gamers Outreach. It's a charity that provides gaming solutions for children in hospitals and children around the world that just need a little bit of an escape. And well, you guys as a community have supported us as a game massively over the last few weeks and last few months since early access began, and we wanted to do something, a little bit of something to give back and to help out ourselves. So up to $100,000 we are matching all donations that are received through the Gamers Outreach portal today. And well, we ended Europe on right on that 50,000 mark.
We have very amazing news. We just hit $50,000, and I saw that a lot of North American streamers are already getting a lot of donations.
Yep.
I saw Halifax hitting his $1,000 goal, which is great, and we expect to get more donations during this session.
Yeah, hopefully so. We can actually get the current running total up on screen. We broke, as we say, 50,000 right as we ended Europe. A lot of the North American streamers were collecting to help that out. And now that we've already come back from the break, we gained nearly $16,000 over the course of that break. So that is incredible.
It's
Thank you guys so much for that. Wow, I thought we'd done about 10. Last time I checked, just before we set it up, was about 10, and somehow there's another 6 that's appeared. That's amazing. Thank you guys so much. So let's have a look at what we have coming your way, because we had 128 streamers from across Europe and North America ready to go. Now we're down to just 64 because Europe's finished, and here they are. Sammy, as our lead community manager, talk us through this massive community of incredibly amazing people.
Well, what I can guarantee for NA session is that there are a lot of players who like to just fool around and just do funny things in Battlegrounds. Yes. And then there are players who are not really interested in killing. They want to spectate and make fun of people, you know, just something funny for their viewers. And then there are very aggressive players. So let's have a look. We have Anthony Kongphan and Grimmmz. They've been playing Battlegrounds for, I think they've been playing it for longer than any other streamer. In this image, I believe they have been big supporters since our alpha. Then we have Curvy Llama, Gassy Mexican, who are big H1Z1 Battle Royale players. It's going to be interesting to see how they play together. And then we have Manpons and Dreaded Cone, who are also big H1Z1 Battle Royale players, but they've started to, you know, practice together, and I have a good feeling that they're going to perform pretty well today. And then we have players who like to, you know, commentate and watch other people play, such as Bike Man. I, you know, have really high expectations for his stream. I think he's just waiting to die as soon as possible so he can just look around and watch what other players are doing. And then we have Summit and Josh, who have been getting a lot of support from their communities. A lot of people have been saying that they're going to win. But then we have aggressive players like DrDisRespect. It's going to be very entertaining to watch him. But then he tends to get really salty when he dies, which is always entertaining to watch.
That's fun too, yeah. Don't forget, as we mentioned, all of these guys are live on their own channels right now. If you want to watch their perspectives as well as ours or whatever, you can go and keep an eye on them all through their own Twitch channels, and they have their own donation portals and their own way to support from there. Because, yeah, it's so many more angles on the way to watch this game. While we have our spectator mode in here with an overview for everyone, with 64 players running around, catching every little bit of action isn't going to be possible just yet. So we got all these angles, and with that, if you are watching the other streams, there's ways for you to win some prizes with your participation, with your input, and with just being there and enjoying your streamers. How can people do that?
So we really want to thank our sponsors for providing the prizes, and just like the EU session, the player that gets most kills will be given NVIDIA GTX 1080 Ti. And for the viewers, if you find any funny moments, I have a very good feeling about NA
Yeah, I think
session
we're going to get a
regarding
lot
funny
from this one.
moments.
Yeah, if you find some funny moments, if you is watching these streams or even just enjoying something from our perspective that you find very funny, take a clip of it, tweet it at PU Battlegrounds, and tag Gamers Outreach on Twitter with it. We're going to go through those the next coming days and find some of our funniest and some of our most amusing clips, and players that clip those, players that sent those to us, will have a chance of winning some codes to the game, some regular codes to the game, and 2 sets of Astro A40 TR headsets with additions. So lots of stuff for you guys to win there. On top of that, as Sammy mentioned, the player in this game that has the most kills at the end of the 3 matches will be winning a NVIDIA GeForce 1080 Ti. And Europe, that was won by Hayes, who, interestingly enough, didn't actually get any kills in the 3rd game. He got 8 in the 2nd game and 4 in the 1st one, and that put his total at 12, which was the highest out of everyone. So with players like Linden, who are already running around and have the highest kill game on record for anyone, as far as I know off the top of my head, like 26 kill win, I believe it was, or 25. He's looking for that crown. He's looking for that graphics card.
Yes, that's going to be very interesting to watch, because he's not afraid of going into the military base or anywhere where there's a lot of people, and I wonder how that's going to play out in this invitational. Because when you're playing in regular game, it works fine because you're fighting other players, but then here we have so many great players in this game, so I wonder if that strategy is going to work.
Yeah, and the other thing we noticed in the EU is while the primary focus of this event is charity and it is outreach for Gamers Outreach, we saw a lot of European players change up their playstyle a fair bit and take things back into a slightly more passive start and safer playthrough to get themselves those higher placements. Now, if that happens here in North America as well, as you mentioned, finding kills playing like that is not going to be as easy as traditionally has been. So seeing how everyone else plays will denote how successful the strategy that Linda may be pulling out here works out. As far as the prizes for the players here goes, though, we have, for our winning team, a pair of very fancy varsity jackets with their names embroidered on it and some charity invitational logos. We have 3 deluxe edition codes to give to each of the 2 winning players. Those are the codes that we sold as pre-orders for early access, which come with all the player unknown skins, which are very well and highly sought after at the moment. For 2nd place, these players are going to grab some hoodies, again, 1 for each of the players taking part, and some more deluxe edition codes. Same with 3rd place, just a slightly lower number. With 4th place, the teams are going to grab some of their own Astro A40 TRs and some more hoodies. Same with 5th place, and down in 6th to 10th there'll be some t-shirts up for grabs as well. And now those hoodies and those t-shirts will eventually end up being on sale to the general public and to the rest of you guys in the community that may want them, with all the proceeds for those also heading to Gamers Outreach and other charity outlets in the future. We'll tweet and provide more information on that merch sale as and when we have it.
We forgot to mention that we will be giving the Astro A40 TR headset and Mix-M Pro TR to the biggest donators as well. We'll be giving 2 sets to the biggest donators during this event.
Yeah, the two largest single donations will receive an Astro A40 TR and a Mix-M Pro TR as well themselves. So, with all of that said and done, and with all of that laid out, let's have a look at some of these teams and the way they've been playing to this point. We'll start with Anthony Kongphan and Grimmmz. As you mentioned, they are the 2 big names dubbed by many to take this event by storm. And, well, if you don't know why that is, let's have a look at their video and show you.
It's all indeed. Go! Let's go! Yeah. He's hurt. I should with the
Well, that was very fun to watch.
Yeah, keep your sniper rifles away for Grimmmz, that's for sure. What we saw in Europe was with the supply crates, people were so hell-bent on staying alive and so hell-bent on being safe and staying in the final circle that they were kind of ignoring the supply crates. And we saw Tio's game and his teammate Paddy beeline for the first one every time. But they were alone on it, and as a result, they regularly had AWMs, M24s, M249s from a very early point in the game. Now, if you see what Grimmmz has been doing there in those clips with those AWMs, you do not want to let that go into their hands. So here there may have to be a slightly different strategy that people bring to the table. On a similar note, though, when it comes to highly ranked, highly skilled players in North America, recent explosion in popularity, Viz Games and Smack are miles above the rest when it comes to their actual rating on the leaderboards right now. In Europe, our highest rated players were Outsider and 3T Butts, who did win the first opening game, but they had about 2,500 rating on the leaderboards. Viz and Smack right now here for North America have 2,700.
Sometimes I wonder if they sleep at all. They've been grinding really hard, and they were already like skilled players in Arma 3 BR, and a lot of people have been saying that they are going to win this. So let's see how that, pans out.
Exactly, yeah, and there, as I say, their leaderboards and their record so far suggests they are in a very strong position to do so. And again, just like Anthony and Grimmmz, if you don't know why, let's have a look at a video and show you what it is they have up their sleeves. So yeah, we'll have that at Viz and Smack in just a second, but we'll talk about whoever's next straight after that point, because we have, as you mentioned, got a few of the more comical streamers in this mix, so those will be coming up shortly. We do have Viz and Smack ready now, so let's have a look at them.
The guy moving. Oh, God, through the tree! Got him! He's off. Out. Got him.
Well, what's interesting is that if you watch streams of really skilled Battlegrounds players, they tend to be focused most of the time, and their reaction is great when they win or get a really long-range shot. That's what makes Battlegrounds streams fun to watch on Twitch, in my opinion.
Yeah, then the excitement and the tense moments of the final circles as the circle closes in and you don't know where the last few players are. There's so many different points for and different reasons for different players to enjoy this game that it's blowing.
And a lot of viewers have told us and their favorite streamers that they love to watch the streamers when they're playing Battlegrounds, because they act so differently when they're playing Battlegrounds, and when they play other games, they're different. So they want to see their favorite streamers play Battlegrounds, which is very, exciting for us. Yeah,
that's true. So let's have a look at some of the more comical streamers in the mix now.
Who are you watching?
I want to start on a kind of the fence position, right? Because Lyric and Shorty are dubbed to win by a lot of members of the community. They have shown moments of brilliance from their play very recently. Lyric dominating some bridge play with that M249, who he has said he wants to bring it out here again in the Invitational. We'll see how the circle plays out for him. And yeah, they definitely have the potential to win some of these games. But they're also players that very much enjoy having fun. Shorty has been very much an advocate the last couple of days that he is in this tournament to enjoy himself, not to come away with the first place prize. So as a result, we could be seeing some hijinks from them. And again, we have a video to illustrate some of their play in case you don't know what to look for.
Let's go. Order in the car. 3. Nice shot, dude. I'm gonna energy behind you.
No, they got by the care package.
He's dead. I'm gonna. Oh, baby.
All right, so that is Lyric and Shorty. Now, other comedic players to look out for in all this mix?
Well, I heard that Punji Stick has very interesting plans for today.
So, Game 2, Punji Stick and Eddie Monster have set themselves up a wager. Now, we'll cross to that as and when we get to it after Game 1's out of the way, but it's going to be an interesting one. Europe, everyone stayed very much doing the way they wanted to do. They've joined in the game. We played the game. We played Battlegrounds. They've gone. North America, in the Discord we have set up to organize these players and get it going, the banter's already begun. It began before Europe had even finished. We finished the Europe games, jumped out into the Discord and saw North America and some of these players going at it against each other and hyping each other up. So there's already some big rivalries that have spurred just from these games amongst different streamers. And Punji Stick and Eddie Monster have a very special wager lined up for game number 2. So we'll see.
So you're keeping it a secret now.
Yeah, keep it a secret for game 2. If you want to find out what it is, you've got to stick around.
Okay. Well, I don't know if anyone will notice, but if you look at the poster, it looks like we have a good mix of H1Z1 BR players and Arma 3 BR players, which is different from what we saw in EU. So it's going to be interesting to see how their play styles differ and which team is going to win. So we'll have to watch and find out.
Yeah. The other thing to note is that with the special game mode we have set up here and with the special spectate options we have, while each player dying on their own will then be following and spectating their teammate as normal, as you would if you were playing online. Once both players in a team are dead, they will gain access to the full observer camera. They will gain access to the full spectate cam themselves. So if you want to watch this kind of game from one of these players' perspectives, as you mentioned, they are all live and streaming themselves. Should they die, you still get to watch the entire rest of the game play out and have that from everyone's angles from them, which is exactly what we said Bike Man is very much looking forward to doing. He's going to play, he's going to try and win, but he's very excited about the camera and the observing afterwards and the spectating and of it. So plenty of different ways, plenty of different options to watch the entire game out, no matter who it is you choose to be there with. With that all said and done and moving forward, we have all our players funneling their way into the lobby. We have all our players getting set up and ready to go with this first game. We haven't touched on, to the extent I think he deserves, the DrDisRespect team, the Tatman combo, because while you mentioned he's there and Doc is a character to watch, through their training in the last couple of days and their streams together and practice for this, they've not very nearly, but they've almost been as big of a threat to each other as they have to their opponents.
Well, Doc said that he'll be using Team the Tatman as his shield today, so we'll see what happens. But, you know, he's known for his aggressive play style, and then we have other players who tend to be aggressive, like Linden. So I'd love to see Linden and Doc just, you know, meeting up and just fighting for that, you know, their lives.
When we saw the plane spawns for Europe, we had the first game, the plane went from the northeast corner down to the southwest. It was a very good cross-map coverage, went right over Pachinki. It's a very popular town. Nobody went anywhere near Pachinki. Everyone jumped out of the plane and went as far left or as far right from the plane as they could and spread out and got cars and drove off. And we didn't see anyone die in the first game for the first like 3 or 4 circles. Second game, we had a great plane again coming from the southeast to the northwest, and again it followed in. Everyone came on through, spread out very far from the planes, opposite corners of the map, completely away from each other, but no one directly down from the plane itself. Third game, straight through the middle, east to west, nice and easy. Same result. We went over the bunker spawn, we went over the crater spawn, we went over the school and just about Roshok. Roshok was just enough of a flight that some people ended up there, but the school itself, the apartments, the bunkers, nobody went anywhere near it. Everyone just spread as far to the hills as they could, and up, down, and north and south. We've already got players here in North America that have vowed to go straight to the floor as fast as possible, and
we'll
I think
see. We'll see if that's true.
We'll see if it's true, but Linden and Doc are the two that I'm going to watch to do it. Get out of the plane, get to the floor, get a gun and shoot people.
I do feel like they're going to keep their promises because they just love to be aggressive.
Yes.
But then they're really skilled snipers in the EU roster, so we'll see if they get killed right away. I just can't wait to see it.
Yeah, excited to watch this one through. So, once again, as we are the final moments away before this game begins and everyone's in the lobby, we do want to thank our sponsors one more time. NVIDIA, who obviously provided these prizes for some of our players and the highest kill count for the entire game. Astro providing headsets for some of the guys and their placements in this matches. Also for you guys at home watching and submitting the tweets and donating to your favorite streamers. And Monster Cat, of course, providing all the music for this game. Intel also supporting the stream in all kinds of ways and being very, very awesome. So thank you guys for that.
It's going to take a week to look at all those funny moment clips.
Yeah, but
got
it's
hundreds, I think.
It's going to be tough saying, "Oh, I've got to go to work and watch all these fun highlight clips again." You know, it's a tough job.
Yeah.
But
it'll still be fun.
Yes, exactly. We'll look forward to it. But let's have a quick check-in then on our current donation total. Let's see what we've gone up to. We started North America here at 66,000 and we're up to 73.5. Thank you guys so much. Those of you that are just tuning in, those of you that do not know, we are doing this all to support Gamers Outreach. It is a fantastic charity that are helping children and hospitals all around the world. And we, as Bluehole, our current company here, are matching every dollar up to $100,000. So if we hit that $100,000 goal here, Gamers Outreach will be receiving $200,000 in total, which is a fantastic amount. But if we can blow up and go past that, it would be absolutely incredible. You guys as a community have done fantastic things for this game, and we've only been in early access for 5 weeks. If you didn't see it, if you didn't notice it, we passed 2 million copies sold not so long ago, and that is unheard of for an early access game, and that is all thanks to you. So once again, thank you.
And we'd like to let you know that it has been only 5 weeks since we launched early access, and we're definitely committed to launching the full game within 6 months. And we are fixing bugs every day. Although today was a national holiday,
but
our dev team's got to
yeah,
take some days off.
Some of the dev team that are in here helping with this broadcast, doing some of the maths and helping decide the winners. And to note, Marek, our gunplay programmer, is going to be here in the chair with me to go through the games later on. He's actually out there right now. I thought he was going to be break. He was complaining he was too tight. He's out there optimizing code right now. He is working on the game in his break between matches. So we are doing everything we can to get the game polished and good to go for you as soon as we can. But with that all done and said, we have all our players in the lobby. It is time to watch our North American players battle it out. It is time to see who is king of aggression, Linden or DrDisRespect. It is time to find out if Anthony and Grimmmz can be the BR gods they have been told to be, or if Vis and Smack really are just that much better than the rating would suggest they are. There's a lot of questions coming into this. There's a lot of answers that we should have on the other side of it. But bottom line is, it's going to be a lot of fun no matter what.
But this is not just another shooter game. It's Battle Royale, so you don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly. Anything can happen as Battle Royale goes. As we said, we had some very nice plane routes from the start of the show for Europe. We had some great options and plenty of spawn possibilities for teams. But it's also very possible to get stuck in the middle of nowhere with everyone landing on top of each other. We'll have to wait and see if that's what North America has in store or what they have lined up. And then, of course, the slightly more interesting hijinks these North American players have on their own. One thing we have got the players doing, or highly suggested they do, and I know a lot of them, again, from the Discord chat before, set up, was proximity voice. These guys are very much set on talking to each other when they find each other in game.
Looks like the match has started, so I will now turn it over to Marek, and I'll see you guys later after the 3 matches.
Thank you. All right, there is our North American lobby. Let's look for some colors to stand out that people want to watch. Summit 1G down in a light orange, heading towards the weapon table. Grimmmz in a yellow, heading up towards the side, and they're all dashing themselves into the plane. So let's see where it heads. What's the spawn options? What are the possibilities for these players? Not too bad. Not too bad, to be honest. It's coming east to west. It's a little on the southern side. Players that like to drop out, grab a car and head far north will have a lot of things to choose from. Players that want to get aggressive early, fight each other and fight anyone they find right from the start can go straight to the floor and get weapons out of the game to begin with. Players that just want to go as far as the parachute will take them and see what happens, they're not going to be starved either. Things along the coast, there's plenty of sporadic buildings. The military island is currently untouched. It's not a bad option.
Looks pretty much like the first game.
Yeah.
Or the second one.
Yes, like the second one. Smack and Viz are two heading north. We do have Tim the Tapman, DrDisRespect, Manpons heading right down into Lipovka as a foursome. Down on the coast, Linden FPS is headed with Richard Hammer and friends down to the southern tip of the island. Definitely a lot more grouped spawns here from North America. Pachinki, you can see, is already filled with players. I believe that's Little Lexi, Eddie Monster, Roids, and Pundy Stick. Diesel, Optic, Diesel, and Miss May tucked off to one side of it as well. And straight into the Lipovka containers go the Doc and Tapman. Doc picks up the M16. Tapman's got himself a frying pan, but Manpons has an M416. Dreaded Cone still yet to pick anything up, but there are weapons in play now in Lipovka. Meanwhile, if we have a quick look over at Pachinki, see what the 6 teams over there are doing, because there's already flashing red. Punji Stick and Lexi fighting in a house, and Lexi wins. Pistols down Punji Stick, but has an AKM to play with too. Royce is going to come in and try and save him, but nope. Punji Stick is the first man dead in North America, and Royce tries to come in to save the day with his M1911, but gets chased up the staircase. Lexi still has this AKM in hand, and Royce is stuck inside. Top of the stairs, does third person around the corner and pick her off. She's downed and finished, and now it's Eddie Monster v Royce. Eddie Monster has a shotgun and is making way in towards that building. You can hear it blasting at the top of the staircase. Roy's up top, Eddie down below. Roy's jumped out the balcony and Eddie didn't hear him. Roy's is off. He's making a break for it. Eddie has no idea. He's now realizing that he's no longer in this house and has lost him. This could be big. Roy's could make something come from this. May, meanwhile, and Diesel are still in Pachinki off at a distance, but somehow May has taken damage. I'm not sure, actually. May have landed on a roof and had to jump off, but we'll see. Royce and Eddie still looting through these buildings. Let's have a look and see if we can find Linden. He did spawn down on that southern coast with a couple of other building players, and they're actually all headed across into the island towards the military base. So, okay. Actually staying away from people for a little while. Rhino Q and Linden split up a lot. DJ Pernicus there has got a lot of health missing, but not the aggression we expected from Linden to begin with. Up in Lipovka again, as Doc started to unleash his train of violence and momentum, or are they actually just living happily as friends with Manpons and Dreaded Cone?
But there's a big change. Start of the round, first circle, already 5 people died. Yes. Compared to EU.
Yeah, compared to EU in the first game, first circle had no one dead until about 3 or 4 circles in. Manpons and Dreaded Cone are alone in Lipovka right now, if I look at that again. Where did... Tim and Doc have got a car and driven away. Tim and Doc driven down to Milta Power. The aggression was not there. They did not go for the kills. They have driven to safety and have gone to loot elsewhere. That's not the Doc we wanted to see. What is the strategy? Let's wait and see. So, as they continue to loot down this end, we also saw Viz and Smack driving hardcore up the northern edge of the island to go for a little bit more loot. A couple of players at the sniper range. We have players over in Jockey, actually. We talked about in EU how that is a not very popular spawn for a whole because it's so out and remote. There's no vehicle spawns. It's tough to get to. But up there in the top left, we do have Mark Strom and friends looting Jockey already.
It's a pretty safe place to go because nobody usually goes there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the unpopularity or unpopular opinion people have of it is helping make it viable and safe for a lot. Meanwhile, Jericho and Smitty now, 2 more of the more silly players we have in the mix, are on the prowl. They've got weapons, they've got a Dacier, and they are looking for fights to take. They're being shot at from inside this farm building at the moment. No serious damage being dealt just yet, but now that they know there are players in there, we may see something from them shortly. Meanwhile, a few more players are starting to gear themselves up, and we do have a lot of weapons in play. Pachinki has quietened down a bit more. Eddie Monster and Roy's just looting buildings next door to one another without really conflicting, and May and Diesel are still just happily up the other end of the town, gearing themselves up. Meanwhile, Bikeman and Baru, despite Bikeman's dreams of dying relatively quickly and observing and shoutcasting the game himself, are actually in a pretty safe spot with a lot of loot to play with. This is not a bad option for early loot, and if you head a little bit to the west from here, there's another big open group of buildings which rarely get looted from the start. Across the big open field to the east, however, and over towards the ruins, Darkness and Bongi from the Two Angry Gamers are looting this location. It's something which people, when the game first came out, used a lot. It's like, oh, the ruins, there's loads of great loot in the ruins. But the more people played, the less people went there because of how much running around has to be done to find and really gather all the loot that's in here.
It's not just running around, it's fighting in the ruins. It's difficult itself because it's pretty flat area and there's a lot of walls, a lot of small corners, so it's not like a house where you just go in and hope there's nobody there. There's potentially many spots that you need to scan when you all go from one area to another in ruins.
Alright. Sniper named G and Sexy Hexy here have Halifax very close by. Halifax's team, I believe, is just south of us on the camera, very split from his teammate. So Halifax has got to be careful to not get downed here. There you go, Sequisha is on his way over now to support. Looking from the way they play, it seems that everyone knows everyone's here right now. Sequisha is looking from a distance. Sexy Hexy is, I think, up on the roof. Yeah, he's up on the roof having a look down. But Halifax is definitely tracking Sniper named G using, if nothing else, audio. Does hear him move out now and has left that building himself. I'm not sure he's aware Sexy's over this other side of the road because he has an angle on Halifax's position from here. He may have been spotted now. Halifax moving down towards the edge of the fence. They're actually both blind. They've both had an opportunity to see the other in clear day there, but end up just running in opposite directions from the other. So Halifax regrouping with Sequisha a little bit. Sexy Hexy now back out on the road. Sequisha's right out in the open on the far end of that. I do think Sexy Hexy spotted him that time. He ducked straight back into cover and is now third-personing over the wall to watch it. He's looking for an angle out towards Halifax. Unsure about the shots. Will start taking them. Does land one round, but then Halifax gets into safety and cover at the far end of the town. Now we'll watch and see how they play, because both these players, or both these teams rather, are outside the circle from here, so they do have to make their way to safety shortly. Sexy Hexy has a car up the north edge by where they first saw him. Sequisha and Halifax, though, pinned inside this barn at the moment, do know that these two have to go past them to get to safety themselves. Oh.
You have to start moving pretty soon.
Ooh, Miss May's finished off Eddie. So after all that stuff between Eddie Monster, Lexi, and Punji Stick and Roids, May comes out of the looting in Pachinki with a kill onto Eddie Monster. So that means Roids is still running around somewhere, but now he knows he's got extra company. Sniper named G flanking around to the east side of this barn as Halifax comes out and does actually expose himself to an angle here for Sniper. See if he can live up to his name and land that headshot he needs. He's not going to take the shots yet. I think he's probably waiting for his teammate to come to a slightly more supportive position because Sexy Hexy is a long way back at the moment. The blue is on its way though, so this engagement won't take that much longer before they all start taking damage from the electricity. So yeah, Sexy's bringing the blue across, the car across the Dacia over, and that will be their ticket to safety as and when they decide it's time to end this fight. Halifax and Sequisha are still unsure about where these two are, have a suspicion and are using it to escape towards the east. So I do think they will have made it out alive here. They have a long way to run, but they are completely covered from the position of Sexy Hexy and Sniper, so they won't even know they're gone yet. So moving on from them, Smitty and Jericho still driving around looking for things. They've gone a complete opposite side of the map to where we last saw them. Summit and Josh were around here last time I saw them on the map. Not sure where they've headed off to now. They are just down to the southwest. They are still just running around safe and open. Below them, Akili Kapowski and Stevo driving towards the white circle. This is something else we're seeing here from North America we didn't see from Europe, is that people are getting to these white circles much quicker. Here is these ruins fights you talked about. Darkness and Bongi have been in here for a while now. John, Sandman and Phantom have come in to challenge the territory. Now, Darkness has good cover here, but John has just as strong over in those boxes on the far side. But up on the hillside is Bongi, and he has a great angle to take down Phantom, but John will trade him straight back, so there's a downed player now on either side. John, Sandman versus Darkness 429 now. Who will come out on top? Darkness has a good position to watch the movement of John, but he didn't catch John crossing over to his teammate, and John is now beginning a revive on Phantom. The same thing cannot be said for Darkness on Bongi. Bongi is trying to crawl down to get to Darkness. It's going to take him a little bit longer, And it's a little bit of a more dangerous route to take as well, as he could get stuck in some of these rocks.
Yeah, maybe he cannot cross now.
Yeah, it looks like he's stuck just out and around that corner where he was. Maybe Darkness is too.
Oh.
So, we'll see. Nope. There we go. Okay, so Phantom Ace is back up on his feet. John revived him, and now he's looking to heal on up. Bongi, though, after finding a way to crawl over the rocks towards Darkness, is picked off from a distance by John. So, he couldn't be revived at all. We'll leave that there and hope the Darkness can get back into working order soon. Meanwhile, Linden FPS is knocked out by DJ Pernicus on the island. DJ Pernicus is now fighting Rhino, the only remaining teammate that Linden has. He's got an angle on him from the top of the hillside. Linden, I believe, is getting revived now from Rhino. The blue is closing in quickly, but remember, it's not a lot of damage this time round. Rhino is taking damage here from DJ. He's not able to get the revive off onto Linden. They're trying to get to a more covered position, but from the angle and from the height that DJ Pernicus has here, there's not much cover they can use. And as I said, they're in the blue. He himself is on the edge of it, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Roids is knocked out and finished off Miss Mace. Now Diesel is alone without a teammate in and around Pachinki. Rhino is still under fire here from DJ Pernicus. He's looking to try and grab them, but the revive will complete on Linden this time round. Question is, can he stay up? Nope, straight back down again. That was what I thought. And still in danger. Remember, the more you get down, the faster you bleed out. And now Rhino's helmet is popped off. That level 2 helmet, just enough to keep him alive, but no longer will it block any more rounds as it's gone. Linden, you can see, not only is he bleeding out faster, being down twice, he's in the blue, which means his health is ticking away and he will fall. John Sandman has just finished off. Darkness over on the ruins. And there is Linden falling. Rhino healing up and looting his teammate as quickly as he can. DJ Pernicus still holding on the edge of the blue. He knows he's got the time for this. He's got Rhino pinned. He can hold firm. Let's have a look at... Oh, no. Rhino makes a rake for it. Puts his weapons away to get as fast as possible and is in to a little bit more cover. It's just going to keep making a break across the military base to try and get around to a better flanks position. Now, he may have lots of meds from Linden, which will help him do this, but even more risky is he's got to then get to the follow-up circle, even if he can get past DJ Pernicus here. Let's have a look at the map and see where that next circle is. And yeah, for these two on the island, it's a long way to go. So, in Pachinki, things are getting a bit busier. Despite May falling down, Diesel falling down, Roids is still around, and they've been gained Josh OG and Summit on the edge of town now. So, Diesel and Roids, well, Roids is playing Assassin's Creed. Diesel is hiding in a nearby building and is a little bit pinned with just an Uzi in his hand. As Summit and Josh are in that 3-story building overwatching the fields to the south. So, yeah, Diesel happy to just stay in his house. He likes it here. He's okay. Meanwhile, where are Doc and Tim? There's some health that's been taken off down towards the southeast there. Some players that aren't full here. Doc and Tim there down towards the southeast, actually miles away from everyone. Lipovka still has a pair of players tucked on inside. Up towards the north, we do see Halifax and Secretia now have ducked away and made it out of the engagements up there, while Anthony and Grimmmz have ultimately been pretty quiet so far in this first game. But that's kind of what we expected. They are quiet in the start. They do loot a lot. They go for these crates and grab them, and then they'll sit back and take long-range kills all over. Baru and Bikeman have been in that same group of buildings the entire game so far. Shorty, Lyric running just to the white circle from the north at the moment. Sexy Hexy and Sniper AG finally leaving the area of Severny in those towns after waiting up there for a long, long time. Going to come down towards the south of these pairings. Not sure they have any idea the others are there. It's a long way to see. Meanwhile, Grimmmz and Anthony did just drive past the combination of Bikeman. Fake Uniform and Deathridge firing onto the backside of Smitty and Jericho here, who have swapped from their Dacia into a buggy, and well, Smitty's paying the price for it as he's taken 2 shots in the back. Meanwhile, Kuda has knocked out Wish with an SKS. Wish playing with Pocket, running around somewhere up towards the north. They are just above Roshok here. Wish in one building, Pocket in the other, but Wish being down means Pocket's got to get across there, and Kuda and Markstrom have a really strong position for covering her cross. She's going to have a tough time getting across there to try and pick Wish up without taking serious damage, and with only a Vector in hand, she's at a bit too long of a range to deal with this. Does start to make the move across. Jericho's finished off Phantom Ace actually. Yes, I know Jericho and Smitty are fighting John Sandman and Phantom, and while Phantom is dead, it's Jericho versus John, and John comes out on top. Now, Kuda pushing up. He knows that Pocket managed to get across the gap. You can still see downed Wish inside. Pocket is hiding around the corner. Kuda can't quite see her from here. She can't see him either. Meanwhile, Kuda's teammate is close by and will be there to trade as they're both behind the same van right now, looking for the opportunity. Wish is going to bleed out any second here if Pocket doesn't make a move. She's gone over the edge, and she's actually just going to leave Wish to die. So they're going to let that in, bait it in, and now Kuda and Markstorm in the building. Pocket might be able to pick them off when they come out and come in this direction, but instead she's deciding to flank a little bit more around to the right and maybe get an angle on them when they come out onto the roof.
Actually, she had a Vector, so at this range, that's a big advantage over ARs.
Okay. So let's see if she can land enough rounds to make it count. She has Suppressor on it. Not going to keep her position too much of a secret at this sort of range, though. The circle is once again closing in. There you go. You can see heads picking up over the edge there as Pocket just watches for them. See where the next circle ends up as to whether it'll help her and whether they will jump into her sightline or not. Meanwhile, Rhino is safely off the island. DJ Ponic is off right to the eastern side despite playing towards that western bridge to begin with. Rhino over the western bridge comes on in, but Richard Hammer and friends are there right on the other side of the bridge waiting for him. Summit and Josh still hiding in the buildings of Pachinki, holding firm and watching around them. So meanwhile, Anthony and Grimmmz are flanking up behind John Sandman. John down the far side of this hill. Not sure if he knows they're here. They definitely caught a glimpse of him and are looking in that direction. Grimmmz has spotted him, and what a surprise! He's holding an AWM from a crate, and John Sandman is no more. There it is. One round to the head. John Sandman falls. There's a lot of loot on that body. John's picked up a lot of kills in the last few moments, so we'll see what they can gather from this. They're safe to loot it for a while. There's a lot of cover around here and not many players nearby. Meanwhile, though, over to the east of them, that group of buildings still has Bikeman and Baru in it, and two other players have joined them. But they have to move from there as they head towards the circle in a moment's time with everyone from the rest of the map. Summit just knocked out Josh OG with an AKM headshot, and then kills Josh. What?
What just happened?
I don't know, but alright. Summit and Josh have gone mutinous. We'll see what the deal with that is later on. Moving on. Anthony and Grimmmz still out in the open. Here we go. Baru and Bikeman in this complex building have Gold Glove and Fairlight with them. They are stalking Baru, who is just inside this building on the other side of the window, to Gold Glove. Baru comes on out, turns his backside to Gold Glove, who's going to push on underneath, but it's not needed as Fairlight is picked off. Baru on his own and is now pushing for Bikeman. Cinematic Michael Bay camera as we follow on the weapon of Gold Glove. Fairlight does finish Bikeman off around the back side of their building. Apparently Josh OG blue screened, so that's why Summit did it. He wanted the loot. So that is that done. So we'll get him back in for the next game. HG Justin and Richard Hammer then bottom of this hill now have Roids firing at them from the top of the enfilade, and he will pick off Justin, leaving Richard Hammer in a 1v1. He's healing up a little way, and while Roids has a stronger position at the moment, especially as they're both pinned behind the same tree, Roids can flank around the corner and tag up the downed players a little bit more, stopping the revive, but he still needs to get past them to get to the circle. So, looking for another angle on these players behind the tree. Roids will spot one running out aggressively towards his old position. Justin's still low health behind the tree. He's going to be healing up while Richard pushes forward. He's directly underneath Roids here. The ump is going to be very strong at this range, but Roids is going to peek around the top first. Richard looks for it and reacts for it. Does get a couple of shots off towards the top of Roids, but the re-peek is there. And this time Roids can finish him off. Oh. No, he can't! Justin peeks out just in time to save Richard. Nice. Very nice shot indeed. And he's got time to sprint across and get the revive out before Richard bleeds. Clutch save from HD Justin, but it may be short-lived as Julia and Timac are coming closely behind them in a buggy. If they catch these two on the edge of that hillside, they do not have a lot of health. But it looks like Julia and Timac... No, okay, they just used it to turn. They didn't spot them. They're going to continue to the next circle. Meanwhile, Shorty has taken out Sexy Hexy as Stevo Live finishes off Thadrius here in Yasnaya. Killy is super low health, but she does get to Stevo and some cover to try and hide. Mr. Moon, on the other side of the building to them, has a double-barrel shotgun in hand. In fact, he may be inside, actually. Yeah, he's inside on the second floor. Stevo and Killy have healed up and are now circling around and looking for him. He does throw a Molotov, I believe that was on the staircase to keep himself safe from being pushed, and well, it will do just that for a little while. But as the circle hits the wipe, we're going to find another circle to move in on. We're only at 42 alive, which despite the slightly more aggressive start here in North America, isn't actually that quick either. 42 alive is still a lot left for this size, as Monty and Satalizer shut down Julia and Timac as soon as they got out of their buggy. There's a lot of players outside in the blue. Lorena and Aver. Diesel is running just in front of Aver. Gold Glove and Fairlight driving from where they were deep into the white circle, but there are players already waiting for them here in the middle of the field. It's Ninja and his Angry Pug, and the shots are rattling off the car. Fairlight is low health. They've lost a tire, so that's going to make it harder to turn. And there's not a lot of health on Gold Glove either anymore, so they keep going, and their car is taking more and more punishment. They do get safely out of range of Angry Pug and Ninja, but they are struggling. They are lucky they've got over to this edge, which is actually surprisingly empty, and should be able to heal up. Meanwhile, Ava and Lauren are just about getting into the circle. They have Diesel right in front of them. I don't know whether they've spotted him or not. He is running directly away from Renee. Yeah, Ava spotted him. She stops and she's looking to... needs to heal up first. She made sure she's hidden behind the tree. Sees him running off in a distance. Has finished that first aid kit and is now beelining to chase it. So we'll see whether she can track Diesel down. Renee, meanwhile, made it into the circle on her left and has healed up as well. And will then join the hunt. They are all running towards Pooh Dado and Loyal Patriot, who are also just about to make their way inside the circle from outside. We'll also need to stop and heal up slightly, and Diesel may catch them in the act of that. He's coming over the edge of the hillside here. He sees Pooh Dado, but he's about to find Curvy Llama and Gassy Mexican driving straight through them all with a buggy of their own. They will not stop. There we go. Loyal Patriot does get downed, but Diesel will be picked off from behind by Ava before he can finish it. HC Justin's actually the man that downed Loyal Patriot. So while Diesel was trying to stay hidden from these two, Ava caught up with him. Athos 19 has now finished off Monty and Satalizer as a combo for a duo, and we're starting to whittle our way through all the remaining players. Budado comes over and starts to revive on his teammate, but Ava's still behind him, looting the body of Diesel as the blue starts to come in. She's going to go and catch up with her teammate Renee in just a moment, who's already running down the hillside, running towards, again, Curvy Llama and Gassy Mexican. Justin and Richard Hammer coming on the edge side. Ezekiel out in the field on his own, has Steve-O and Killy Kapowski driving straight past him at the moment, but keeping himself hidden, keeping his position secret for now, until Justin and Richard are firing down on this pairing now, who are trying to find a safe place to stop. They are inside the circle and do have this compound to try and cover them from the many advancing players. They are about to get pushed from many different angles. Loyal Patriot killing off Ava in the background as Pedado finishes off Renee, so that combination is dead, and the attack that's coming towards Steve-O and Killy here has just got a little bit weaker. But Justin and Richard are into the building, trying to jump through the windows and look for an opening. Justin gets inside and does get the down onto Killy Kapowski. Steve-O's still in here. They're pushing a bit deeper through. Richard finishes off Steve-O really quickly inside that toilet. And it is a good squad wipe very quickly from this pairing. No hanging around. 27 alive as we lose our first players to circle deaths. Athos now running quickly from where it is. Ezekiel still behind that same rock, has I believe just spotted Athos there. DrDisRespect shows up now, knocking out Manpons with a frag grenade as Ezekiel is trying to find an angle here on Athos. Manpons, Tim, DrDisRespect fighting in this compound in the middle of the field. Manpons down outside the circle, and while the Doc tries a flying shot around the corner, he actually gets down mid-flight, but Tim is there to save the day and avenge him. Shorty has knocked out Grimmmz and finished Grimmmz as Viz has picked off a long-range kill on DrDisRespect. Doc, while being downed, was finished off by Viz from a distance. Shorty getting revived now by Lyric as they've both killed off Anthony and Grimmmz. Lyric getting one and Shorty getting the other. We're starting to get down to the top 20, top 10 teams now. Rhino alone up on this hillside. Sniper named G on the other side of the road has Markstrom and Kuda pinned between these two solo players. Inside another compound, which is once again outside the circle. Curvy Llama, Gassy Mexican coming up behind Ezekiel out in the field. Ezekiel has A+D there too, and they are now starting to fire onto them from a distance. Gassy Mexican taking a little bit of damage, and they also have to be aware that the circle's coming in 25 seconds, and they're in the disadvantageous position here. But the players they're firing on have moved to the circle instead. Aggressively moving up, Ezekiel does not have a lot of health. He's very much out in the open here. Richard Hammer and Justin still in that compound where they killed Killy and Stevo. We'll have seen that happen, and we'll have a sightline owned to it when they feel safe. Sniper named G down has become a known position for the two players in the compound. Summit turns to run and shot in the back by Rhino Q. He ran up to the top of the hillside, spotted him, and was looking to run away without getting detected, but Rhino saw him. Rhino was aware of it. Summit falls. Viz finished off Tim the Tapman now, so he's taken out both players in that combination of Tim and Doc from these yellow houses in the middle of the open play area. Rhino now on top of this hillside is looking for a couple more shots on the players coming up from the compound. He does tag one, but then the other will peek him, and he's very low, but can't quite finish off Markstrom, as he does then fall on his own, knocking out team by team. Lyric taking down Fairlight now as Kuda takes down Sniper named G as a flank comes in. Athos finished off Richard Hammer and Hasty Justin, and we are down to the final few. 9 players left alive. Viz and Smack inside this little compound here at the top of the circle have Mr. Moon holding a shotgun right outside the door. He's looking to aggressively pressure into the windows. None of these buildings are completely in the circle here, so they will all have to move regardless of the outcome of this fight. Moon at the window does catch a glimpse of a backpack in that doorway, but the backpack saw him as well. They are looking to shake him out of this. They know they have to come on out. Teasing the front door. Spraying a couple of shots through the window. He's still got the shotgun in hand. More tags onto the backside of Mr. Moon. He uses one of his 2 shotgun shells. Looks for a reload. Comes to a backside window. Beers and Smack have him on the run. They do come outside the front door. They're aware of this. They push him around the backside. And now have that 2v1 positioning advantage to see him on the corner. Then it's a quick drop shot from Smack to take down Mr. Moon. Viz and Smack still alive to live to fight for another circle. They move to the next house over and are safe because of it. Lyric and Shorty in the compound to their south. Kuda and Markstrom heard all that shooting and are now pushing towards the buildings from the west side. They know which house these two are going to be in. There's only one they can be in and be safe. So they are looking at that with this good cover of the hillside to keep them safe. Both of these 2 pairs in the circle. No one else currently there. Lyric and Shorty out in the fields to the south. Will have to push towards Viz and Smack to get themselves in. As they are coming now. Viz and Smack then about to get sandwiched between 2 pairs. Shorty and Lyric don't know what house these 2 are in. Kuda and Markstrom do. Ezekiel and Atheos, though, are about to flank onto Markstrom and Kuda. 4 duos left, and Ezekiel is the first man to take damage, and it is coming from Markstrom and Kuda. He does get downed by Kuda himself, and then he's going to get finished off. Nope, Markstrom misses car shot on the down player. Atheos, though, has got himself behind the rock and is throwing grenades. They are going to finish him off this time. Everyone make sure there's no revives going through, as the circle has closed right in. Atheos is now low, and Kuda will finish him down to meaning only 3 pairs left. Lyric and Shorty repositioned away from Viz and Smack and have now got possibly the strongest position left in the game. They are closest to the next circle. The other 2 players know exactly where each other are. No one knows where Shorty and Lyric are hiding. Markstrom keeping an eye with his car on those houses, looking for Viz and Smack to make a move out of it. They do have a Dacia right next to them. Getting into that would be suicide right now, because the size of this circle, you don't have the acceleration to get anywhere safely. You'll be stuck in a very slow-moving vehicle. They're using these ACOGs to fire down towards the house. Viz and Smack are firing up towards the hillside. The shots are rattling back and forth from either player. No one landing serious harm yet. 30 seconds for the next circle to come through. Viz and Smack know they have to move soon and are making that shape now. Viz takes a lot. Smack's taken one tag as well, and as he moves around that edge of the circle, he's going to be on the right-hand side of Shorty and Lyric. Viz game gets dropped by Markstrom from the top of the hill with that Kar 98, so it's all on Smack. He cannot go back and revive Viz now. There's no saving that, but he has knocked out Shorty with his own AKM. Markstrom and Kuda, the only two left standing, push in towards the circle from the north side. Lyric is looking up over the edge this way, but has to be aware of Smack down below him as well. Has the car and the rock. This is a good combination of cover and a tree just next to it as well, but it's outside the circle. Smack healing up on the edge of the circle himself, pushing quickly up towards where Lyric is. Lyric knows that these players up and above him, is looking in that direction. Markstrom has got eyes on Lyric and is looking down the hill. He's very, very low as Smack pushes from behind, but Lyric takes Smack down, getting himself at least second place. He is very close to the edge of the circle. Markstrom and Kuda are right on the top, but Lyric's safe for now. He's healing up, and all these players have to move out into the open for the final play zone. 50 seconds to go. Lyric against 2. He has the car for cover. Peeks on out and goes for a shot or two. Markstrom's trying to fire underneath the car as he pushes around to the right-hand side. As he does so, he's taking a lot of damage. Still got that Kar 98, still got boosters running. Lyric still tucked down behind the car, is getting tagged up. Has an M16 and an M4. Peeks around one side, tags up Kuda. Goes again and will down him, but the car's going to blow!
Oh.
Markstrom, the last man left alive in the duo, blew up the Jeep to take Lyric down. And those kills are already showing a very different story here in North America to Europe. The top 4-5 teams got a lot of the kills. They were fighting for those positions. In Europe, a lot of the players that were in the higher positions did it in a safe fashion and just stayed alive as long as possible. These guys went out and they went for those kills and they fought for that position.
Oh yeah, you could see constant action throughout the whole round compared to Europe.
Yeah, so very different playstyle from everyone. But we have our first game locked and in the bag. Don't forget, the player with the highest total kill count at the end of all 3 of these games will be receiving an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080 Ti. Right now, that is a Theos D, 7 kills, higher than anyone else so far. But anything can change. As you mentioned, Hayes was our winner in Europe. He got 0 kills in the 3rd game. He got 8 in the 2nd one and 4 in the 1st one, and that was enough to put him on the top of the board by 2 points. Everyone else below him had 10. So anything can happen as the games continue on. Grimmmz and Kongphan then, fan favourites, down in 13th place. Summit, Josh OG 12th. To be fair, Josh did blue screen out during the game, so it was Summit versus the world for a portion of it, but still a lot of surprising placements in here. Linden and Rhino, despite Linden dying very early on, not showing the aggression we wanted or expected, Rhino held it firm and stayed alive for a long time in that game to get them into that top 10 and secure some points out of game number 1. So, with that in the bag, with that done, we have broken $80,000 for Gamers Outreach. Thank you guys so much for the love and support you guys are showing with that, and for being here throughout the course of this stream. We're going to run to another short break while we get the lobby reset, while we get all the players ready to go with game number 2. And remember, we do have some special player-made wagers lined up for this one to liven up the opening portion of the game, apparently, or so I'm told. So we'll see how that shapes up. We once again, thank you for being here, and we'll be back in a couple of moments' time.
tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, tumbling down? What would you do if your world came tumbling down, down, down on the ground?
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen. We are lined up and ready to go with game number 2 of the Battlegrounds Charity Invitational here for North America. So, we teased a little bit before the break, but some of these players have been organising some amusement of their own, and some wagers have been set. Punji Stick, GG, and Eddie Monster are going to naked drop into Pachinki, land on a rooftop each, and have a fist fight to the death. The loser donates $50 to the others' Gamers Outreach link for the cause and the charity that we're here for. So ultimately, we're all for it because it means more money for the charity, and that's the whole point. So there will be some boxing at the start of the first game with luck. However, they did try and do it the last game, but Little Lexi spoiled it by killing Punji Stick. So this all lies on the fate of Little Lexi not, you know, being a tryhard and killing anyone before it happens. While that happens, there are rumors of Satellizer Games apparently holding a sermon in the Pachinki Church for anyone that wishes to abstain from combat and just respect the lords and wishes of Satellizer. So that may also go down. We'll find out as the game forms up and takes place. We do have all of our players in the lobby. As soon as they give us the all clear and the admins we have in place let us know, we will start the game and get game number 2 underway. On the more serious side of things, on the guys looking to win, Markstrom TV and of course Kuda won that last game 2v1 against Lyric, but it came down to the wire and as a result grabbed themselves 50 points. But Lyric and Shoddy hold that second place point, 45 for them. With our European games, the team that won had a total of 88 points. To give you a bit of an idea of how those points were denoted, it was 50 points for winning a game, 45 for second, 40 for third, 35 for fourth, 30 for fifth, and then it shut down a little way more, a little slower in the progression from 5 down. As a result, that first place, the games were won with a total of 88 points. The teams that won it didn't actually win a game outright at all. They finished consistently second, fourth, and one of the places that slipped in my mind. But as a result, as I said, consistently high placements, second place or whatever from Leo, they keeps them very much in the running here, providing they can keep these high placements going. So still all to play for everyone. What we haven't seen so far today is a southern circle. We want an island. We want a military base circle.
Some bridge action.
Yeah. So the bridge bring in. Talk to me about the recent changes we just made to the bridge, right? Because it used to be a big open stretch of land, and now we've filled cover all over it.
The art team decided to put some cover, like broken cars, to actually make the gameplay more interesting, because before you could camp the bridge and snipe through the whole length of the bridge, and there was not really dodging this. If you're like half of the bridge, you're committed to go through the full length. Right now it's broken the combat zones into smaller parts, but this also sets scene for some ambushes. Like we've seen many videos of players actually driving cars to you need just 2 cars to block the bridge right now instead of 4, like it used to be.
2 cars, and I love the clips while the game loads in. I love the clips where we have players hiding behind some of the cover we put on the bridge with a car of their own, driving it forward to block it as a surprise entrance and jumping out to kill the resultant crash. Like the creativity that people are showing since we're making these small changes to the map are brilliant. And with, as we showed off and announced earlier this week, 2 new maps in production to come out soon, shortly. The things that people come up with and things people do with that, going to be very interesting to watch. And with the addition of the vaulting system coming into the game eventually, and the way that's going to change movement around the map, things could get very wild very fast. But Lyric has stated after his 22 kill squad domination game, he wants to bring that bridge strategy into this game, and we want to see if it works against these players that are playing a more competitive feel to the game. So let's get this game underway and find out if the circle will work in his favor and if we will have the opportunity to see some bridge play. So everyone on in this time. With some luck, we won't have the blue screen issues from Josh that we saw before, and he and Summit can maybe make a proper mark in this. We'll hopefully not have the stuck situation that Darkness was inflicted with in the last game, but hey, it's early access. We're allowed a little thing here. So as the plane starts to make its way in, all of our players are lined up and coming in from the southwest. All right, over Milton Power they head. it's going to be a very good distribution of players as far as the entire map goes. Straight away, we see 2 players jumping out as soon as they possibly could and heading down towards Lipovka. Straight on up, Dreaded Conan, Manpon's heading there, Tim the Tapman and DrDisRespect coming out and down towards Milta Power. And yeah, again, we went straight over the crater. Nobody's going anywhere near it. And I think they're avoiding the bunkers too. Monty and Satellites are the closest, but they seem to be dreading away. But a lot more players heading in and around the apartment building, the school, and Rozhok. As we do see Roids, Eddie Monster, Punji Stick heading in towards Pachinki. Little Lexi nowhere to be seen. Little Lexi has just been sent away and kept away from the ensuing duel that may be making it in. So, as we settle down in Rozhok, we see a couple of these players start to land on in. Sexy Hexy and Sniper MG on the edge as Anthony, Kongphan and Grimmmz spawned in the school. There's Lexi. She's a Rozhok, just abandoning Eddie to have his punch up with Punji Stick. Let's have a look at Pachinki and see what it is they're up to. As they are now, yeah, they are on top of each other in Pachinki. Eddie and Punji Stick on top of the roof of this garage. Is Punji running? No, they're going right the way up. They're going all the way to the roof for a naked boxing match on the top floor. Alright. So, remember, loser of this punch-up, Renee knocked out from falling. We'll see what that clip is in a bit. Whoever loses this punch-up donates $50 to the other player's Gamers Outreach donation link, which right now is at $85,000. If we can hit that 100,000 before we finish game number 3, unbelievable. Roids is coming upstairs. Now, they said in the Discord he's here to play referee and he's here to play adjudicator and guard to make sure Lexi doesn't come and spoil it again. But we know she's in Rozhok. She's miles away, so that's not to worry. And if you are watching their personal streams right now, I'm sure there's a lot of proximity voice going on at the moment. That's where we're here. I just want them to start hurrying up and punching. Or we'll just leave and go elsewhere. Because meanwhile, Laura Nene has been killed off by Sexy Hexy after she got knocked out from falling. We also see Ava running from Sexy after losing his teammate. There we go. Both playing in good hits already. Couple of punches going on through. Punji, though, on the losing end at the moment. He's going for the Superman approach. It's a risk. Yes, it does a lot of damage, but it's opening himself up to some predictable movements, and Eddie is dominating this fight. Goes for the one Superman, but it's not enough. Big falls. Eddie Monster still very healthy. Having trouble finishing him up on the floor. If he turned around and punched Roids right now, that's a free double kill. And an M16. All he has to do is leave Punji down. Roids is standing perfectly still. Eddie missed a trick right there. He could have got an easy duo. But he finishes Punji Stick, and that is $50 more in the pot. Thank you very much, Punji Stick. Let's have a look at some of the players elsewhere then. As we do see a couple going down towards the military base. Ava has managed to get up towards Yasmaya for safety. Rhino's down on the base itself. Alright, so report coming in. We are going to restart this game. We had 5 players crash out. We know it's an issue and we've warned players that it's there. We made the decision that if we had enough players leave, enough players crash out or have errors caused, we would go for a remake and get as many players back in as possible. So we are going to run to a short break, get the lobby remade up, get these players back in and try again and hope we can keep all 64 in this time. So far we've had everyone in for all the games through Europe and for the first one for North America. We did lose 5 players this time, but we can avoid that next time hopefully through. So we'll be back in just a moment with a full game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So, just as a quick update for anyone that was a bit confused by that, we know this is early access game. There are bugs and crashes that can happen sometimes when loading into spectate mode. So far today, we've been very lucky with that, and most players have been able to get in. That last game, we had a whole bunch of streamers crash out and not get a chance to play or not get a chance to spectate at all. So, we did opt to restart the game because we're running ahead of schedule and things are going very well. Now, if it happens again, we likely won't do it, so we don't hold things up any much further, and we'll continue to go. It's unfortunate, but the streamers have all been warned. We did give them the best shot, and we have tried once more. We're going to proceed to game number 3 after this one, and continue on as normal. At the end of the day, we are here to promote Gamers Outreach. We are here for the charity and promote Eyes on That, and that is going very, very well, as we're now at $87,000. Thank you so very much for that. The game is about to begin, and we'll be loading in just a moment. But yeah, while in the future, as we talked about earlier on, if you want to go back after the EU games, before the break, we did a piece about our plans for esports and about our plans for competition in the future. That is not what this is. This is a charity event. The competition games, the games to find who is the best of the best and the best players we have, will come further down the line when the game is in a more stable state and we have a better idea of getting these competitions done in the fairest way possible and showcasing these players' skill. For here, we're here to enjoy ourselves, we're here to raise some money for charity, and we're here to have fun. Now, if that means we're going to constantly restart to fix game bugs, it's not going to happen. We're going to have to play some games with a few less players, but we'll get you guys as much content as possible, providing it all works out in place. So, with that said, Punchy Stick is very happy, having died first in both of the last 2 iterations. So first game, of course, just straight up getting killed by Lexi because he's bad. Second game, challenging Eddie Monster to a fist fight, and Eddie's been working out recently. Beard to Biceps 2.0 is going through, and so he lost because, yeah, Eddie's been working out and Punchy Stick's not, basically. But moving forward, we'll look for some other squads and look who's going to take those few points. All the points and all the finished locations of that last game are obviously scrubbed and irrelevant as far as that goes, but we got $50 of Punchy Stick's money in the charity, so there's that. Loading on into game again. Here they all sit. So, let's see if the plane works out for anyone this time around. Let's see if we get a better shot with the first circle here too, as we do begin to watch everything unfold. We are yet to see the super aggressive early start from Linden FPS that everyone is expecting and that everyone has been looking for. He died very early on after not doing a whole lot before, and we do have another plane straight through the middle of the map, which is awesome. But every time we've seen this before, it goes straight over the crater, straight over the bunkers, and everyone ignores it. No one goes anywhere near them. But with North America, unlike Europe, we have seen more players go straight down, and we're starting to see a lot of action around Pachinki. It's a North American favorite. So,
Actually, I was thinking that players would learn from watching the European games and would go for places like Crater because nobody goes for the hot zones, but still, everybody tries to be careful.
well, Grimmmz and Anthony Kongphan definitely learned because they went for the very early crate drops that we saw. Again, everyone in Europe just avoided them at all costs because they thought they'd be dangerous, and well, they went for it, got an AWM very early on, and Grimmmz was able to pick up a couple of quick kills because of it. Meanwhile, now Linden is dropping down with DJ Pernicus again. They are not on the same team, but that's 2 maps in a row now. They've dropped to similar locations, now both going down towards Milta. DrDisRespect and Tim, straight to Milta Power. That's been their strategy every single time. If anyone wants to kill them early, follow them to Milta Power. That seems to be the option. Fairlight and Gold Glove going towards Georgepol. Summit and Josh heading towards Georgepol crates with our previous winners, Markstrom TV and Kuda. Viz and Smack heading towards the hospital by Georgepol. And, well, Punjstick and Roids once again locking themselves in Pachinki. Alone this time, though. Nobody there. Monty and Satellizer are actually the church. Satellizer did say he was going to hold a church service up in Pachinki, so he is holding firm. With an AK, yeah. It's not quite the same pacifist approach he was talking about before. Pudado and his team may have actually gone into the bunkers this time, so after all of that, they are down there. And down in Milta, we are seeing some car play from Rhino, trying to chase down DJ Pernicus back and forth on this main road while Linden picks up a weapon. No, Linden doesn't have a weapon, but he is coming towards their location. There's a buggy tier 2. He's trying to keep him away from it. They're just going to try and grab the buggy. Yeah, going to try and grab the buggy. We'll make a run for it. Ooh, Linden gets run over by Rhino ever so slightly, and then gets shot as he gets in, and then straight back out of the car. Weekend managed to pick up a gun. He's now going to be using the car as cover. Linden down on the road, straight out. First man dead. The M16 that Weekend picked up takes him out and leaves Rhino teammateless and scurrying back across the bridge to try and get to the island for loot. DJ Pernicus and Weekend with the right call here, chasing them down. He won't necessarily have time to get to anywhere on the other side, get out, pick up a gun in time to shoot back before these guys can be right on top of them with their already equipped M16.
The problem is that the Dacia is faster than the buggy. It's going to be quite difficult to catch.
Are there any plans to adjust the speeds on the vehicles?
Not yet. We're gonna be doing vehicle pass after we implement all the vehicles. But this is, we still have weapons to do. We have, you know, animations, vaulting. So this is
so it's being looked at, but it's a long way down the line. Other priorities. That's fine. So up in Yasnaya, we have quite a few teams hiding in and amongst those apartment buildings. Lola Renene and Aver hiding on the southern edge. Angry Pug and Ninja here on the western side, and over on the east, Wish and Pocket spread between the east and the north, actually. So 3 groups here playing very differently. Ninja and Angry, 2 separate buildings, building east looting through. Ava and Renee very close together, keeping each other's backs watched. Pocket and Wish, complete opposite sides of the city, just having fun, very, very spread out. Josh OG and Summit, north side of Georgepol. Fairlight and Gold Glove, south side. Viz and Smack still in the hospital. That's a hot zone of potential kills there. Lyric and Shorty are in Roshok at the moment, and Grimmmz and Anthony still going through the school area. We have 2 squads, though, up in Jaki this time. Kuda and Markstrom are one of them. They went there last time, which is how they got a lot of their loot and ended up winning. This time, though, they've been joined by Halifax and Sequisha, who went to Severny previously, but have now decided to come all the way over here instead. Julia TV and Timac down in Primos, same as they did before. Rhino has made it to the military base and is safely looting now, despite being chased. As you mentioned, the buggy being slower meant he could get there fast enough to make it into some safe zones and loot up himself. But getting back may be another issue. Satellizer and Monty then have come into Pachinki now and are on the hunt for Royce and Punjstick, who are on, again, very separate sides of the city. Now, Royce is looting this southern edge row of houses. Not sure if he knows Satellizer is hunting him or pushing along the same road. Monty is in that 3-story building, may have an angle out and over the top if he picks it at the right time. But Punji does not seem to be aware of any kind of danger towards his teammate and is not heading this way at all. So if Roids is in a fight and gets down, there's not really much hope of having a revive come through. This first circle currently not showing a whole lot of anything for possibilities really. Very central on the map, lots of options, but if we get a little bit of luck, we could start moving down towards those bridges and towards the island finish, so we'll see. Sexy Hexy, sniper named G, on the edge of Rozhok here with Shorty and Lyric. Who spots who first and makes the move? Well, as Shorty and Lyric are pushing in that direction, it's going to be very important that he makes that eye contact first, as we also start to see our first few drops coming in over towards the east, towards Lipovka and that region. This is a more EU method game. Slowed down as DasMedi actually is taken out by Cream very early on. As I say that everyone calm. Cream here out. Hang on, they were a team. Maybe that was another crash of sorts. So we'll find out. We'll get it through, but there is that. Either way, moving on forward. Roids is in combat with Monty and Satellites. This is what we expected. He's up into one of these 3-story buildings on the northern edge. Monty's got a crossbow and an M16 here. I really want to see Roids get crossbowed, but the grenades are being thrown into his window instead. The shots are rattling off Monty, and the grenade is enough. Roids gets downed, and Punji Stick is still nowhere to be seen. Monty very quickly edging on forward, and here it comes. He's tucked in the corner, but he's executed with a crossbow bolt. Ava, meanwhile, has picked off Pocket up in Yasnaya. So Ava and Renee finding Wish and Pocket up in Yasnaya Polinia do begin a bit of combat up there. But because Pocket was so split from her teammate Wish, there's no follow-up kills there. You see Ava and Renee are miles away from Wish's location at the moment. So don't have to worry too much about a follow-up kill from her. But they got to know that her teammate's around somewhere. Keep a close eye on what may be approaching soon. Yeah, updates. DasMedi did just freeze. But now Cream is not surrounded by teammates. Fake Uniform and Deathridge are close by. Cream has a shotgun in hand as Lyric gets killed by Sexy Hexy elsewhere, but we'll watch this for now. Fake Uniform takes some buckshot to the shoulder, shrugs it off and heads back to reload his own shotgun, but Cream manages to down Deathridge and peek up over to take down Fake Uniform for a 2v1. Cream stepping up big, doing DasMedi proud, and gets the loot of 2 players to play with because of it. Let's go find Lyric, or rather Sexy Hexy is, I do believe we lost Shorty as well. Yeah, Sexy Hexy up in Rozhok with sniper named G. Did get eyes on Lyric and Shorty first and managed to take them both out of the picture. It's a lot of render in those apartment buildings. So Renee and Ava still sticking close together, sticking in the same building. Ninja and his teammate are just now moving away from the edge of Yasnaya. They were looting one corner of that, but are now moving on. Monty and Satellites are still in Pachinki, have Punji Stick close by, as Steve-O and Kili Kopowski, who went down towards the very southwest tip to loot up, are starting to make their way back across towards the center of the map, driving past Cream's victory pose as he loots those 2 players he killed earlier on, and in towards Curvy Llama instead. Back over here in Pachinki, Punji Stick is still skirting around. He's holding in their building now, watching this direction. I think they are aware of each other and the rough locations of these 2 players. It's got a tough task to be winning them, but hey, he didn't die first, so that's a progress for him. Steve-O and Kili drive past Viz and Smack here actually as they're heading up towards a similar direction. Ninja and Angry Puck out of Yasnaya are going to be very close on the right hand side to Grimmmz and Anthony here. You hear that car over the top edge. Grimmmz has got an AWM. What a surprise. And he hits Angry Pug.
Nice shot.
As he continues driving, Angry Pug, I can't see what kind of armor he's holding from here, but that much damage from AWM, it could well have been level 3. Yeah, no, nice, level 1 actually. Okay, it's just an arm shot or something, but still an impressive shot as Dreaded Current knocks out Richard Hammer. They are unsure of where to stop, but they are going to keep going as the circle's coming in. Fairlight and Gold Glove coming in from Gordpol now. Julia and Timac running up from Primorsk. Smitty and Jericho out towards that western edge as well. Killy and Stevo out of their vehicle now, starting to loot up a couple more buildings. Inside the red zone though, we've got to watch out for it. Dreaded Cohen finishes off HC Justin. He'd already downed Richard Hammer earlier on, so that's a second kill and a team wipe for him. Up towards the northeast. This is, sorry, northwest. It's the most European we're seeing so far. Inside the blue, like Sacral and Break, Halifax and Sequisha still holding on to Jaki for as long as they could. Down through Gatka now comes Fairlight and Gold Glove as they will cross through these relatively open fields in a buggy and head towards Pachinki, where there are a lot of names starting to gather around that area and that region as the circle begins to close on in. Rhino is still down on the military base with DJ Pernicus and DJ's teammate, so they've still got to make their way back across should the circle head that way. Also, where Viz and Smack, there's no looter there. They've just decided they're going to sit on the coast and play safe here, I believe. That's the game that they're in to play. As Gold Glove and Fairlight approach in towards Pachinki. On the back of that buggy. Still 3 players in here. Monty and Satellites have gone towards the northern edge. Ponji Stick still down here by the road. If he does shoot at these guys and doesn't get any kills, he's only giving his position away to Monty and Sat again without gaining anything. But instead, they may come and walk straight up to him. They are one house over. Ponji Stick's in the middle house here, I believe, to where Gold Glove is sitting. So yeah. We'll see if he can hear. And there's one more over, but he has a balcony, which actually means it even easier. Right now, sitting inside a building, unless someone sits still and gives you the perfect angle, it can actually quickly become a detriment once they've got you locked inside. But having those balconies gives them a little bit more freedom to move than a building that only has doors. Fairlight's gone up to the triple story, spread a little bit from Gold Glove, who is still heading in this direction. I'm not sure if he saw them, but he's certainly listening for them. And another note, I just noticed on the side of the screen, we've just broken $90,000, $91,000 now going through. So again, guys, thank you so much for that. That is a massive, massive amount. We are matching every dollar up to that 100,000 mark. But if we can go way up and above beyond that, I don't know what to do. We have no words. Up on the north then of Roshok, Sexy Hexy and Sniper Named G have Bongi and Darkness to contend with as they tease their way up here. And Markstrom, TV and Kuda coming back down from Jaki. Grabbing this Jeep, heading the weird direction, up and around, now down towards where the circle sits, as we do have our second one displayed on the map now, deciding as and where players are heading. So it's a little bit further in, but it's definitely ruling out island play towards the end. As Rhino is once again pinned on the military base by DJ Pernicus with no way out, with no real escape in sight. He's on the far side of the silo. He is healing up. He has taken a bit of damage already. Level 2 helmet and chest, but those have got a few holes in them now. DJ Pernicus and Weekend on that far silo. He sees them jump over the edge and whatnot by like that, but there's not a lot he can do with this. They have control of the vehicles. They have sight of him. They know where he is too, and he's solo against 2. So we'll see if he can somehow sneak his way out of this. They are watching this direction closely, and actually they're going to straight push him. Does peek up over the edge, tags 1. Damage will not stop him though. They continue to push forward. They're rushing hard on and are coming around the edge of this silo in mere seconds. He does stop forcing heal out of one player. The other one is chasing, but he's managed to get a little way around. Good cover. The position he's set here is mirrored over the other side, and both players have a good coverage from either side on it. Weekend there, you see his low health is looking to heal up. We did see a quick push to the corner from DJ Pernicus, but he's not going too much further. And they're just trying to peek up and over the edge a little bit. Rhino doing that damage has given himself an opportunity to 1, rotate around of it, and 2, push away from this position with cover towards a more held up safe building, and will continue the game of cat and mouse through the military base with these 2 players. Meanwhile, Ninja has picked up a kill onto Cream after Cream knocked out Ninja's teammate Angry Pug, very close to Anthony Kongphan and Grimmmz here on the south side hill of the school. Kongphan and Grimmmz running out very much out in the open at the moment, still have that AWM with an 8 times in Grimmmz's hands. Inside those buildings is Ninja and Angry Pug. Now Grimmmz and Anthony know about this, that's why they were moving so aggressively. They knew that Angry Pug was down and they had that opportunity while they're being revived to get to another position. But what they aren't aware of are the players coming over the hill behind them that will be looking down on their backsides in a mere couple of seconds. Sexy Hexy and Sniper named G are about to perform that flank on Anthony, Kongphan and Grimmmz, who are sandwiched between those positions and Ninja and Angry Pug. Sniper named G, they're actually looking a little bit more directly south than towards the east, since they need to be to see this. If Anthony and Grimmmz don't shoot, then they may... No, never mind. I was going to say stay hidden, but they come up towards the cabin on the top of the hillside. Sniper and AG catches sight of them and will start to take shots with an 8 times of his own. So you see Anthony and Grimmmz immediately turn and start to focus back in this direction. They are confident they're covered from the house. They're focusing on this too, who've gone a little bit further back up the hillside to get a nice top-down angle on these positions. See Anthony and Kongphan now. Oh, Grimmmz! Headshot, one tap down, Sniper named G. It's a suppressed AWO too, I didn't even notice. Jeez. As a Jeep drives past on their right-hand side, he aggressively starts to push up. It's Manpons and Dreaded Current. Satellites finish off Sexy Hexy, so that's the kill credit going over to Grimmmz for 1. But now they're aware there's yet another team coming down that hillside who got the flank on Sniper named G's teammate Sexy Hexy. Laura Nene falls to Tim the Tapman. Ava, I didn't catch if she died already, but Laura Nene seemed to instantly die, so I think she must have. Monty and Satellites are now cautious of fights that may be getting tagged up, but he's not quite sure where it is. I think it was, yeah, it was Anthony there on the top of the hillside, but there's not quite enough information for Monty to figure out where these shots are coming from, and he's panicking, trying to get back to cover. He is now safely behind a rock, which means Anthony has to reposition and find some cover of his own now. It's going to settle in for a bit of a fight now between these 4. High ground is in favour of Monty and Satellizer, but Anthony and Grimmmz have good defilade to flank around and reposition if they do it right. They've just got to go wide enough that Satellizer and Monty won't see them. So Satellizer and Monty is still looking at a very static position. They're still looking down the hill, still looking towards the south, and not even considering the idea that Kongphan and Grimmmz will have got all this way around their left-hand side now. They're pushing close towards those positions, and they are being completely outmaneuvered by Grimmmz and Kongphan here, who will in a moment have the high ground advantage themselves, or almost going too far around the edge themselves now. And they're just going to straight run away from this pairing. Athos 19D dropped down there, you saw in the kill feed. It's one of the high kill players from the last game, but he's no longer in this one. Now, Anthony and Grimmmz have fallen for the same mistake that Satellites and Monty did. They expected the players they were chasing to stay static. They didn't. They continued to push down the hillside, and you've ended up just running past each other. So they're all still in the white and they're also safe, but that's a lot of players hiding in buildings on the edge of that white circle. Wish hiding in the biggest of them all. Diesel and May hiding in a nice little 2-story house. Halifax and Quisha, they're on foot, I think. Yeah, running through the fields and now being shot at by Diesel SKS, actually. Oh no, he's firing towards the Manpons and Dreaded Cone's Jeep, trying to take out the tyres or blow it up, which means those players on his right, Halifax and Sequisha, will have heard those shots and may have a position on him that he's unaware of. Meanwhile, slightly to the north of these guys, there's another housing complex with a couple more players camping inside of it. So with 46 alive, they're going to stay that way for a little while longer. As Fairlight has knocked out Summit 1G and Gold Glove finishes him off. Where are they? They're in Pachinki. Fairlight downed and Gold Glove finished. Joshua G on half health is trying to run for his dear life from the Fairlight Gold Glove flank, and they are well positioned to get around on him. And with a Vector too. Fairlight is going to tear through Josh if he comes around this corner at the right time. Timing it well. Gold Glove's clanking around to the other side of the building. Fairlight keeping an eye on the corners with that third person, looking for where Josh might be hiding. Josh has got himself healed back up to full with a medkit, I believe, all the way. Staying prone inside the building. They know he must be inside this one. The push is coming on through. Gold Gloves picked the right door. Josh is pushing onto him, looking in this direction. He's ready for it. Gold Glove scares him off, pushing the other way. Fairlight's gone around to try and meet him. He is there, and yes, it is. Vector close range melts through Josh OG. Meanwhile, Sequisha and Halifax were picked off. One by Optic with that SKS from inside. The other by Smack from the rocky hillside where Smack and Viz have been sitting for the last 3 circles. Gassy Mexican and Curvy Llama are going to come around to the left of where Smack and Viz are sitting in just a moment's time as they are chased in by the blue. But Kili Kapowski, Steve Olive, John Sandman and Phantom Ace are in a mortal battle here. Steve and Kili inside this building, trapped on the roof. Sandman and Phantom have good flanked positions here to keep these guys pinned in this building for as long as possible. The only downside for them all is they're all inside the safe zone, so they're going to be holding these angles for quite a long time. And with so many other players so close by, they're not going to be undisturbed for that long. Punji Stick made his way out of Pachinki and has made his way over here to the little village that Wish, Diesel and May have built, picking himself a building and holding firm. And little Lexi is also making her way over from the hillside behind. I think she may be taking some shots down onto Viz, actually. We heard Car 98 rounds get cracked off. Wow. Now she's pushing forward with a scar in hand. Business Mac coming off of that cliff face, then heading more towards the center of this new white circle. The circle itself, the blue is coming in, and is going to start being very painful right now. With 42 alive, this kind of damage is high, but we've got a lot of them already inside this white circle. Now, depending on where it heads, this whole little village, this streamer town that's going on here, is about to get bloody if the circle pushes them all to the other side. Bongi taking down Gold Glove. So Fairlight's out a teammate. Darkness still standing from what I can tell. Timac and Julia inside the circle with seconds to spare. And there it is. The new white circle is pushing all of these players out of these buildings and down to the probably most empty spot currently held inside this circle. Phantom Ace then picked off from somewhere by us. Viz actually coming up behind the flank, taking Phantom Ace down. That's what I mentioned. While they did have these two pinned inside the building very well, there's not a lot they can do about that. As Grimmmz finishes off Darkness and Bongi with a grenade elsewhere on the map. Viz now flanking around behind, knows of his other players, knows that he's down. Phantom Ace has to look for one more and is trying to find him. Phantom Ace is being revived, but is exposed to the building they were previously covering because of it. Steve and Killy staying on in there as Punji Stick has knocked down Timac after Timac killed out little Lexi, but there it is. Fairlight pushes on to Phantom Ace and John Sandman while the revive was still active, and he's credited with the kill on John Sandman. Phantom Ace, though, already being down, goes to Viz Games, and we are starting to see streamers fall. 32 players left alive out of a starting 64. Fairlight inside is checking through this building. Inside looking at the door is a Steve-O-Killy combo. They spotted him. He's got that Vector in hand. Killy does get down. Steve-O's going to push forward. And with that S12K, puts Fairlight out of his misery. Does have to quickly get in there to revive his teammate, though. It's a good effort from Fairlight. He did a lot of damage to Steve-O as well. Nearly took them both down. Ava picked up by Pudado elsewhere. Down to 30 now. Miss May and Diesel inside the white circle have a car heading to the next section. Timac still being down from earlier on, getting revived now by Julia. After Julia finishes killing off Punji Stick, who is trying to 2v1 them. May takes a bit of damage as I believe they crashed, as there's no shots going in their direction, and May Diesel took exactly the same, so I think they just crashed the car. Heading towards the next stage. Everyone in North America seems to be on the page of getting to the next circle as fast as possible and waiting for your players to come to you when you get there. DrDisRespect is surrounded now with shots coming in from all sides, and he's taking a lot of damage. Tim, the same deal, and Doc's in the circle, taking blue damage, tries to sprint back in and will get into the safe zone because how close they are to the white, but he's got to heal fast. The next white circle is a long way away. And there are two players there waiting for him. Weekend and DJ Pernicus waiting to catch him. He gets that heal through with clutch seconds to go, but he's lost him, the Tapman, his teammate. Steps up with the AKS, looks for Weekend, takes a massive amount of damage. Doesn't have the time to pop another first aid kit. Continues to jump around, and Weekend will finish him off. The Doc and Tim are down and out. Weekend, DJ Pernicus then coming from the island to get back into where they are now. take down the dock. Baru and Bikeman once again, despite their playing and their dreams to die early, so Bikeman can shoutcast, doing very well, staying alive to the top 26 players here, and continuing their push towards the next circle now. Do have this rock to cover them from the west, but there's players in the buildings to their south that will have an angle on that. Pudado and the Loyal Patriot got an angle onto Bikeman and Baru here. Kongphan blew up a car and killed Julia TV. Alright. As the next circle pushes us further off the coast. Stevo, Killy downed outside in the blue again. More combat going through to put her down, but Stevo can't revive Killy this time, and I don't think he even has the health to get inside the circle himself. He is beginning a heal. He might be able to grab that car and go, but it's going to be tight. He is going to try and attempt to run instead, so we'll see if he can pull it off. Meanwhile, back inside the circle, Miss May, Diesel, and a whole bunch of streamers are all picking the same buildings. Viz and Smack realizing they don't want to be anywhere near that and make a break for safety, while Diesel and May fight it out with Rhino for control of this specific building. Rhino tucked inside upstairs, trying to third person down through the windows and find an angle, but they're inside the same building with him. A minute to go before the circle comes on in. Viz and Smack have chosen to go to a building which currently has 2 players already sitting inside it again. Shots rattling on through. Rhino digging into the darkest corner he can find. Heads back towards the staircase. Finds no one in it. Still hears the footsteps. May just leaves the back door as he comes to the bottom of those stairs. As he looks out the window, he sees a dart around another corner, but she and Diesel are now looking to run away to complete safety. As Viz and Smack push into the building in the middle of this new white zone and kill themselves an Angry Pug. Angry Pug's teammate, though, Ninja Kappa, still hiding in there. Gassy Mexican flanks around, takes down one, has the fight to put a bit of damage onto Diesel and Miss May, but they're flanked by DJ Pernicus and players are dropping left, right and centre. Viz finally finished off Angry Pug as Markstorm finished off Jericho, and Kuda kills Smitty. So our previous winners, Markstrom and Kuda, are still alive and have a chance of bringing in big points here. Ninja full health to dead inside that second house quickly by Viz Games, but Ninja finished Smack off first, so Viz is now solo. 2 players still out to his right, Pedado and the Loyal Patriot. Rhino solo inside this building with May underneath him. May's lost her teammate, but Weekend and DJ Pernicus are still a duo coming closely to the compound. The circle is pushing them forward. May tries to hide away from DJ Pernicus and gets away with it. She's now going to chase him down while he's reloading. The blue is pushing on through, but he's got a scar to jump around the corner with, and May will fall. The blue quickly envelops him, though, as they push him closer and closer to the circle. Down now to the top 10 players. Rhino on the right-hand side of these two may see them as they come across the street, but he's got to get out the building himself first and fast. Inside the middle of the new circle, Viz has picked the right building. He is safe in there. Everyone's got to come that way. Kuda and Markstrom out to the east. DJ Pernicus and Weekend to the southeast. Sorry, southwest. And Rhino to the southeast. They are going to heal up the little bit of damage they took from being over on that side. Right out to the left, Anthony, Kongphan and Grimmmz doing better this time than they did before. Have a long way to come with the circle, but a lot of open space to play with, and they still have that AWM to push towards all of these players who are, bar Viz, also out in very snipeable positions. 45 seconds before the circle comes in, and everyone has slowed down their play. Shots coming down from Markstrom and Kuda now as they have got eyes on Pudado and the Loyal Patriot behind these rocks on the eastern side of this new blue circle. Pudado, very low, is looking to heal up and has a medkit to do it, to put himself back on full, as they now start to return fire onto Markstrom and Kuda. Markstrom and Kuda realizing they have no time to hold on and have to break for it, and well, that was always going to be the case once they gave up their position. Markstrom taken down very quickly by Pudado. Kuda starts to return fire, but it's not there. Grimmmz is banned down by Weekend and finishes off Kongphan second up too, so Weekend picks up a double kill taking out that combo. Kuda pushes towards Markstrom, is going to go for the revive here. Will we have to get it off, but the circle's coming in, so they've got to run as soon as that's finished. Meanwhile, Pedado and Loyal Patriot right on the edge of the blue themselves have to make the gamble. Do they stay in cover or move? Patriot stays in for a little bit longer as he uses another medkit, but Pedado falls down to the blue on his way through. Patriot decided he's not going to be able to pick him up, has to go for the circle. He's going to go for the fight instead, takes down Kuda as Markstrom died to the player zone. So 4 alive now as the Loyal Patriot is picked off by Weekend. VizGames still inside his little trusty house. Rhino, I believe, still behind him, yep, in the shed. And Weekend and DJ Pernicus, the only team left alive, off in the distance. Viz is firing on them at the moment, is unaware that Rhino is behind him. Rhino will have heard those AK shots. Oh no, he's aware, he's watching this direction. He knows he's surrounded then. He knows Rhino is in that direction somewhere. But he also has to deal with that duo. He is right on the edge of the new circle and will be as soon as he leaves that front door in the building next door. Rhino, on the other hand, isn't going to be with his position in that circle. There we go. Viz realizing now that this is in safety. 50 seconds to go. DJ Pernicus and Weekend flanking all the way around the edge of the blue to get a different position before they peek up and over this hillside, show themselves to Viz, who are expecting them over by those far trees to the northwest. Rhino peeks out of that back shed, and that's everyone's position given away now. Viz has heard them all. DJ Pernicus starts firing in towards Rhino. Weekend falls back a little way for a different angle, but DJ Pernicus has now found Viz. He is sandwiched between these two players while at this tree and needs Weekend to free him up. He is super low on health right now. Viz can see him, but doesn't want to do too much crazy stuff about it yet. Ready for him to peek on out and start sprinting towards safety. Misses the shots though, so Pernicus gets there. 3 seconds and the circle comes on in. The duo that's left are inside the safety. VizGames is right inside this little shed. Rhino has made it across to the next house over, which is not quite inside the circle. Grenade from Pernicus is coming up. Doesn't get it through the window, it bounces back down, but it does force Viz out, who thought he heard it go on inside. More grenades coming through. Viz unsure about his movement, dances next close to the wall. Pernicus goes around, sees Weekend going the other way and will call it, and Weekend shuts Viz out. Weekend has had a huge game here and is definitely on the verge of an NVIDIA 1080 Ti. Rhino is going to be stuck in this house, and that shot would just made that fact known to his opponents. Yeah, stuck for the blue and shoots a Kar 98 wildly to let them know he's stuck in there. And with that, that's all she wrote for her. Weekend and Pernicus, 8 kills and 4 kills as a team, dominated that entire game, starting down on the military island, taking out Linden early on with that quick gunplay and car dancing. And despite that, despite Linden dying right at the start, the first player in the game, his teammate Rhino manages to get him all the way through to 2nd place anyway, behind Weekend and DJ Pernicus. So we saw the game start with those duos fight and end with those duos fighting. Meanwhile, looking down the rest of the list, still a lot of kills on our other high placement teams here for North America. 4 on Viz, 5 on Pedado, 3 on Low Patriot, 4 on Kuda. So Kuda and Markstrom, despite not being first this time, gained themselves a lot of points from that 5th place and are very comfortably sitting somewhere around the 80-point mark, which, as we mentioned, for Europe, 88 is all it took to win. So to have 80 going into the 3rd game, they've got to be confident about their chances here. Grimmmz and Kongphan, much better finish here than they had before. So they are learning, they are adapting from this play. As for Summit and Josh, still not quite working out for them. No kills to the pair, down at 26th place, but that does give them 1 singular point. So there's something. As for that, the rest of the names looking through on here, Shorty and Lyric much further down the list this time around than they were before. Of course, grabbed that 2nd place in the first game, but not here this time over. With that said, guys, we're going to run to another short break, get the next lobby, get up, and get our 3rd and final game queued up and ready to go. With that, we will decide our winners. We will have our North America and our European champions, and we will look towards who is the highest kill count for North America. We already had our European games, and Hayes won it with 12 kills for that 1080 Ti. But we are already looking at players very close to that 12 kill total from the first game and from here. And I'm interested to see if that 12 is the cap or if we see a slightly higher number coming out from North America. Either way, that will be decided after our 3rd game. We will see you in a couple of moments' time with that 3rd and final match. Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 for the North American side of this tournament is about to get underway. We are just over $2,000 away from our $100,000 goal. If we could hit that before this game even starts, which at the way we've been going may very well be possible, we'll be blown away and grateful for your support. But we're almost certainly going to hit it by the time the game's done, so I want to give a preemptive thank you to everyone that has donated, supported, and been here throughout the course of the event so far. All our players are in the lobby. We're good to go with game number 3. Right now, sitting in a very strong position, Markstrom TV and Kuda looking good for taking the victory here. As far as the most kills rating goes, though, that's a bit more up for grabs. We've got a few players with 7 or 8 kills in specific games, so that could go either way. And we still haven't seen the hyper-aggression Linden FPS or DrDisRespect that we've been promised. So maybe they're going to come out of nowhere and drop those 20-30 kill games here and surprise us with it. So as they load on into the lobby, as they load on into the spawn island, we'll look once again to as things go forward. There's no crazy wages set up this time. There's no silly game modes set up within each other or punching or boxing rings or whatever. This is all going to be good old-fashioned battlegrounds, battle royale combat to find out how this third and final game runs out. Just to clarify, because there were some questions towards the end of the last game, as 5th and 6th both had 71 points after all 3 matches. We'll look at the third game and find the team's final placement in that third game to decide to decide ties should people end up with the same points. So this game is doubly important for a lot of teams. So we can hear the lobby, we can hear the players in the map on the background, we can hear and see them going, and as they fly on in to the map, we get on board for our third and final Battlegrounds Invitational game. So it's not looking like a particularly friendly plane from this angle, to be completely honest. Yes, we're coming down from the north, but it looks like he's going to dissect the top corner and cut off a lot of the second half. No, never mind. It's just a weird angle. It's going straight down through the middle and opening up everything right from the start. Sam and Josh out the plane early on, heading as far to the west as they can get to Zaki by the looks of it. Dreaded, Cone and Manpons right on to Severny. Smack and Viz looking like they're going to try and head towards at least the north side of George Paul. We'll see how far they continue to travel as Bike Man plummets down below Satellizer Games towards the apartments and the school. Previously, we've seen Anthony Kongphan and Grimmmz drop down towards the school. They are going down there again, but this time they will not be alone. Ninja and Angry Pug trying to head to Novo across on the other side of the island. Once again, Rhino and Linden doing the same thing. DJ Pernicus also coming down that way. And we're finally seeing teams... No, we're seeing DrDisRespect and Tim head towards the Lipovka. They did Miltpower before. But again, everyone's abandoning the crater spawn. It used to be one of those popular spots. It's now completely untouched. Oh, Roids is down. Shorty's knocked him out. Punched him down. Shorty on the roof. Roids crawling as best he can, but Punchy Stick's got no chance of saving that. The pair of them landed on their roof. Punchy's got a nade. That's not a chance. Not a chance. Oh, down he goes. So, where's Lyric actually? Punchy Stick's here, Shorty's here. Where did Lyric land? No, not there. Okay, well, there's that then. So, Aver picks herself up a shotgun and is running around through with a Renee in this small car spawn compound. They already picked up a pair of kills. Baru and Bikeman down and out of this combat zone, thanks to that shotgun play from Aver early on. But the circle is sending us right in to the bottom left-hand corner. The currently most empty portion of the map is where everyone's going to have to end up. So once they start to make these moves, which in the NA games has been very rapid, as soon as they start to see these circle opportunities, they make that break for it. Sniper named G, Sexy Hexy grabbing a car out of Pochinki and already making a move down in that direction when they realize where the circle's heading. It's a smart move. Get down there fast, get into Primorsk, use your looting, and you've got a lot of time to play with there before anyone else starts to make their way across. Halifax and Sequisha were spread out for a while and now grouping up again. Cooter, a little bit of health missing, but alive, also heading down towards Primorsk. And may come across Sniper named G and Sexy Hexy while he's there. Linden and Rhino once again on the military base, but this time alive, intact, and as a combo. We'll see how long that lasts, because DJ Pernicus and Weekend are here again, and that was the downfall of this pairing in the last game. Last two, in fact, I think. So as they do go through and loot, there is plenty in here for the two of them to share, the two teams, the 4 players to share, but the question is how much combat will they go through. Smitty and Jericho in Milto at the moment fighting Phantom Ace and John Sandman, but Kuda and Markstrom, while on low health, have found Sexy, Hexy and Sniper named G, but the difference is Sniper and Sexy have got weapons. Kuda and Markstrom don't, so they have to turn and run for the hills, while Sexy, Hexy and Sniper can chase them as much as they like, delaying their looting and possibly slowing down their chance at win. Well, we said, yes, 88 points is what it took to win the European Games. They're somewhere around the 80-point mark now because of their win and their 5th place. If they die this early on here, they get 0 points out of this game. So Markstrom and Kuda really need to stay alive here. Getting into the top 20 is all it's going to really take to push them up to that win point. For dying this early, it could all be whipped away from them. So they are making a break for it, and actually surprisingly, despite driving the slower vehicle, the Jeep, they're making ground on that Dacia, so it's smart and strong driving by them to keep ahead. But once the Dacia gets into open flat ground, Sniper named G is once again hanging out that window with sights set on that Jeep, chasing it down across these hilltops and heading more towards the west. Over here is where Kili Kapowski and Stevo have been looting the opening rounds of all their previous games. This time, however, they've gone somewhere a little bit different. DrDisRespect and Tim have made it back to Milton Power. Despite heading to Lipovka to begin with, they grabbed a vehicle and went straight down to Milton Power all over again. She can't quite get an angle with that shotgun. Shorty's finished off Punji Stick now with a headshot. It's the 2v1 that Shorty's pulled off in Rozhok, taking down Punji Stick and Roids as a combination. Lyric did not make it into this game, unfortunately, but Shorty's doing work, setting themselves up. Kongphan and Grimmmz still looting the score. Diesel and Miss Megan to drive past them in just a second or two. Justin and Hammer on the south coast with Cream and Das Medi nearby. Out on the military base, still business as usual. Just some looting, nothing too crazy. Linden only with an Uzi in hand. He's going to need to get really close to anyone he wants to fight here. And getting across that open area with DJ Pernicus, Scar and Weekend on the roof to deal with is not going to be easy. Sniper named G is taking down Markstrom TV. They managed to shotgun him out of the car. Kuda there on the very left-hand side of the screen. They are stopped and out of the car. Kuda's looting his teammate. Picked up the... Oh no, don't do team, just looting loot off the floor. Picked up that pistol. Has only got half his health left. And has to fight against a hunting sniper named G and Sexy Hexy here. He is out and across the street. This may have just got him out to safety. They still think he's hiding in these buildings. So making a break for it is a good call. Their range on the shotgun isn't going to be enough to get him when they do get him onto the far side of the hillside. So while they'll see him, they can't do anything about him. He's out and he's away. He's now got to stay safe. So, Ava and Renee driving in towards the circle again. Coming up closer to Halifax and Sequisha, who are on their path towards the southern edge of the map if they keep going, but they are stopping now to loot these houses. I reckon Sequisha just over the hillside with shotguns of their own. It's like a hunting trip. Everyone in those hillsides with pump action shotguns and double barrels. Up in George Paul Containers, Darkness and Bongi are fighting Smack and Viz. There's an ump in Smack's hand. Darkness has a pump action shotgun. Viz is right here with Smack, and they are trying to surround Darkness. They do get to one on either side of him, but Viz gets dropped with one round from Darkness's shotgun. Now he can switch his attention back to Smack, who has this ump, is pushing up close, but that's not going to work. Darkness aggressively spins around the containers, drops both Viz and Smack without Bongi's help, takes away two of the favorites. So, all of those rank points, all those leaderboard scores, don't speak for much when the Battle Royale is in reality. Julia and Timap up here on the edge with Killy and Stevo circling the basement of their building. Julia looking for them out through the window, does catch a quick glimpse of Stevo darting behind that shed. Just looks away as he comes back around the corner, and good job he did, because those shots rattled off the roof behind where her head used to be. She looks to seal up these doors and wait for Timac to come and support. He's got a car and is driving over here, but does he have any kinds of weapons? Will he be able to get in the right position? Grenades being thrown in, landing on the floors below and forcing Julia to move around a little bit. Not really threatening her life too much. Shotgun in Kelly's hands as well as an M16, so she can pick some shots off at a range or push the building. Timac has an M16 himself. Yeah, pulls out of the car and is now going to try and fire from range to support here. Has a 2x scope to make it happen, but is looking towards the building his teammates in, less so where the enemy players are. He's looking to cover any kind of pushes up the staircase and the middle floor instead. As Julia starts to see and hear their movement in the car of their own, she's feeling a bit safer. As Steve and Gilly decide it's no longer a safe play to be. They do bail out. They've taken a bit of damage. They need to go heal up. There's no real reason to fight over that area, especially with the blue coming in. So just grab their car and drive clear off to safety. Kuda still running around, hiding from Sniper and GM Sexy Hexy, looting a couple of buildings of his own, trying to get what weapons and armor he can find and scrounge out of some very sparse buildings. But he's alive, and right now that's all that counts. They just need to get a high finish. They don't need to get lots of kills anymore if they want to win this thing. DrDisRespect and Tim, buggy in hand, driving through the red zone. Stopping to loot up this one lonely red building on the edge of the farmland. Miles away from no one. They have double shotguns in tow. So whenever they do find someone, they got to get right up close. And well, maybe Little Lexi and Eddie Monster are that pairing. They are hiding in Pachinki as a combination, and the shotguns would tear through them if they can get them to the right spot. Sequisha and Halifax on this farm side. Fake uniform, Death Ridge. Don't know if they spotted them, but they're pushing straight towards that compound. They've got open ground to cover here, but if they can get up close, there's good defilade that they can use to look in towards that barn and to cover the doorways in and out of it. So if they know there's players in there, from this position, Fake Uniform's in here, or from the hillside and the when Sequisha and Halifax leave, but he's going a little bit more aggressive so that he can see up through a couple of the windows and let his teammate do some damage from a distance. So everyone surrounding this building. Fake Uniform and Death Rich having angles on a couple of different windows and doors. Not looking to be too patient and wait for it. They're looking for movement, looking to try and find an opening and kill these players outright instead of wait for them to come out of the building. Maybe perhaps in fact they just accepted the fact that maybe they're not there anymore. Maybe they think they've moved along, continuing to loot some buildings of their own. Meanwhile, over here in that red zone, there's a whole bunch of players running from the blue. Shots out of the moving car from Curvy Llama, trying to take down Guess Mexican on our team, trying to take down Kili Kapowski and Stevo, who still haven't managed to heal up from their earlier exchanges, but continuing through the red and in towards the safety of the white zone, the white play area. Trying to find a little bit more to play with. Well, there's that.
We'll have to rejoin the game.
Yes, thankfully we can rejoin the game from the spectate option. To be fair, it's the first and only spectate crash we've had of the day, but it also gives us an opportunity to celebrate breaking that $100,000 mark. Guys, thank you so much for putting us through and over that goal. As a total right now, Games Outreach will be receiving over $200,000 thanks to you guys and thanks to Bluehole matching those donations. So thank you for making that happen. The game will reload, the players will be fine and be playing all in through. We can reconnect through and continue spectating. And don't forget, if you don't want to miss any of the action, all of the players playing that game and the ones dead are still spectating it, so you can go and watch it from their perspectives if you don't want to miss any single seconds of the action. So all of their streams are still live and you can see it from their points of view. We will be back in as we're going. We are starting to see some players clump up now though, because of where the circle was, because it's in that bottom left corner of the map and everyone is heading their way across. They're all starting to make the same points. They all want to grab a little bit more loot in the buildings on the edge. They all want to hide in the cover of these buildings right on the edge of the white circle, and as a result that's gravitating them all together.
Yeah, actually in this game we saw that the plane carried the players more to the eastern side and the circle was on the opposite side, so all the players had to cross that middle point of the island. And because of that, most of them are not properly geared. Like you see a lot of shotguns, SMGs in action.
Yeah, exactly. So while these combats of the small sparked up areas will be explosive because of the shotguns, the armor that they don't have may be a challenge of people. So we'll stay away from the red zones from here on out and keep ourselves safe from possible follow-ups, as we do now ride on board with Shorty and his Dacia towards the north side of this circle and towards the mountains one, skirting around Gassy Mexican and Curvy Llama. He does get away from them with a distance. He is one of the few players that's actually pretty well geared, having killed 2 players and looted almost all of Roshok on his own. Shorty has quite a lot to play with, so he can do some damage here to this pairing if he positions well. Realizing though that they found him in that spot and immediately gets in the car to drive off again somewhere different. Up on the mountain itself, there's currently no one, but Bongi is over in the hospital to the far side. Gold Glove has just grabbed a vehicle and will be coming down through George Pole with that shortly past Darkness and Bongi. Tim the Tatman, DrDisRespect still alive for a little bit longer. Loyal Patriot taking a lot of damage behind this tree. Richard's going to try and push forward onto him, and it's a quick and easy kill as he steps out from behind the tree. I think that was an ADWM on that body too, but Richard's quickly taking damage from the teammate. DP up and over the top of the hillside. He's picked off and knocked out himself, but he still has Pudado here. Sorry, Justin here to take down Pudado, who will pick up a second kill and team wipe Justin and Richard Hammer. Pudado's on such a little amount of health, but it does mean he can pick up that AWM, heal up, and continue the game for a little bit longer. Tim and Doc still circling the top edge. Shorty still circling around Gassy and Curvy, trying to find an opportunity to pick one of them off, but ultimately continuing to stay mobile so he can't get pinched. It's one of the biggest problems as a solo player, is getting pinched out by a group of teams or just 2-on-1. Death Ridge and Fake Uniform decided to pick in this building to sit and hold, while Halifax and Screecher are still in that barn. Don't think they realise each other are here at the moment, to be completely honest, because Death Ridge and Fake Uniform came up here, skirted around it, thought about it, and are now sitting way off looking the other direction. Halifax is at this window and has a third-person angle through to the house they're in, but isn't necessarily using it, so we'll see. Meanwhile, Darkness, Bongi, still looting the hospital, will be coming down soon. Gold Glove's coming down the coast with Fairlight. Jericho and Smitty skirting around the outside of these small houses that hold a couple of players, only to end up coming straight towards Josh and Summit. Josh has a Vector in hand. Summit has a Scar L, and they destroy Smitty as they try and drive that Dacia past. Jericho is still trying to make it away. He takes one more bullet as he pulls a sick wheelie off and over that edge to dart away and into the mainland. He does get away with it. He is alive, but he has lost his teammate. Sniper Neon G and Sexy Hexy, they would have heard that and know that Summit and Josh are up here now and are pushing for them. Summit has a good angle here on Sniper Name G and has forced him prone on the hillside, but he thinks he can prone himself up towards the rock, and he's right. Thanks to the shots from his teammate coming from behind him, it's got good cover. Sexy Hexy is pinning Summit down, which means Sniper can push up with the Vector. Summit has the Scar. Josh has a Vector. Sniper Name G takes down Josh. Shotgun, though, still in Summit's hand, will take down Sniper in return. And, well, it's 1v1 while Sexy Hexy's at the bottom of the hillside. Josh, though, can be revived because he's far enough back over the edge. Summit's going to go for it, but they're both very low health and won't have time to heal after the revive has gone through. So they need to split this fight on towards Sexy Hexy as fast as possible. He's coming very closely up to the hillside. He has got around the corner. They spot him. Summit doesn't have a lot of health, but misses the first shotgun shot, gets down, but Josh is there with his Vector on the other side of the rock to trade it back. Good teamwork from those pairings. Just a little bit of mistiming on that push from Sexy Hexy to try and avenge while they were reviving. As it is, though, it's the most impact we've seen from Josh and Summit throughout these games. Not always through fault of their own, but they are showing up now. Little bit of an accident from the looks of things from Pocket and Wish's car. Pocket and Wish, by the way, sorry, I don't know why I said Pocket and Wish. Pocket and Wish, not those two, but either way, Pocket and Wish got into the 8th spot of the last game without a single kill. They advocated for pacifism and still got a very high placement. Angry Pug and Ninja, though, the players down inside that house that crashed that car. And yeah, they're happy with that. Kongphan and Grimmmz out on the southern coast, running along the beach, found John Sandman at this crate. Grimmmz still looking for his AWM or M24 as he has a shotgun and a Scar at the moment, trying to fight John off of this. John is solo and very, very low, but he's doing good damage. But Kongphan with the flank puts him down and finishes him off before he can finish off Grimmmz. And they can now begin looting inside that chest. Let's see what it is. It is a Kar98. Alright. I mean, it's better than the shotgun for Grimmmz anyway. Shotguns can work, they can be very powerful, but Grimmmz is a sniper rifle, man. So we'll see what he can do with it. The new circle actually cutting off a lot of players instead of keeping them in like the last games did. So we are going to have to see a bit more movement. Angry Pug coming in from the coast, coming in behind Kuda, who's still out on that edge. After being chased all the way out there and losing his teammate Markstrom. Kelly Kapowski and Steve-O tucked in with Timak and Julia coming close from the southwest. A lot of players still dug in around Pachinki and around the middle of this circle. So not Pachinki. Yeah, there's no buildings around there. The south of Gatka or whatever. In that small group. Waiting for an opportunity to spot one or the other. Pocket Wish top the hillside. Deathridge and Fake still inside this building with Halifax and Sequisha next door. No one feeling a reason to move just yet. So, as teams start to push their way through, we'll find moments, but it's an area which actually has a lot of cover on the way to and from this circle. Players are managing to get away with it sneakily. Josh and Summit driving out through the few open paths, taking a lot of damage. Summit getting really hurt in the passenger seat, and Josh took a lot in the front driver's seat too. Summit has absolutely no health, but they get just into the edge of the swamp and can begin healing from within the car. Josh goes up to watch over the edge and cover the push from Angry Pug and his squad mate. Pug drops prone into the grass. Summit needs to finish his healing. Ezekiel off in the distance. Summit saved from a pan bullet again, but he gets downed with the second one coming on through. DJ Pernicus actually knocking something out from behind. It's a distant shot with the scar from the top of the hillside, top of the quarry side, takes Summit down. And Josh gets straight back into their car and drives off to safety. It's a nice shot from DJ Pernicus up there on the top of the quarry down towards that spot to take Summit down. Eddie Monster and Lexi going towards the drainage ditches in the north of Gatka and the north of this circle. Weekend have a Kar98 and they are firing on towards Angry Pug and have damn damage, but Weekend is taking quite a bit himself this time over. Has to stop to heal up while DJ Pernicus continues to push aggressively towards the edge of the quarry to find these two coming along the coast. Linden is in a big group of houses around here with Steve-O and Kili Kapowski and Timak and Julia on the southeast coast of the circle here. Pradato's down there as well. All in a very small area as the circle starts to make its way through. Kuda still alive, pushing towards Wish and Pocket without knowing it right now. They have eyes on him though from the top of the hillside. AKM in Pocket's hands the silence, so she'll start to rattle some shots off in his direction. Forces him back towards the edge of the white circle. He's safe, but it's not ideal for him, that's for sure, especially as the next one's coming in. He'll have to move shortly afterwards. And more importantly, as Anthony and Grimmmz are coming from that direction straight towards him. He sees them, but not sure, well, they do see him now, but they didn't before. Grimmmz, well, we wanted to see what he could do with the Kar98, and there it is. Kuda dropped at 38th place. Now, I don't know exactly what that means for his team rank, but it's not very high. And that opens up options for teams to knock Kuda and Markstrom off the top spot. Car chases going through again here from Darkness and Bongi. They are out in the open trying to run through the field, and Darkness gets run over by Cream's driving. He does have a chance to revive here, but once the white hits the edge of that circle, it's going to do a bit of damage. And Darkness will have to heal very fast to get into safety. Cream and Medi are waiting on the edge of the circle with that car for cover for Bongi and Darkness to come over the hillside. He's used a first aid kit. Yeah, he doesn't have the time for that. He needs to bandage a little bit first. Bandage a couple of times to get the regeneration going and stall out the damage the blue deals, and then you can first aid kit. You can't go first aid kit on this circle. It's too much damage too fast. Let's see if he's learnt his lesson. Kongphan with a Kar98 of his own now is taking down Wish. Grimmmz, I believe, took out Pocket earlier on. Darkness continued to try and run a little step further. Not really sure what their ideas are here yet. In theory, they can continue endlessly reviving Darkness until the bleed becomes so fast that they can't get him up fast enough. But as long as they hit F quickly, it stops the bleed out. So they can chain this for a little way. We'll see. Killy Kapowski's knocked out Linden FPS with her M16. Rhino knocked out Killy in return, though. Angry Pug and Ninja have joined this compound of buildings that have a whole bunch of parties going along on that block, as Rhino is now turning to run away from both Stevo and his teammate. Linden, I do believe, while being down next to Rhino here, is bleeding out quickly. Stevo doing some good damage. The Rhino forcing him prone in the middle of an open field. Hasn't been able to go over and pick up his own teammate Killy yet, but she's in a more covered position than Linden, and Linden's got no health left whatsoever, and there it is, bleeds on out. Rhino still making a break for it across the open field. The Stevo fires onto him from a distance. Will have an opportunity now to revive Killy, but with the circle coming soon, they've got to heal up and get moving towards the next one. Shorty still going despite being solo, tucked in this little compound next to Lexi and Eddie. Lexi holding that vector, which in that small space could be very powerful if Shorty doesn't hear her or see her coming. 33 alive as the circle begins to close on in and starts to wrap its fingers around our few remaining players, a lot of which, unlike NA has been so far, are still outside the circle, despite it making its way through so early on. They are all very quickly heading in there the moment the circle starts to creep up. Everyone keeping an eye on those timers nicely. Darkness and Bongi did just pick off Josh OG and are now looking to push further forward towards the circle, but have DJ Pernicus in front of them. They know about it. He lost his teammate Weekend to Josh as well, but they need to be able to take him down quickly, otherwise he's going to be able to trap them in the blue and they're going to burn themselves down and out. He's at the bottom of this hillside. He does peek around from the tree onto Darkness, does a bit of damage to him. Continues dealing more, but before he can finish him off, Darkness will trade it back. He also had that flank coming in from Bongi to make sure he had a second angle of fire onto the target, and they were definitely getting that kill. They also survived without taking too much damage to get into the next safe zone. Grimmmz and Kongphan now can see them though as they've got in towards the blue, and they've got their Kar 98s up on the hillside. Firing down towards where Darkness and Bongi were sitting. They do just about lose them to the edge of the hillside, but going to continue pushing up aggressively for another opportunity to finish them off. Bongi and Darkness do both have to heal, so they could be down there for a little while if they're not careful. Renee has picked off Julia elsewhere. Ava finishes off Timac, so that's a team knocked down and out. Now Grimmmz has spotted these two at the bottom. Kar 98 will land one on the head, but it's a level 3 helmet, so he survives the first one, needs a second. Meanwhile, Cream has finished off Tapman and DrDisRespect as a quick combination with his shotgun before Eddie finishes off Shorty, and Grimmmz has finally finished off Darkness on the other side of this tree. Sorry, Kongphan finishes off Darkness. No, wait, I missed it. Yeah, Darkness was downed and bled out. Just didn't quite see the down notification. Kongphan finished off Bongi. That's the team wipe. All right, Kongphan and Grimmmz still alive. Pocket lost her teammate Wish to Kongphan and Grimmmz's Kar 98 earlier on, and now has Renee and Ava peeking over the top edge of this hillside, raring to go and pick her off if she's not ready for it. She's going to aggressively push up towards them. They're not quite looking this way, pushing over the edge now in full sprint. Gives her an opportunity to fire first. She can't quite land enough damage fast enough and has taken a lot in her own face. Ava needs a bit of healing up, but also needs to revive Renee in 38 seconds before the blue comes in. Pocket knows this and goes for a run straight out towards the next circle. Shots rattle across above her head, but she does go straight prone and survives them. Ava still looking for another opportunity. More shots are coming rattling in, and it's Pocket finishing off her kill onto Renee, making sure she gets something out of this. Fake Uniform, Deathridge, and all of these players in little neighborhood happy houses here are being forced to move. Eviction notice planted, and the blue will come and clear them out soon enough as Cream finishes off Eddie and Stevo finishes off Rhino. So we're starting to see some of the solo players get picked off now by some of the remaining teams. So the other thing we saw from Europe is that we saw quite a few solo players left in the final 5. In North America, the last game, we had 3 duos left up for the last 6 players. And well, so far we're following a similar theme here. People will lose a teammate and then make a break for it, but then quickly we'll see them be picked off again by another staying alive duo. So Fake Uniform and Deathridge out of their house first, using the walls for cover to get around away from Pug and Cat and Ninja. They, however, saw that, so they are coming around to use a similar angle to get behind, but Fake Uniform's already been downed now from elsewhere. It was Grimmmz, I believe. Yeah, Grimmmz turned around and shot him very quickly with his Scarel, and that fear factor pushed them back in towards the easy crosshairs of Ninja. Angry Pug starts to fight Grimmmz himself and loses out. Does get downed right on the edge of the blue. Ninja thinks about reviving him. Hasn't done it just yet. Grimmmz has fallen back to heal. Kongphan doing a similar thing, but just to cover it and watch over him with a better position than being so aggressively forward. Skirts around to the left-hand side. Does go for a different angle, but they're both there. Quick reaction from Grimmmz, however, will shut Ninja down. And Angry Pug is also out of the picture. Another team wipe for Kongphan and Grimmmz. They came to play in this final game. Not happy with their performances for the first two. They're also right next to the last circle. Everyone over here, however, not the case. Athos 19D, Halifax solo again inside this barn, has Stevo up on the hillside to his left. Stevo is fighting Pocket at the moment in a 1v1, both of them having already lost their teammates. Pocket doesn't appear to be aware that Stevo's down there to her left, and in fact, Stevo doesn't know that Pocket's up here. He's looking the other way as well. They're both just that close to each other, don't have proper knowledge of it. Downside in that barn, Halifax is actually safe from the next circle too, so he can happily sit there and watch for a wait. You see those yellow bodies off in the distance. That's Kongphan and Grimmmz, and Pocket did spot them. She scoped in for a little bit to try and get a better view, but obviously was not going to shoot with a red dot, but is pushing towards them in that direction, and it's going to give a clear view of the backside of Stevo. She will take that one for free any day of the week. Puts it up to 9 alive now as the circle is moving in. Kongphan and Grimmmz are out in the open, but they've shut down Pocket. It's insane. It is. Oh, and they just turn around and immediately pop one straight into Manpons 2, who's now very, very low. They are having to move from the circle. Because they're so close to the white, it moves very slowly on towards them here, so they can keep scouting forward. Manpons stopped to heal a little bit after that shot, so that gave him a chance to move a bit further, but he does manage to land some fire onto Anthony Kongphan himself. More shots coming through. Grimmmz taking a bit from the blue that time around. Manpons takes more as he drops down in towards that small compound, but there's not a lot of cover here for Grimmmz and Kongphan. But the circle's coming their way, so everyone's looking to push that. Das Medi doesn't quite make it into the circle as we approach the final few. Halifax alone solo. Everyone else lined up. Kongphan and Grimmmz up front. Manpons solo. Halifax solo. Cream solo. Athos 19D and Ezekiel as the only other team left alive. 6 kills and 5 kills between the pair of them. A high total as a team. Not enough to make the Nvidia prize themselves though. Still got more to go. With 5 other kills on the board though, if they all went to one player, they may just be in the running. Halifax still tucked inside his barn. He has a couple of players next to him in the compound. Whether he knows about this or not, we'll see. It's Athos and Ezekiel, as they are very close by, but tucked inside a shed of their own. This shed not inside the circle itself, or it's a container. 20 seconds to go, and they're going to have to move from this. If Halifax times his move right, he'll come out just behind them. If he times it wrong, they'll come out behind him. Meanwhile, Cream and Manpons holding the same building, firing on each other. They know the other is around that corner, and they both know they've got to move to the blue very soon. And it is Manpons that comes out on top with that vector at that close range. Steps it up and shuts Cream out. Now has to run towards the double Kar98s of Kongphan and Grimmmz. Athos and Ezekiel are moving from their huts inside this compound. Halifax still inside the barn, hasn't moved yet. It's going to try and fire through the window. Takes a little bit of damage, deals a little bit of damage, but is now forced to come out the back door, which is covered in blue. Taking a lot of damage as Grimmmz finished off Manpons. Just this duo now in Halifax. He comes around the corner, takes down one. He's taking a lot of damage from the blue, looking for the second one. Does fall, but he will do enough damage to mean his Athos falls to the circle. And Grimmmz and Kongphan take the victory without needing to secure the final kill themselves.
Very good game, very interesting sniper shots.
Some of those were phenomenal. So, oh, they're running through the open, and there's a player like 100 meters to the left. Oh, and they've shot once, and that other player's dead. Okay, moving on. It's phenomenal what they can do when they get in their groove and get things in their hand. But it is their first win of the night. And is it enough to put them high enough up the scoreboard to make a mark in the top 10 prize winning positions? Looking down the list, the kills are very different in this game to what we saw in the first two. There are much lower numbers for each team, bar Kongphan and Grimmmz, and spread more amongst the top 10, whereas before we were seeing a lot of kills, 4, 5, 6s on the top 5 teams, but less so much on everywhere else. So it's interesting to see how that shook up with this game and the way the circle forced everyone down towards the bottom left of the map, bottom southwest of the map, as opposed to those very central positions which allowed this plane spawns to spread everyone out instead before. Certainly lots to look at, lots to take back, lots of feedback to take on board and look at with the way we conduct the game and the changes we may be making in the future, because this is the first time we've seen any kind of stakes on the line for teams playing and seeing how that changes the way they behave. So it's interesting to watch the changes and the differences between NA and EU in some cases and what those stakes have made. But ultimately, that is going to be it from Tuna joining me here on the desk. We're going to be joined by Sammy again to do through our winners and go through our final wrap-ups. Tuna, thank you so very much for being here and helping out a little bit. We are at $108,000. Sammy.
I have been overwhelmed. I don't really know what to say. The matches were interesting, and I feel a little bit bad that some players were disconnected and they didn't get to join all the 3 matches. And I feel sorry about the streamer and their community because they're expecting to see their favorite streamers for all 3 matches. I can assure you that this will be fixed for future events.
Definitely.
But, you know.
Yeah, as we said, we wanted to do something very fast. You guys supported our game at a massive rate as soon as we came out of early access, and we wanted to say thank you to that and give back a little way to it. That's why we're supporting Gamers Outreach, and that's why we're putting some of our own money up for it too. But going forward, any future tournaments, any future events like this, we want to make sure they run smoothly and without further hiccups. So we're back to focusing on polishing the game, getting all the features out, and getting early access wrapped up and focusing on the full launch from here. That said, we are still receiving donations coming through, and it's just going to keep ramping on up. We set that 100,000 goal with a hope that we'd reach it, but ultimately we were still a bit tentative. This is still a very quickly organized early stage tournament or early stage event for our game, and the fact that we broke 50,000 before we'd even finished Europe and are now smashing through our 100,000 goal, I'm still in a little bit of shock. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm in the mode of the game going through, and I'm in autopilot because it's now 8:30 in the morning. We started at 1 AM over here in Korea, so it's been a long night, but it hasn't properly sunk in how much is being raised here.
Well, you know, I'd like to thank our community, of course, and all the streamers who, you know, participated, and some of them didn't, you know, have streaming schedules set up around this time. So I really have to thank them, and especially our sponsors and Twitch. Twitch has been promoting this invitational, and it has been very helpful for us to bring in new viewers who have not seen Battlegrounds before. And, you know, a lot of viewers enjoyed today's invitational, although we had some, you know, streamers being kicked out. But still, it was great to hear, you know, some of you really enjoyed it and wanted to see more of this. We're not yet sure whether we will be doing another event like this, because we have to focus on polishing the game and fixing bugs and making sure that everyone can, you know, create content in a really stable environment. So the servers have to be smoother, and that's our key focus. This event was really organized to show you that, you know, a lot of people from the community wanted to see what it would be like to see their favorite streamers play Battlegrounds in just one game. So it was really us curious as well.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, we could see more of this later, but not in near future. We really want to focus on fixing our game.
Yeah. On the note of thanking all those streamers too, let's bring that 64-player graphic back up for North America. Remind you of who was in those games and who is here taking part, helping support Gamers Outreach, and throughout the course of the day raising massive amounts of money for the charity again as a whole, while we wait for the prizes and for the placements to be totted up by our wonderful Korean business development team. Actually, the guys that come in and been here overnight.
It's taking a while because it's what makes Battlegrounds interesting, because you can't anticipate who's going to win, and the top 10 teams look very different from first through third matches. What was interesting is that compared with EU matches, NA matches were more dynamic, I'd say, and some players were very aggressive, and there were very, more funnier moments. I have a feeling that EU players were more cautious, and then NA players decided that, we're just gonna have fun or just go full on, Battle Royale player.
Yeah,
And it was very interesting to watch. And there were some really great commentators.
It was an experience, that's for sure. But looking forward, there's a lot to be learned from the event all the same. Even as you say, with it being so grassroots and with it being so last minute, we can still take a lot away from this. Definitely going to have a couple more people on the desk in the future when it comes to casting these games and filling out all this dead air. So we'll look at doing that. And I know a lot of the pressing questions, a lot of people want to know when we'll open up custom game features to the wider community and not just our partners. It is something we're looking into. We're trying to find the best way to do it and get it into the hands of more content creators and help you guys use this tool more. But again, like with anything else, it's not perfect. It needs to be polished, and we don't want to put it too wide and cause more issues than we can solve. So we want to make sure it's all working fine, and then we'll put it out to more. But with things like that, with custom games, with the observer mode also being worked on, I expect we'll get a lot of submissions to sit in these chairs and to cast future invitationals should and when they come. So I'm looking forward to watching through and seeing all of those. As I said, we're waiting through for our business development team to do all the maths on this. Because of how varied the finish positions are in here, it's not an easy way to immediately pop out who's going to be in first, second, third, fourth and fifth. But we do have prizes all the way down to 10th place. If you weren't here for the start of the show, we ran through it all. The winning team from North America, each player is getting a varsity jacket with their name engraved and the charity logo on it. They're also getting 3 deluxe edition codes per player on the winning team so that they can do with as they wish them. But those are the deluxe edition codes that we gave away as pre-orders for early access. So those are very sought after game codes because they come with some very fancy, pretty skins. Make you look like player unknown. Then around second place, some skin codes going out to those 2 more deluxe edition game keys. They're also getting some hoodies, which will eventually go on sale to you guys as the general community. All the proceeds from those hoodies and t-shirts, which will be on sale, and other merch too, will be heading towards charities like Gamers Outreach and others in the future as well. So we want to open up this merch, but we thought we'd give some away to these guys as prizes to help tease it and help give it going. We also still have a competition running on Twitter and on social media. If you've grabbed any funny clips, any amusing moments from anyone's stream this weekend, be they ours, be there any of the players on here, be any of the players in EU, tweet them at PU Battlegrounds and tag Gamers Outreach as well. And with those, we will go through them in the next couple of days, pick some of our favorites and give away a pair of Astro A40 TRs with Mixamp Pro TRs and a sexy backpack as well as a whole bunch of game codes as well. So if you haven't got the game yet and you wanted to find a way to play and been watching this invitational, tweet us your clips and maybe you could get a normal game key from there.
Yes. While we wait for the team to come back with who the winners are, I'd like to address some of the questions you had regarding custom game feature and community tournaments. For the custom game feature, we would love to give it to more people, but it's really a matter of balance. Like, we are still testing the feature and we are getting the help of our Battlegrounds partners, and it's still a very work in progress version. There are some features that were just added a few days ago, and we are just still testing it out, getting a lot of feedback from partners, and we want to improve it until we can give it to more people. And besides that, a lot of YouTubers and streamers, different content creators and event organizers have been asking us, when can I get Battlegrounds partnership? So we do have this interesting program called Battlegrounds Partners. We have been partnering a lot of Twitch streamers so they could have access to custom games and other features, so they could test it out with their community and provide us feedback, which is really about helping us polish new features and enjoying the experience, sharing that with their communities. Well, while we are interested in helping and supporting more content creators to create unique and compelling content for their channels, it is going to take us a little bit more time to invite more content creators, but we do have a plan to open applications again later this month. So that will be announced on our dev blog and our partners Twitter when we revamp our program. And as we discussed earlier today, we will be giving custom game features temporarily to different communities that want to host fun events with anyone that wants to participate, but still we also have to focus on listening to the community and making sure that we know what you want, and we have to, that takes a lot of time to really understand what is the best direction. So, we're still a small team. We have grown a bit more than last year, and we had to grow our team in order to take care of our community, as it has been growing overwhelmingly, but still, it is not as fast as we want it to be, and we are doing our very best to take care of everything we need to.
Yeah, trying to keep up with the growth the community has gone through, and the growth of you guys have forced on us in some ways is a tough task. We have grown faster than any other early access game before. It's 5 weeks in and we break 2 million copies sold. That is unheard of. So we're trying to keep up with it. We're trying to stay close, but we want to make sure we do it without compromising integrity or anything, or causing any further issues. So that takes a little bit of time. We're still waiting to hear back from our business team on the maths. North America, the positionings and the finishing locations of teams was all over the place. So there's a lot more maths to be done from Europe, and of course we still need to look at and figure out who got the most kills across all 3 games to give away that NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080 Ti to that player. Just a reminder, if there are draws coming out of this situation, whether it be for the top kill count or whether it be for the straight winnings position, we'll look at the finish position of all the teams on that 3rd game, and whoever finished highest will take the victory overall. So, for example, if Kongphan and Grimmmz did finish joint points with Kuda and Mark Strom after that 3rd game, because Kongphan and Grimmmz won that last game, they would take the overall total. Now, off the top of my head, I don't think they pulled that off. I think their finish placements in the early 2 games were a little bit too low to touch Mark Strom and Kuda, but Mark Strom and Kuda finished very, very early in that 3rd and final game, so their points are nowhere near as high as they could have been. So as we sit back and let them go through with this and find out where they are, we'll talk a little bit more and reset on some of the things we said earlier on about our esports plans for the game. That is my job here, so we'll refresh that and reassure people on what we're going with first. Yes, this was a taste of competition, but the focus here was fun. It was the charity side of it first. Going forward, as we mentioned, polishing the game, sorting out the servers, sorting out disconnects and game crashes is the priority, and until we get that fixed, we can't run any proper tournaments for any kind of cash, any kind of money, without compromising the integrity and possibly losing them and having players fall short and not winning and not being able to show their true skill through no fault of their own. Competitions and esports and sports as a whole need to be purely on personal performance, and if our game is what's letting down some of our best players, we can't run a good tournament on it. So we're focusing on that first, focusing on building out the spectate tool and on replay functions, so we have the best way to show you guys as the viewers it, because ultimately sports don't exist without the viewers. They're an entertainment thing. So we need to make sure not only does the game work and let the players show off their skills to the best of their ability, we need good tools to show you their skills to the best of our ability. Great spectate mode, great replay modes, and all sorts of other cool functions that will help bring that to the forefront. So yes, there will be esports stuff in the future, but it's a little way off while this all gets figured out and minded through first. And as Tuna mentioned earlier on, we have a lot of game things to be done through first too. While we're going to relook over all the vehicles, we've got more to add, but that's still going to be a few months down because weapons are taking another look at. As we've mentioned in the past, we still got to add a lot of ballistic things to the table and a lot of that to bring up. So all sorts of things are going to go through and change, and the vaulting system is going to make a big change to the way the game is played in future.
So there are 2 things I'd like to address, because a lot of people worry that just because we're adding new content, some people worry that we're not fixing bugs or making the game smoother or not optimizing the game. Although we said that we're still a small team, we have, you know, several teams within the dev team that are working on multiple issues at the same time. So just because we're creating another map or adding a new vehicle does not mean there's no one working on optimizing the game. We're always addressing them at the same time. So I don't think you need to worry about that. We want to put in new content so you have more, you know, content to enjoy, and we want to create a very diverse Battle Royale experience. And, you know, like, it would be really fun to have another map to play Battlegrounds in.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't hurt, and it would make, you know, competing more fun. You know, certain players could be better in map A while other players only prefer to play in the other map. So that is what we want to do. And I really want to emphasize, since day one, since pre-alpha, it has been about listening to the community. And if you've been testing our game since pre-alpha or alpha 1, you know that we've been doing our best to listen to what the community says. So, you know, in that context, like esports or competition, it is great to see you guys like competing to take over the top spots in our leaderboards. While it's very exciting for us to see, we're going to listen to the community, and when the community says we are ready, that's when we'll move forward.
Yeah, and with that said, we have our results handed in. So we'll start like we did in Europe with the top kill scores for that NVIDIA GeForce 1080 Ti. Starting with third place, joint third place for kills are 3 players. Fake Uniform, Little Lexi, and Cream all joint third place with 8 kills. Second place with 9 kills, Satellizer. Hang on a minute. We're going to have to redo that. That's not right at all. Kongphan's missing a lot.
Okay.
He has way more than that. In the last game alone, he has way more than that. All right, as a result, tentatively, I don't want to leave you guys here with no result ending. But at the same time, I'm now unsure as to whether these things are correct. We're going to run to a short break, chat, and be back in a moment with these results, because I want to double, triple check sure these are right before we go out. With the kill ones are definitely not. The team rankings, however, I want to triply, super sure they are through before we put them out. So sorry for the pause, but we'll be back in just a moment with hopefully the announcements of the placements for all our teams. All right. So, team rating was correct. We have that. Kill rating was a little bit wrong. We now have the correct answers with the kill rating. Please give us the top 3 kills for North America.
Okay, so for top 3, you were right. Anthony Kongphan was in top 3. Weekend, Potato, 3 of them all got 8 kills. And then Athos got 9 kills. He came second. And the NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080 Ti will go to our Battlegrounds veteran, Mr. Grimmmz.
Yes. All right, so they were all the right numbers last time. They're just the wrong ordered names. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah. Weekend, Kongphan, and Athos. Sorry, Potato, Weekend, and Kongphan all 8 kills. Athos with 9 kills. Grimmmz with 12 kills. So, funny enough, Europe and North America kill score was 12 on both of our top players and both of our GeForce 1080 Ti winners. So there's that to go with. But moving on to our overall finish placements, while we do have prizes through for the top 10, we'll go through the top 5 nice and quickly. In 5th place, Linden FPS and Rhino Q with 77 points.
Rhino Q did really well today.
Yeah.
He was the superstar today.
Yep, he kept that team in it, finishing high placements despite being alone for a couple of the early games for a long time through. Last game, they stayed together as a team for a lot longer, but Rhino stepped up beforehand. In joint 4th place with 80 points each, Ezekiel and Athos, and Viz Games and Smack. So while Viz and Smack didn't do any of the flashy plays, they weren't there. So we knew they were consistent players. They are top of the leaderboards for a reason, and they are there with a joint 4th place, meaning in 2nd place with 85 points was Kuda and Markstrom.
Wow.
And with that last victory pushing them up and over the top with 89 points, Anthony Kongphan and Mr. Grimmmz take the grand prize in North America as well. So congratulations to them. Congratulations to everyone else that took part. We'll publish the whole list and placements online on our Twitter and on our dev blogs and stuff shortly after the event once we type it up and make it look pretty. Otherwise, guys, thank you so much for being here, supporting Gamers Outreach, for donating what is currently at $114,000, which is incredible. The donation links will stay open for a little bit longer. If you still have time and still want to support it, we would greatly appreciate it. But ultimately, thank you guys for being here. Thank you to all 128 streamers and content creators for taking part. It would not be possible without any of you. Have a great evening. Have a great night. And we'll see you somewhere down the line.
You will definitely see him on our dev streams. Our community team will be hosting custom
Someone
games.
just dropped $3,000. That was either one person or a lot of people in one big bomb.
I think I know who it is, because I think this one of the participants told our community team that he's going to drop $300,000. Maybe it's him. We'll find out later. But thank you so much for helping us support Gamers Outreach. I think today's winner is Gamers Outreach.
Definitely so. Gamers Outreach are
This is
in a
unbelievable.
great spot here.
But thanks everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you in our forums and our Twitch channels.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you for everything.
Thank you and goodbye.
準備できた？